Chapter 526, Asura Ouyang. Losses to both sides. BNC Xian moved to the front of the troop and without saying much, quickly started the fight with Ouyang by saying. The battle between the two attracted the close attention of countless people. If considering reputation, Shadow Sword Expert could throw Ouyang by saying several streets away. But if considering cultivation and strength, Ouyang by saying was a rank 4 peak stage Gu master who was able to cross a great realm and kill a rank 5 expert, while Shadow Sword Expert was only at rank 4 upper stage. Shadow Sword Expert's Gu worms complemented each other very well, and there was no shortcomings. At the same time, she placed high importance on her movement ability. Her figure turned into shadows and continuously circled around Ouyang by saying, attacking with multiple sword shadows from time to time. Ouyang by saying stayed stationary on the spot as he defended, his body unmoving like the rocks on the shores of the sea. The battle went on for a while, when this sworn brother of Lu Wenwu slowly felt impatient. If you are only of this standard, then go die. He gave a low shout, as great changes appeared over his whole body. His teeth quickly grew longer and sharper like swords, and his 2 pairs of canine teeth protruded out of his mouth like fangs. Green hair started growing out of his bald head. Not only on his head, the green hair grew all over his body. His body made creaking noises, and his blood flow instantly slowed down greatly. The originally tall and skinny body became even more thin, but the aura of danger coming from him grew thicker by 10 times. His eyes were no longer human eyes, but had transformed into a pair of eerie and cold green eyes, giving off a glossy jade light. Rank 5, Azure Zombie Gu. This Gu was classified under the most classic zombie series of transformation path. The series of zombie Gu were spread widely throughout the 5 regions. From rank 2 roaming zombie Gu to rank 3 hairy zombie Gu to rank 4 hopping zombie Gu till the rank 5 flying zombie Gu. There were 5 great flying zombie Gu in the world: Azure Zombie, Heavenly Demon Zombie, Blood White, Nightmare Zombie, and Plague Zombie. Many Gu masters who did not have much lifespan left and had no lifespan Gu to increase their life would often choose to turn into zombies to prolong their life, transforming into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. Fang Yuan had already seen Blood White Gu before. At Qingmao Mountain, Gu Yu's first-generation ancestor had turned into Blood White to change his fate in defiance of heaven, but his plan was thwarted by divine investigator Tai Shuelong and others. This Azure Zombie Gu that Ouyang by saying was using was a formidable Gu that was equally famous as Blood White Gu. Clank clank clank. BNC Xian's sword shadows cut at Ouyang by saying's body, but they actually produced sparks on contact, unable to injure his skin by even a fraction, only cutting several green hair. Overlapping Shadow Gu. BNC Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Multiple sword shadows overlaid on top of one another to transform into an abysmally dark and extremely condensed sword. Now this is something. Green light blossomed in Ouyang by saying's pupils as he looked at this sword shadow attack. He was not afraid, but instead was happy. He stretched his right hand in a form of a claw and grabbed at the sword shadow like he was grabbing a rabbit. This, BNC Xian revealed shock. The sword shadow in her hand could not go an inch further. Gagaga. Ouyang by saying laughed in a haggard and unpleasant tone as he clenched his claw-shaped right palm. Puff. A soft sound echoed. He actually forcibly burst apart the sword shadow. BNC Xian quickly retreated. The shattered sword shadow burst into many sharp pieces that ruthlessly struck at Ouyang by saying, inflicting several deep wounds on his body, and slashed apart the 4 fingers on his right hand, and almost cut apart the whole right fist. BNC Xian had bitterly accumulated battle merits from several small battles before and exchanged them for overlapping Shadow Gu from He Tribe supply camp. Under its effect, the multiple sword shadows offense could merge and could match the offensive prowess of a rank 5 attack Gu. Ouyang by saying was slashed at by the sword shadow, but he did not feel any pain. He had transformed into a zombie, which caused the feeling of pain to almost disappear. At the same time, large amounts of eerie green blood flowed out of the wounds. The wounds were so deep that one could see the bone, but they healed within just few seconds of time. New hair grew on top of it and covered it. His broken fingers also grew again, and it looked like it did not take any effort. BNC Xian's complexion turned pale white at this sight. Ouyang by saying looked hot-headed when he forcibly grabbed the sword shadow, but it was actually a psychological tactic. After he transformed into Azure Zombie, his defense and recovery ability were raised by several folds. BNC Xian's strongest attack could not affect him in any way. This unavoidably weakened BNC Xian's will to battle severely. Gu Master's battle strength did not only rely on the amount of primeval essence in their aperture, it also depended on their determination and mental state. I am an assassin, an expert at movement and infiltrating secretly. These challenges between the two army are done out in the open, and facing someone head-on is not my usual style. Ouyang Baisang's performance greatly weakened the battle intent in Bian Xixian's heart. In the next several rounds, she kept on attacking while moving around Ouyang Baisang, but it was clear her attacking frequency had decreased by a lot compared to before, and she was dodging most of the time. After exchanging 10 more moves, Bian Xixian shouted and quickly pulled open a distance from Ouyang Baisang, retreating towards He tribe camp. At this sight, Lu tribe army's morale rose again. While He tribe's morale shook and the higher-ups did not have good expressions, Bian Xixian lost. Is Ouyang Baisang really so strong? His killer move is Azure transformation, having killed a rank 5 expert with this killer move. Now he has only used Azure Zombie Gu, not even using his full strength, but was still able to defeat Shadow Sword Expert. Shadow Sword Expert did not have a strong will to fight, but by continuously attacking while moving around, she has exhausted a considerable amount of Ouyang Baisang's primeval essence. We can send another person to fight with him. The discussion settled, and He tribe army sent Pan Ping to battle. But within only a short period of time, Pan Ping seemed unable to stall further and panically unsheathed the scimitar on his waist and used Soul Blade Gu. A cold light flashed, but it was in vain. Soul Blade Gu could ignore defense, but it did not work always and had a certain probability. Moreover, once this rank 4 Soul Blade Gu was activated, it needed 8 hours of rest before it could be used again. Ouyang Baisang got quite a shock. Despite having read relevant intel, Soul Blade Gu's speed was way faster than what he imagined, making him unable to react in time. I can't leave him alive. Ouyang Baisang's killing intent surged as he pounced towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping already knew the situation was bad the moment he saw his attack did not succeed, so he hurriedly retreated. Ouyang Baisang pursued him closely. He tribe quickly sent 3 rank 4 experts to block Ouyang Baisang and rescue Pan Ping. The 3 rank 4 experts surrounded Ouyang Baisang and attacked fiercely. Ouyang Baisang was about to use his killer move, Azure transformation, when Imo Shirkwang, who was unable to endure any more, charged out of the main tent and shouted, "Second brother, I will lend you a hand." Ouyang Baisang, alone, put He tribe army under great pressure, now adding Imo Shirkwang on top of that, and the situation turned way worse. Third brother, no need to interfere. What is the use even if there are more people? Look at my Azure transformation. Ouyang Baisang furiously roared under the 3 rank 4 experts' violent attacks and used his killer move. His aura suddenly increased sharply. His body grew bigger, becoming a giant of over 10 feet. The muscles in his whole body inflated like a balloon and quickly transforming into absurd rock-like bulging muscles. And under his pair of arms, 2 new pairs of arms grew out. His body was completely dark green. I's feet ripped apart the leather boots and stepped on the grassland, creating a deep crater. The protruding fangs turned dark brown, and a third vertical eye opened from the center of his forehead. Howl! Ouyang Baisang roared, the berserk sound shaking the whole battlefield. The 3 He tribe's Gu masters felt their momentum slowed down. Ouyang Baisang waved his fist like swatting a fly, sending one flying far away. The other 2 attacked violently, golden blades striking rapidly like thunder, but Ouyang Baisang took it forcibly, his enormous body not even budging. Die! He attacked with all 6 hands, punching, swatting, grabbing, holding, with extremely fierce power. And all his hands moved smoothly, not hindering each other in the slightest. The 2 rank 4 could not take it head-on, and started retreating. Ouyang Baisang was not satisfied. His every punch produced a sonic boom with power that caused people to pale. 1 rank 4 Gu master lasted only a short while under this crazed offense, and was smashed into blood paste, while another Gu master was grabbed by Ouyang Baisang. "Don't kill me, don't kill." His pleadings came to an end abruptly. Blood started flowing rapidly out of his 7 facial orifices, his ribs were crushed, and his body started deflating. Ouyang Baisang had crushed him to death with 2 hands. So violent. Cunning gentleman's son, Shi Han involuntarily cried out. He Lulan's express turned extremely unsightly, and Tai Bai Yunsheng also had a solemn expression. Lu tribe's army started cheering loudly while He tribe's Gu masters were in disorder, their morale falling down to the abyss. Lu Wenwu laughed at this sight before waving his hand. "Commence the battle. All troops, charge." Immediately, Lu tribe army rushed forward like a flood with the gates opened, bringing a momentum that wanted to drown the world. Imo Shirkwang, Pei Yanfei, and others were leading. He Lulan gnashed his teeth and also sent the command for the army to prepare to receive the attack. The large battle unfolded with all kinds of shouts and cries resounding through the battlefield. During the intense battle, Lu tribe's several great experts rampaged everywhere, causing He Lulan and the higher-ups to fall into disadvantage at the very start. But at the low level, He tribe was actually winning. Under Fang Yuan's control, The wolf group started wildly slaughtering Lu tribe's Gu masters, while Lu tribe army's Gu masters had no choice but to waste their precious primeval essence against the encroaching wolves. Thus, even if the wolves died, they died after contributing greatly. Lu tribe's Gu masters experts sensed this unfavorably situation and started searching for Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan used the same old trick, hiding in some corner of the battlefield. He now already had 3 rank 4 lurking soul coat Gu, and with the concealment from these Gu, as long as he did not use over 80% of his strength, his soul fluctuations would be concealed. This large battle continued from the early morning to evening. The setting sun shone like blood as it shone down on the grassland that was covered with corpses and blood. There was no winner in this battle. Lu tribes suffered disastrous losses in their military forces because of the wolf group. After the Lu tribe's Gu master experts were not able to find Fang Yuan's location, they all concentrated in attacking He tribe's Gu master experts. He tribe's Gu master experts thus suffered serious damage. Mo Shi Kuang and Ouyang Bai Sang were difficult to restrain, and almost all the He tribe Gu masters were too terrified to confront them. He tribe's battle intent was dissipating and was barely able to hold on. When the night fell, the night wolves became fierce, and Lu Wenwu, not wanting the lower-ranked Gu master casualties to increase, also had the thought of retreating. The first battle ended up in a draw with their killing intent gradually calming down as the night progressed. Both sides retreated behind their defense lines to rest and prepare. Chapter 527, Wolf King, Striving for Victory. He tribe's main tent. The atmosphere here was stifling. Almost everyone, including He Lu Lan, was injured. The lofty and grand Gu master experts looked very miserable at this moment. Lu tribe's offense was too fierce. Lu Wenwu, Luo Bo Jun, and Ye Yiqing are rank 5 experts. Mo Shi Kuang and Ouyang Bai Sang are rank 4 peak stage experts with battle strength of rank 5. Furthermore, there are other strong experts like Pei Yin Fei and Chang Biao. Such quality of experts were rarely seen in the past 10 struggles for Imperial Court. Cunning Gentleman's Son, Shirhan sighed. Rank 4 Gu masters were already rare. Each was the head of small or mid-sized forces or elders of large-sized forces. And with the high demand of aptitude, rank 5 was even rarer. Even a super force would only have 2-3 rank 5 Gu masters openly. Actually, when comparing, He tribe was stronger in higher-ranked forces. He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Gu Guolong were rank 5 experts. And there were over 20 rank 4 experts including Chang Shan Yin, Tang Miao Ming, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Si Xian, and Pan Ping. However, even between same-ranked Gu masters, there was a difference in their battle strength. Gu masters were a force that surpassed group battles. Their individual strength could surpass the accumulation of a group. For example, just Fang Yuan alone could slaughter small or mid-sized tribes. In today's battle, Ouyang Bai Sang, alone, had slaughtered 5 rank 4 Gu masters and 12 rank 3 elders. It was not that He tribe was weak, but that Lu tribe's higher-ranked battle strength was too strong. Especially in this battle, Lu tribe had slaughtered many of He tribe's higher-ranked Gu masters, cutting down rank 4 Gu masters to almost half, causing the gap to further increase. The way to deal with the enormous dominance of Lu tribe was a problem He tribe had to quickly come up with a solution for. If I had some time, I could annex several large armies, and with Old Sir's prestige, subdue some experts. Maybe we could contend against Lu tribe's higher-ranked strength then. He Lu Lan sighed, hating Lu Wenwu for choosing this time to attack, not giving him any space to develop. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately realized the deep intent behind He Lu Lan's words. I once rescued Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, and they had said they would repay the favor. I can write them a letter, and maybe they will come over. Everyone's spirits rose. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were called the twin demons of demonic path in Northern Plains. They always worked together, having great teamwork with each other. These two were both rank 4 peak stage experts, and had once killed a rank 5 expert by combining their strength. The pressure on He Lu Lan eased. If I can get Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's help, it can slightly make up for the gap between the two armies. But the events of the battle concerns everyone's life, and we cannot hope for others' mood in repaying the favor. In today's battle, it was thanks to Wolf King that we were able to exterminate large numbers of low-ranked enemy Gu masters, causing an enormous loss to Lu tribe. If it were not for Lu Wenwu feeling hesitation, how could he have retreated so easily? Everyone's gaze landed on Fang Yuan, wanting to hear his thoughts. Fang Yuan had a tranquil expression, not having a trace of injury on his body. He had been hiding while commanding the wolf group in the battle, but he was the one who gained the most battle merits. Most of the ones in the main tent were inwardly infuriated at this, having envious and jealous feelings. But due to the situation, they did not dare to flare up. After the battle, Fang Yuan had been looking through his memories, trying to excavate the information on how He Lu Lan had prevailed over Lu Wenwu. But even after a long time of racking up his brain, he did not get any results. There was way too much information in the memories of his 500 years of past life, and much was forgotten. And from the look of it, this enormous problem that was troubling everyone was no more than just a minor detail in the long river of history in his past life. Feeling everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan raised his eyelids and lightly said, Lu tribe has enslavement path Gu masters, but their strongest expert is only Bei Chao Chuan, whose grass soldier troops is of no importance. Now, both the enemy and us have our strengths. We are like two giants stabbing each other with spears. Lu tribe is strong in terms of higher-ranked Gu masters, while I can slaughter many of their low-ranked Gu masters with my wolf group. Thus, it resulted in the draw today. The way to victory is restraining the enemy's advantage as well as strengthening our advantage. And restraining the enemy's Gu master experts is not an impossible thing. As long as I can have a group of strong wolves as trump cards, I can restrain them. But with this, I will have to use all my strength, and the rank for lurking soul coat Gu on me will no longer be able to conceal my soul fluctuations, and thus I will become the enemy's target. Fang Yuan's words caused everyone's eyes to brighten. Trump card wolf group. He Lu Lan lowered his head and mumbled. The current 5 great enslavement masters of Northern Plains were called the 5 Beast Kings. Among them, Horse King Ma Zun has mutated Pegasus group. Eagle King Yang Pa Ing has mutated Thunder Eagle group. Rat King Jiang Baoya has mutated Mountain Drilling Rat group. And the newly advanced enslavement master Leopard King Nu Air 2 controlled Glimpse Leopard group. Only Wolf King Changshan Yin did not have a mutated beast group. Every mature, mutated beast possessed the battle strength of rank for Gu masters. Once a group of mutated beasts formed, they would be more terrifying than the same amount of Gu masters. After all, Beast Group would charge dauntlessly under the enslavement path Gu Masters' control. As Gu Masters had all kinds of self-benefits to think about. Even if they were under poison vow, they could not be made to fight to the death. If they had a group of mutated beasts, there was a huge chance of killing rank 5 experts. After all, even rank 5 Gu Masters were mortals in the end, with limited primeval essence, and there were times when their strength was exhausted. However, making a mutated beast group was too time-consuming of a process and would exhaust enormous energy and resources. To look for a group of mutated wolf group for Fang Yuan in this short period of time, there was only one way: requesting help from He Tribe's Gu Immortals. The people in the main tent, even if they did not know the existence of Treasure Yellow Heaven, they were aware of the huge power of Gu Immortals. In the history of Northern Plains, there were several examples where Gu Immortals organized mutated beast group to provide assistance to their respective force. Mutated beast group is indeed a way out. I will give it a try first. He Lu Lan pondered for a while before saying vaguely. But everyone clearly knew the meaning behind He Lu Lan's words was to request help from the Gu Immortal behind him. This immediately caused a new change in the gaze. Everyone looked at Fang Yuan. How could this Wolf King Changshan Yin have such good luck? Making a Gu Immortal help him to organize a mutated wolf group. If he had to do this himself, he might not even be able to accomplish it in 20 to 30 years. Why don't we get such benefits? Everyone felt envious and jealous. Ultimately, it was the identity of Changshan Yin that Fang Yuan carried. An enslavement master was an existence that could turn tides around. He Tribe was fighting Lu Tribe. It was indeed wise to put heavy importance on Fang Yuan and give more resources to him. If I remember right, even if there is a mutated beast group, Lord Wolf King's battle merits is ranked number 1 from the bottom, the last place in the battle merits list, right? Cunning Gentleman was filled with jealousy, kindly reminding as if he had suddenly recalled it. Of course, I can't receive a mutated wolf group for nothing. Fang Yuan righteously nodded. Our rules cannot be broken. I will use battle merits to exchange for it. Of course, my battle merits are insufficient right now, so I can only borrow a bit more. This is something that cannot be helped. Everyone was speechless. Many people shouted inwardly at the same time. Do you feel no shame speaking such words? Do you still want your face? You already borrowed 1,300,000 battle merits before, and you still want to borrow more. In the entire He Tribe army, only you have borrowed battle merits. Don't you feel guilt holding that rank 5 amplify effect Gu? In fact, Fang Yuan not only did not feel any guilt, instead he said with a not satisfied voice, just a mutated beast group won't do. I still require rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. Unfortunately, refining a rank 5 Gu has a success rate that is too low. I have collected 3 rank 4 Gu, but I don't dare to fuse them to rank 5. He Lu Lan gnashed his teeth. The number of times he could request help from the tribe was limited. The more he asked for help, the less the tribe's evaluation of him would be. But there was no other way. He could only nod at Fang Yuan in order to defeat Lu Wenwu. I will do something about it. Just as He Lu Lan and his group were strategizing, Lu Wenwu and his group were also planning on how to battle He tribe. In He tribe army, Wolf King Changshan Yin is the biggest problem. It was because of him that my army suffered disastrous losses in today's battle, with at least 30,000 Gu masters dying in the wolves' mouths. Sigh, this number is truly making my heart bleed. Everyone came forward to side with me because they believed in me. But it is because of my incompetence we had to suffer such heavy casualties. In the main tent, Lu Wenwu shed tears and sighed. Big brother, how is it your fault? We can only blame those Gu masters for being useless. Mo Shikuang almost jumped up as he hurriedly retorted. Wolf King Changshan Yin might have huge reputation, but he is not a true hero. Ouyang Bai sang, however, loftily snorted. His tone contained disdain. The Grand Wolf King was actually sneakily hiding in some corner like a rat. It really makes people look down upon him. But such a Wolf King is the most troublesome. Lu Wenwu sighed inwardly while opening his weeping eyes and asked the group, do any of you have a good method to deal with Wolf King? Mo Shikuang and Ouyang Bai sang stopped speaking. They were experts at fighting. Things like strategizing were not their strong points. I have a plan. Bei Chao Chuan stood up and said confidently. Wolf King Changshan Yin was originally Chong tribe's tribesman. Although he spoke of taking revenge, the blood ties he has with Chong tribe is unmistakable and cannot be severed. The current Chong tribe leader Lord Chong Biao was once Changshan Yin's best friend. After Changshan Yin disappeared, Chong Biao married his wife and raised his 3-year-old son, who is currently Chong tribe's young tribe leader Xing Jiu. We might as well try to use this to deal with Wolf King. Who knows if it might be effective? This idea is not bad. Lu Wenwu's eyes gleamed. After the discussion ended, Fang Yuan returned to his large lizard house Gu. The problem of refining rank 5 lurking soul code Gu had been hurting his head recently. If he could borrow He tribe's Gu Immortals' power to organize a mutated beast group and also refine rank 5 lurking soul code Gu, it would be the best. Fang Yuan felt there was a huge chance for this to succeed. Although he could not remember all the minor details of this time's struggle for Imperial Court, but he knew clearly He Lu Lan was able to enter Imperial Court, and the support of the Gu Immortal behind He Lu Lan was inseparable from this. The two sides will at least rest and reorganize for 3 days. In this time, He tribe's Gu Immortals will have received He Lu Lan's letter for assistance. Before this, I need to prepare. Thinking of his great plan, the corners of Fang Yuan's lips involuntarily curled up into a smile. Chapter 528, True Martial Secret, Awaiting Assistance, Shao Hun Blessed Land. This place was always covered in dense dark clouds, and female-shaped trees grew on the ground. These trees were very peculiar. The tree trunk was curved and branches wrapped around each other like a girl's naked body. The trees were in all kinds of enchanting postures. Female-shaped trees grew all over the place, becoming a forest. In the deepest part of the forest was the tallest female-shaped tree with a height of 1,000 feet and roots that extended for a range of 10,000 li. This female-shaped tree king, however, did not look seductive, instead giving off pure and holy aura. The tree king's trunk was ramrod straight, giving a highly spirited feeling. Its 2 enormous branches formed into hands that covered the chest. The side branches from them formed into 2 well-developed and large palms that lifted a green treehouse. Red vermilion fruits grew all over the treehouse with reddish-brown rattan twining around them, making the fruits look like hearts. 2 Gu Immortals were sitting inside this treehouse, both in black clothes. On the left was an ordinary-looking man who was called He tribe's Stoneman during his young age. He was awkward at conversing but was smart and careful inside. He was He Bai. On the right side, however, was a handsome man who was radiating with vigor, having eyes that seemed to shine, and appeared confident and at ease. He was He tribe's supreme elder He Cheng, He Lu Lan's father, and a famous handsome man, as well as the male lead in Su Xian's night elopement. Say, you just returned from Niu Blessed Land. Did you see Dong Fang Chong Fan? How is he? He Cheng asked leisurely while taking a sip of tea. He Bai nodded. Senior Dong Fang isn't looking for lifespan Gu. There is not much of his lifespan left. He can probably only live for 2-3 years more. But his vision is broad and has magnanimous conduct, already seeing through the trouble of life and death, and only wants to wholeheartedly nurture his successor Dong Fang Yuliang now. Magnanimous conduct, broad vision? He Cheng scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. Brother, you saw wrong. Dong Fang Chong Fan is a genuine petty person. He schemed against the northern plains and is extremely insidious, and so is hated by all the Gu Immortals. If it was not so, he could have already bought lifespan Gu. Why would he have fallen into this state? I have been secretly investigating over these years and have discovered he had a hand in my wife, Su Xian'er's death. He Cheng revealed this secret information, causing He Bai to be extremely startled. What? There was such a thing. Hei Bai exclaimed in shock. Su Xian'er was Hei Cheng's wife. Over 200 years back, Su Xian'er was no more than a daughter of a concubine in Su tribe. And while she poured wine for Lord Hei Cheng back then in the banquet, Hei Cheng immediately fell in love at first sight. In that banquet, Hei Cheng was poisoned by Su tribe leader, his strength fell to the bottom, and he was hunted down. After Su Xian'er accidentally learned of it, she resolutely rushed out of the tribe in the dead of night to rescue Hei Cheng, whom she had only met once. At that time, Su Xian'er only had rank 1 cultivation, and ferocious beasts roamed the night grassland that were beyond her ability to contend. But under the play of fate, she was able to find the unconscious Hei Cheng. Hei Cheng was thus saved and managed to live. He had then asked Su Xian'er with suspicion, "I was plotted against by your tribe leader, and you are a Su tribesman. Why would you save an enemy of your tribe?" Su Xian'er had answered, "Lord has a noble spirit. This humble girl fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader is short-sighted and plotted against Lord under the persuasion of some petty people, but he never considered the result of offending Hei tribe. If he was allowed to have his way, Su tribe is destined to become a sacrificial pawn between two super tribes. People say, Lord repays a favor received by 100 times. This humble girl saved Lord today and only hopes Lord can give me a place to stay. It is just and proper for Lord to take revenge against Su tribe, but I hope Lord can be merciful and leave behind a trace of bloodline for Su tribe." The moonlight shone on the jade-like beauty with slender and fair hands. Hei Cheng was overwhelmed at this sight. He tightly held Su Xian'er's hand and swore, "Your love is as deep as the sea. I, Hei Cheng, am not a cruel person. How could I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. I will not care for any other beauties, no matter how beautiful they are. In this life, I will never betray you." Su Xian'er saving Hei Cheng was akin to betraying the tribe. Hei Cheng was very grateful and interlinked with her as husband and wife. From that day onwards, the two helped each other, loving and respecting each other their whole life. 100 years later, both became Gu Immortals, becoming a story that spread far and wide in northern plains. And Su Xian's night elopement was also spread wide, encouraging countless women to bravely take the initiative to love. Hei Bai's mood became solemn. Could it be over 20 years ago sister-in-law did not die because of the blessed land's earthly calamity? Hei Cheng scoffed. There was indeed an earthly calamity, but the earthly calamity was influenced by people. Don't forget, brother, old ancestor giant son Immortal Venerable has such methods. Dongfang tribe has entered imperial court many times as a tribe with Huangjin bloodline. They might have received an inheritance relevant to such methods from 88 True Yang building. Sigh, I only have a little evidence. It is not enough to prove Dongfang Chong Fan as the main culprit. Hei Bai remained dazed for quite a while before sighing. You really can't judge people by appearance. Hei Cheng patted his shoulder and comforted in a gentle voice. Brother, you have become a Gu Immortal for less than 10 years. Gu Immortal's circle might not be big, but the treacherous conspiracies inside it are much deeper than between mortals. Hei Bai was just about to speak, when his expression blanked. Hei Lu Lan has sent a letter. Hei Cheng nodded, and with a shift of his mind, loosened the defense over Shao Hun blessed land by a little. The space opened up and in flew a butterfly. Hei Bai stretched his right hand. This butterfly fluttered and gently landed on his palm. This was rank 5 butterfly letter Gu. Hei Bai closed his eyes and concentrated on the butterfly letter Gu from Hei Lu Lan, containing his request. What is it? Did that disappointing child of mine ask you for help again? When Hei Bai opened his eyes, Hei Cheng snorted and asked with a displeased tone. Hei Bai forced a smile. Brother, Hei Lu Lan is you and sister-in-law, Su Xian'er's son. Although sister-in-law suffered and fell seriously ill when giving birth to Hei Lu Lan, leading to her strength being greatly diminished and thus passing away in the earthly calamity several years later, the child is still innocent. You should not disregard him because of it. You even gave him to the 27th concubine Fairy Jiangyu to adopt and did not allow him to light an incense to pay respects to his own mother. Hei Cheng snorted with dissatisfaction, but did not argue. Hei Bai sighed. This is your family affair, and it is truly not my place to meddle. But I have given a lot of thoughts to Big Brother's actions. You sent Hei Lu Lan to be adopted by the childless Fairy Jiangyu in order to preserve Hei Lu Lan's life, though her immortal Gu dark limit. Hei Lu Lan has the 10 extreme physique, great strength, true martial. To stimulate his spirit, you gave him a condition that as long as he advanced to Gu Immortal, he could light the incense for his mother. Little brother deeply admire your actions, but Big Brother, your way of doing things will only deepen the misunderstandings between father and son. It is not a good method. Looking at the long-term drawbacks, Hei Cheng heaved a sigh, not replying Hei Bai, but instead asked, what did that child mention in the request? Hei Bai clapped his palm and smiled. Look, Big Brother, You showed indifference, but you still care about Nephew's safety in your heart. Nephew hopes we can prepare a mutated wolf group and also a rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. Humph, this kid is truly insolent. Lurking soul coat Gu is okay, but our He tribe does not have mutated wolf group. Right now, our He tribe is battling Lu tribe. Lu tribe's current generation tribe leader Lu Wenwu is not someone who can be underestimated. Back then, the inheritance of harmony Immortal fell in his hand. He has 2 sworn brothers. Both are fierce warriors and can match 10,000 soldiers. However, nephew Lu Lan also has a great general under him, Wolf King Chang Shan-yin. This time's request is because he has placed his hopes on Chang Shan-yin. Heibai explained. He Chung mumbled. Rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu is no issue. I have one with me. But mutated wolf group would have to be purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven. I will have to request brother for this. Heibai quickly shook his hand. Brother, you don't have to be so polite. I still need to rely on nephew to enter Imperial Court and find Immortal Gu wooden chicken in 88 True Yang building. He Chung heaved a long sigh and said with an exhausted voice, Great strength true martial physique needs a strength path Immortal Gu to advance to Gu Immortal realm. Unfortunately, Immortal Gu are very difficult to find. Our He tribe also does not have any strength path Immortal Gu. Success and failure is decided by heaven. We can only try our best. We have already done all we can. Now everything will depend on He Lu Lan's efforts and luck. Parents are truly constantly worrying about their children. Heibai sighed inwardly and said his farewell to He Chung. After he returned to his Ku Mu blessed land, he immediately connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and started buying mutated wolves. Wolf emperors could be considered as a strength of blessed land. It was very hard to find Gu Immortals selling them. But mutated wolves were only equivalent to rank 4 and were much easier to find. Heibai was not worried. Mutated beasts were not rare and precious goods, and as long as one had sufficient immortal essence stones, they could buy a large group of them. Of course, spending a lot to buy the mutated wolf group was a loss to Heibai. But he was planning for a Immortal Gu in 88 True Yang building, and it was right for him to invest in the early stages. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the work of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and unless one reached rank 9, no Gu Immortals could enter inside. After the news of buying mutated wolf group in high price was spread, Heibai soon received a divine sense from someone called Fox Immortal. Fox Immortal had over 100 mutated wolves and quoted a rather high price for them. They were clearly taking advantage of Heibai's difficulty. Heibai had already anticipated such a situation. It was only that he had not expected this Fox Immortal to move so quickly at the chance. He gnashed his teeth and bought this group of mutated wolves. The one selling this group of mutated wolves was none other than Little Hu Immortal, who had received Fang Yuan's instructions. Previously, they had resold Immortal Gu recipes and earned dozen or so Immortal Essence stones. Fang Yuan had then instructed Little Hu Immortal to purchase Purple Crystal Relic Gu and also look for any wolf groups sold cheaply at Treasure Yellow Heaven and buy them. Thus, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had accumulated over 100 mutated wolves. Among them were Blood Forest Wolf, Berserk Wolf, Shark Fin Wolf, White Eyes Wolf, and others. Now, by reselling these mutated wolves at high price to Heibai, they had profited quite a bit. As for Fang Yuan, he was calmly resting in the camp, waiting for He tribe's assistance. 529 Diligence. Despite transmigration, it was difficult to move through the muddy swamp, but Ma tribe's army was in high spirits. The happiness of annexing Do tribe army, as well as the excitement of a decisive victory, could still be seen on everyone's faces. Ma Yingjia was riding a horse, and as he looked at the generals and soldiers around him with satisfaction, as an investigative Gu master brought him the latest battle reports. He opened up the documents and read, He tribe and Lu tribe has begun to fight. The first battle resulted in a draw, and currently, both are garrisoned opposite each other. The situation is in a stalemate. Yi Lui army was ambushed at night by the 7 Army Alliance. Yi Lui Sang was very powerful and defeated 6 rank 5 experts one after another, but he was only one person and was unable to save the situation. Currently, Yi Lui tribe's remnant army is fleeing towards Qing and region. Rat King Jiang Baoya has accepted Yang tribe's invitation and has officially entered Yang tribe's alliance. New Air 2 army has not resumed their expedition, instead resting and capturing huge numbers of leopard groups. These battle reports caused Ma Yingjia to smile with joy. He Lu Lan and Lu Wenwu are popular candidates to win this time's Imperial Court contest. I did not think these two would confront each other this early. It will be good if they both suffer. Since Yi Lui Sang obtained Immortal Gu, he is a one-man army. But for Yi Lui tribe to be suddenly attacked by the 7 armies, Snowy Mountain most likely has influence behind it. Ma tribe, to advance to a super tribe, had secretly joined hands with demonic Path Gu Immortals who were coveting after 88 True Yang building. Fang Yuan was Ma tribe's young tribe leader, and thus was aware of the undertable deals of the tribes. Northern Plains was like a huge chessboard while the Gu Immortals were the chess players. Besides righteous path Gu masters, demonic path Gu Immortals also had their own pawns whom they supported. And as the tribes with Huang Jin bloodline were willing to join hands with demonic path Gu Immortals in order to have a better survival chance. If they lost in the struggle for imperial court, these tribes would often enter the blessed lands of the demonic path Gu Immortals to escape from the blizzard disaster. Immortal Gu were rare. Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder had entrusted an immortal Gu to Yi Lui, saying it was equivalent to placing a bet in this game. According to the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, as long as Immortal Gu were snatched by mortals in the struggle for imperial court, the Gu Immortals cannot take them back. Such a huge bet had its corresponding risk. It was because of the Immortal Gu on Yi Lui saying that caused him to be the target of Gu Immortals. Thus they incited 7 armies to ambush Yi Lui army. Rat King has joined Yang tribe, which means an alliance of Rat King and Eagle King Yang Pering, causing this underdog Yang tribe to become a new contender to win the struggle for imperial court. But Yang tribe's foundations are far inferior to our Ma tribe, and Rat King was also already crippled. They aren't of much threat to us. Although new heir 2 is called Leopard King, his leopard group has been inflicted heavy losses. However, he has been capturing wild leopard groups by himself without asking for help from the Gu Immortal behind him. This is a bit strange. But overall, my Ma tribe's situation is still much better. Our next opponents are weaker than us. As long as we keep on winning, continue to devour other tribes and expand, our hopes of entering imperial court will become bigger and bigger. Fang Yuan could not help clenching his fists at this, his eyes letting out a fierce light. The ambitions and goals of a man were pushing him to establish great feats and accomplishments. And at the same time, within the high-spirited army was a little girl who was weeping in a carriage. Lady Xiao Yun, don't keep on grieving. Your father's death was a heart-rending event, but you need to eat. If not, you will faint from hunger. Beside the little girl, the anxious Fei Kai was comforting her in a clumsy way. This weeping little girl was none other than Zhao Lianyun. Her father, Zhao tribe's leader, had sacrificed his life in the previous large battle. Losing the protection of the father who loved her dearly, Zhao Lianyun immediately felt her world toppling. On the very night of her father's death, her stepmother remarried the new Zhao tribe leader, and Zhao Lianyun's position took a sharp dive. There will always be deaths in war. This is normal. My father was also killed by others. Fei Kai continued to persuade Zhao Lianyun when he saw she was still crying. Zhao Lianyun suddenly raised her head while sobbing, looking at Fei Kai with an insoluble hatred in her tear-filled eyes, and kicked him. You idiot! You don't even know how to comfort people. The sorrow in her heart was not fake. Although she inexplicably arrived in this world, and it had not been long since her arrival, her father's love towards her was filled with sincerity. She was very grateful for this genuine love, and her dependence on him had slowly grown into true affection. But now, her father had died in the battlefield, making her alone and helpless. Missy, you were hiding here. You really caused much trouble for me. Quick, follow me. Your mother is calling you. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted open by the old caretaker, who then grabbed Zhao Lianyun's small arm. Zhao Lianyun struggled and shouted, My mother is dead. She is not my mother. I won't go. This is not up to you. The old caretaker scoffed and tried to forcibly drag Zhao Lianyun out of the carriage. When she had been serving Zhao Lianyun, she was teased and pranked by Zhao Lianyun time and again. Now, as she looked at Zhao Lianyun's miserable state, the old caretaker felt the pleasure of taking revenge. Let go of Lady Xiao Yun. Fei Kai shouted and punched the old caretaker. The old caretaker fell out of the carriage from this heavy punch. She stood up and touched her eye that had become purple from the bruise. She screamed in a shrill voice. You hit me. A slave dared to hit a civilian? Who gave you such big guts? I will report you. You are going to die. You will be skinned alive, and your corpse will be hung up in the sunlight till it dries up. The old caretaker was extremely furious, and with her unkempt hair and sinister gaze, she looked like a hopping old hen. However, her scream had indeed attracted the surrounding people. Fei Kai clenched his fists and furiously stared at the old caretaker while firmly protecting Zhao Lianyun behind him. Zhao Lianyun pushed aside Fei Kai's arm and stood on the carriage. Her fair face still had tear stains. She looked at the old caretaker and scoffed. What was it? You want to punish Fei Kai? All right, report him, but according to the rules, you need to first inform his master to demand compensation. Since it is so, go look for young tribe leader. Fei Kai is Lord Ma Ying's slave leader. What? The old caretaker cried out in shock. Her screams abruptly stopped, and the anger in her heart dissipated like a tide, only leaving behind an extreme terror. This rash, stupid kid was actually Lord Ma Ying's personal slave? Moreover, he was Lord Ma Yingjia's slave leader who was in charge of his everyday life. One needed to look at the owner before beating the dog. The old caretaker might be a civilian with a status higher than that of a slave, but it was a different matter when Fei Kai was Ma Yingjia's slave leader. If she truly reported recklessly, she might instead be sacrificed by Zhao tribe. After the shock, the old caretaker who had lost her face greatly looked gloomy. She rigidly stared at Zhao Lianyun. Little girl, even young tribe leader Ma Yingjia's slave leader cannot protect you. You are a person of Zhao tribe. Even after your death, you will be our Zhao tribe's ghost. Your mother is our Zhao tribe's current tribe lady. Listen to me properly. Tribe lady has already arranged your marriage to Wei tribe's eldest young master. Now behave properly. What? Zhao Lianyun involuntarily cried out. Marrying to Wei tribe's eldest young master is your blessing. The old caretaker sinisterly smiled. Zhao Lianyun's whole body shook and fell down on the wooden board of the carriage. Lady Xiaoyun. Fei Kai quickly supported her. The old caretaker felt incomparable pleasure at this sight and left with immense satisfaction. She still needed report to Zhao tribe's tribe lady. Zhao Lianyun was expressionlessly. This immense shock left her in a dazed state filled with despair, allowing Fei Kai to hold her in the carriage. For 3 days, she curled up at a corner of the carriage, without moving or speaking. Fei Kai's persuasion was of no use, and could only helplessly feed her. Zhao Lianyun was like a wooden puppet, letting Fei Kai control her. Fei Kai also could not accompany her all the time, and every time Ma Yingjie summoned him, he would immediately leave. This sudden change of events and this ice-cold reality shattered the foolish pride Zhao Lianyun had as a transmigrator. She suddenly had a profound realization. A transmigrator is nothing special. Why did I think I could whip up a storm in this world after being so ordinary in my previous world? Moreover, women were discriminated in Northern Plains and were treated as goods to be used for political marriage. Northern Plains women could only adhere to men and could not refuse a man's forceful marriage. This was a rule set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Previously, when she heard of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's deeds, she felt like she was listening to a story, listening to a legend of a hero. But now, she was personally experiencing the torment caused by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Women are like clothes while brothers are like our hands and feet. This was the favorite catchphrase of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He pulled apart the status of man and woman to an extremely unfair level. Now he had become the most detestable person in Zhao Lianyun's heart. No wonder Su Xian's night elopement story pierced so deep into people's hearts, causing Northern Plains women to eagerly imitate it. Rather than passively suffering fate's arrangement, it is better to take the initiative to chase after one's happiness. But this carries unknown risks. As she thought of this, Zhao Lianyun's awareness of the vile living environment deepened by another layer. Wei tribe's eldest young master is a famous trash. He is fat like a pig with pockmarks all over his face and only at rank 1 peak stage, but is extremely lecherous and very fickle-hearted. It is because of his incompetence, Wei tribe's young tribe leader position went to his younger brother. I won't marry that pig even if I die. But what should I do? I am only a mortal, and since I haven't reached 13, I cannot awaken my aperture and cannot cultivate. It is also possible that I don't have any cultivation aptitude. And the person who killed my father is Do Yi, a rank 5 Gu master who has sided with my tribe now, and is now a higher-up of the alliance. Who can I rely on? What path should I take? Bewilderment, hesitation, and fear filled Zhao Lianyun's heart. In the early morning of the 4th day, Fei Kai lifted up the carriage curtain and entered with food and clean water. The light of the dawn followed the curtain opening and shone on Zhao Lianyun's face. Zhao Lianyun woke up, slowly opening her swollen eyes. You brought food. She grabbed the food from Fei Kai's hand and began to devour it. Lady Xiaoyun, are you okay? Fei Kai was happy at this change. Yes, I have thought it through. It is better to rely on myself. Although I have been bound by the wedding betrothment, it can only be implemented when I am 16. I still have time. Zhao Lianyun's gaze shone like fire. Ah, Lady Xiaoyun, you don't accept the betrothal? Fei Kai was startled. In his impression, Northern Plains could only accept their fate when their marriage was decided. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and spoke in a righteous tone. Humph, I am not an ordinary person. I absolutely won't compromise. But I cannot go to the tribe now and can only live here for some time and rely on you, Fei Kai. No problem. Fei Kai patted his chest, laughing foolishly. Zhao Lianyun's heart warmed and her tone turned softer. Fei Kai, your father also died in battlefield? Yes, he died. I was heartbroken during that time. But death is normal in Northern Plains. Father died in battle. He died a glorious death. Fei Kai said with a smile. As expected, winter takes it all. Under the dazzling and splendid throne lies a path of bones. Zhao Lianyun sighed, before cursing. What a scam. I crossed over to this world and have yet to mature, but my fate has already been decided by others. I can't even begin to feel anger. A letter was placed in front of Fang Yuan. This special letter was openly sent by the enemy and was now brought over by cunning gentleman Sun Shirhan. Fang Yuan opened it and read. This letter was personally written by Chang Biao, reminiscing the past and how they were on opposite sides now. He was inviting Wolf King to have a discussion before the battle and reminisce about the old times. And at that time, he could let Xing Jiu meet his father. Great ploy. Fang Yuan scoffed and placed down the letter. At this time, Sun Shirhan smiled. The mutated wolf group and rank 5 lurking soul code Gu have both arrived. But the higher-ups of the alliance are hesitating because of this letter. They are hoping Lord Wolf King would battle against your kin in the name of righteousness to prove your innocence. Otherwise, I'm afraid this mutated wolf group. Chapter 530. Adjusting his appearance for him Lu tribe defense line, inside the camp tent. Mother, what kind of person was father? Xing Jiu had a hesitant expression. After a long while, he asked the burning question in his heart. He had never met Chang Shanyin. Back then when Chang Shanyin's mother died from poison, and when Chang Shanyin fought to the death with Hatu Gu, Chang Jiu was only an unborn child in his mother's womb. His mother and Xue Tong had a frowned expression as she breathed out, using a nostalgic tone. My child, has your heart wavered? Don't forget our current circumstances. Don't worry about your father. He is a legend in Northern Plains. Back then he killed Hatu Gu and the bandit single-handedly. He is a hero who exterminated a great threat for the people. Chang Jiu interrupted his mother. Mother, I'm sick of hearing that. Since birth, I've been hearing these stories all my life. Wherever I go, whatever I do, people will say, oh look, as expected of Chang Shanyin's son. Father is like the eagle in the sky, flying high and casting his shadow on the ground. In a few days, I will be meeting him. My heart is in a mess. I just want to hear his. Chang Jiu was still speaking when the tent flap was opened, as a domineering middle-aged man with a powerful aura walked in. It was Chang tribe's current tribe leader, Chang Shanyin's brother, rank 4 upper stage wind path expert, Chang Biao. Greetings to Lord Stepfather. Chang Jiu quickly paid respects. My child, go out first. I need to talk with your mother. Chang Biao said gently. Yes. Chang Jiu had to leave the tent. Once the flap was closed, with the guards outside, there were only Chang Biao and Xue Tong left in the tent. Husband, Xue Tong jumped into Chang Biao's embrace, tears flowing out of her weak and feeble eyes. Sigh, I know you have been feeling terrible these days. Chang Biao embraced Xue Tong as he caressed her hair softly. At the same time, he used his Gu worm to isolate the place from the outside. Xue Tong sobbed. Yuer has been asking me about Chang Shanyin again. What should I say? Do you know, just now I had the urge and almost told him the truth, that he is not Chang Shanyin's flesh and blood, that he is the crystallization of our love. Chang Biao's body shuddered. He was also feeling great conflict and pain in his heart. He solemnly said, this is all my fault for being useless. Back then we were childhood friends. It was Chang Shanyin who came into the picture abruptly and lusted after your beauty. On the day of our marriage, he snatched you away. I was not his match. I could only find you at night secretly, and that resulted in our son Chang Jiu. But once he was born, if his bloodline was examined, the truth would be out and we would be doomed. Thus, I and Hatu Gu cooperated and plotted against Chang Shanyin. Next, I used my status as Chang Shanyin's brother to marry you and make Chang Jiu my godson. These years, although the tribe isn't in good shape, this is the happiest years of our lives. Chang Jiu was successfully made young tribe leader by me. But precisely so, you cannot expose this secret. Once the secret is exposed, Chang Biao and Xue Tong would get publicly shamed. They would be called an adulterous couple, and they will never be able to raise their heads again. They even caused harm to an expert of the tribe. For their own selfish motives, they disregarded the tribe's situation. It was truly a heinous crime. As for Chang Jiu, he would be the shameful, illegitimate child. Be it his young tribe leader position or Chang Biao's tribe leader position, they would be at risk of being taken, as people with ambitions would target them. Righteous Path had its own rules. All along, Chang Biao had been taking care of his deceased brother's wife and treated his godson as his own. Such brotherhood was admirable, such gracefulness was praised widely. And exactly because of this, Chang Biao held a small advantage and became Chang tribe's new tribe leader. Once this truth was exposed, he would lose everything. The ambitionists in the tribe would not let him go. In order to recruit Chang Shanyin, Lu Wenwu would not give up this chance. By then, his only option would be to escape with Xue Tong and his own flesh and blood Chang Jiu, becoming a demonic Gu master. He would be despised by his tribe and chased by his tribe. Why? Why is longevity heaven doing this to us? We love each other so dearly, yet we end up in such a spot. Chang Shanyin was the real culprit. He is an evil person. Why is he praised? As for us, we can only wear a mask to live, even lying to our own son. Xue Tong cried profusely. She was very emotional. These days, she had been under a lot of pressure. Ever since Changshan Yin reappeared, she had not been sleeping well. Her former nightmare reappeared, causing her to fall into deep worry. Do you think that Lu Tribe Alliance leader is trying to recruit Changshan Yin? If Changshan Yin agrees, would we have to go back to that life? Changshan Yin is taking revenge everywhere now. Will he find out the fact that we plotted against him? If he returns to the tribe, what will we do? Lying in her lover's embrace, Xue Tong asked multiple questions as she raised her neck. It won't happen, it won't. Don't think of it as such a severe situation. Chang Biao gently consoled the woman of his life. Firstly, Changshan Yin has not found out we were the culprit. Otherwise, with his nature, he would have declared it long ago and caused our reputation to go down the drain. He is only suspicious of Chang tribe having a traitor, but he does not know who. Lu Alliance leader does want to recruit Changshan Yin. He is Wolf King after all, an enslavement pathmaster. Any alliance would welcome him and get his assistance. But Lord Lu Wenwu is not a normal person. He knows clearly in his heart that there is little hope of getting the Wolf King to come over. His greatest intention is to sow discord and waver the Wolf King's fighting spirit. Think about it. Changshan Yin does not know about Chang Jiu's true identity. He thinks this is his son. As a father, what would he be thinking? Blood is thicker than water. When Changshan Yin thinks about Chang Jiu being killed by his wolf group, would he go all out in the upcoming battle? Is that so? Xue Tong heard this and calmed down. All right, stop worrying. I am here. Chang Biao patted Xue Tong's back with an affectionate gaze. The tent was filled with the warmth of love. But this kind of atmosphere, how long would it last? Neither Chang Biao nor Xue Tong had any confidence in this. Whoosh. A person broke the large lizard house Gu's window and crashed in. Cunning gentleman's son Shi Han sprawled on the ground. His face was bruised as he shouted loudly with a fearful and vicious expression. Wolf King attacked. Wolf King attacked me. He is revolting. He is murdering us. Help. Save me. Sun Shi Han was a popular person near He Lu Lan. His shouts quickly attracted many Gu masters. Fang Yuan snorted, jumping out of the window and giving Sun Shi Han another kick. Sun Shi Han did not dare to activate his Gu worm. He could only evade. But Fang Yuan changed his attack just in time, sweeping with his right fist and slamming into Sun Shi Han's nose. Sun Shi Han groaned. Just as he got up from the ground, he fell again. His entire face was full of blood, his nose bridge was broken and 2 of his front teeth fell out. He was in a pathetic state. But the Gu masters who came did not do anything. They breathed a sigh of relief secretly. Be it Fang Yuan or Sun Shi Han, they did not use their Gu worms. This was not breaking the rules, it was merely a small scuffle. When people interacted, there was bound to be conflict. As arguments occur, it was normal to get physical. As long as Gu worms were not used to fight, the poison vow would not be violated. Changshan Yin, you are too arrogant. Your wife and children are at the enemy's camp. I am only reminding you out of kindness. You actually got furious and beat me. You are definitely guilty. Sun Shi Han crawled up, shouting with his shrill voice. The words caused the surrounding Gu masters to talk among themselves. Chang tribe and Changshan Yin's relationship was known to all. These days, He tribe army had been talking about it. Seeing Sun Shi Han's smug and vicious gaze, Fang Yuan laughed in disdain. He did not say a thing, but instead, responded with his fist. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan's attacks were full of strength. Although Sun Shi Han had some strength path foundation, how could it compare to Fang Yuan's immense investment in the strength path? After several moves, he was beaten on the floor again, lying there as he was punched and kicked. Wolf King is amazing. Although he is an enslavement path master, his strength path foundation is very strong. Everyone was shocked. Great fight. I had wanted to thrash this scoundrel cunning gentleman long ago. Some of the army's higher-ups smirked. Changshan Yin, you think I am easy to bully? Sun Shi Han was thrashed until his body felt pain all over. His head was in a daze as his heart was filled with rage and humiliation. You still have the strength to speak. Fang Yuan snorted as he unleashed another round of punches. Sun Shi Han was beaten to a pulp. He vomited blood as his front teeth all fell off. Even the teeth at the back of his mouth were shaking. Wolf King is so ruthless. Sun Shi Han is a rank 4 expert after all. To think he was beaten defenseless. What a weakling. Stupid. He made a poison vow and could not use Gu worms. In terms of close combat, Wolf King is an enslavement path master. He would definitely be suppressed by Sun Shi Han. The discussions became louder, be it Changshan Yin or Sun Shi Han. They were people with great authority. Right now they were brawling it out. Such a scene was rare. Everyone was watching with bright eyes. Sun Shi Han heard the comments and felt humiliated. He almost gritted his teeth off. Although he barely had any left. He wanted to resist, but neither his strength nor moves were Fang Yuan's match. He could not take a thrashing. Endure, I must endure. If I use a Gu, I would truly lose. I need to wait for Alliance Leader to come and uphold justice for me. Changshan Yin will get it. Sun Shirhan screamed in his heart. Alliance Leader is here. Greetings to Lord Alliance Leader. The surrounding people went into chaos as they quickly gave way. He Lulan, Hao Ji Lu, and others came to the area. Seeing this, He Lulan frowned as he asked Fang Yuan coldly, "What is going on?" Sun Shirhan's body shuddered. Using a mystical source of strength, he struggled as he crawled up and shouted, "Alliance Leader, please seek justice for me." Plop. Before he finished, Fang Yuan stepped on his head as he used great force, causing Sun Shirhan's entire face to sink into the soil. He Lulan shouted loudly, "Stop it! Wolf King, what are you doing?" He is revolting. He is revolting, Sun Shirhan shouted loudly. His mouth was filled with soil as he spoke unclearly. Fang Yuan sneered, exerting strength and stepping 3 times, burying Sun Shirhan's voice in the soil. Sun Shirhan's nose and mouth were blocked. His head also suffered a great hit. He felt dizzy and suffocation. His limbs struggled wildly, but he could do nothing against Fang Yuan's strength. He Lulan's face turned pitch black like charcoal. Fang Yuan's gaze was like a dagger, staring coldly at him and the Gu masters behind him. "Can't you all see what I am doing? I am thrashing him." He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan angrily, shouting, "Wolf King, give me a clear explanation. Why did you beat him up? Are you really trying to rebel?" Fang Yuan laughed in disdain, saying slowly, "No need to be angry, He tribe leader. If I wanted to rebel, why would I need to make such a din?" Saying so, he let go of Sun Shirhan. Sun Shirhan lost the pressure and bounced up, desperately gasping for air like he was suffocating. But Fang Yuan stepped again, this time on his right cheek. Sun Shirhan used both his hands to pull Fang Yuan's feet, but he was already weak and out of energy. Just like this, he was stepped on the face by someone in public. His reputation was ruined. Fang Yuan said slowly and casually, "Although I have not thought of rebelling, I do not want any schemes or plots to fall on my wife and children. During the battle, I will do my part and fight with my full strength. By then, if they die, that would be their honor to die on the battlefield. Since I, Wolf King, have joined the He army, I would not change my stance just because of relationships." However, saying so, he raised his head as he laughed arrogantly. "It is your own business to be suspicious. That has nothing to do with me. All the mutated beast groups that I want are exchanged using my battle merit. This is a fair trade. I have never owed you anything. Hey tribe leader, if you are suspicious of me, you can take away the mutated beast wolf groups and not let me control them. In the future battle, I swear in the name of the Wolf King, I will still go all out." "You." He Lulan was furious. Fang Yuan ignored his threat and in fact, threatened him instead. "Being suspicious is your problem. You can keep the mutated wolves to yourselves. If we lose the battle, that will be your responsibility." Can He Lulan not give them to him? He had the great strength, true martial physique. Even if he used dark limit Immortal Gu, he was starting to feel the inability to suppress it. He needed a strength path Immortal Gu to advance to Gu Immortal Realm. However, Wolf King created a din and made everyone know about this. If he did not give him the mutated beast group, what would the army think of him? They would think that He Lulan refused to utilize Wolf King despite him being here. Like the saying goes, a man being used cannot be suspected while a suspected man cannot be used. If he loses the battle, everyone would begrudge He Lulan. "Good. You are amazing, Wolf King." He Lulan's gaze was cold. He laughed out of anger. "Of course I know the Wolf King's loyalty, but why did you beat up Sun Shirhan? He is your alliance mate. The enemy is before us, yet you engage in internal scuffle. What are you trying to do?" Fang Yuan shrugged. "This is my fault, because this Sun Shirhan looks way too ugly. He made my heart feel bad. Thus, I thrashed him and adjusted his appearance for him. As expected, he looks much better now. This was my personal action. I will take responsibility for it. According to the rules, I have to compensate Sun Shirhan 10,000 battle merits. No worries, I will compensate him." Sun Shirhan heard this and his anger rushed to his brain. He vomited out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The words made all the Gu master experts present unable to hold in their laughter. It was too satisfying. There were many who were unhappy with this scoundrel Sun Shirhan. Fang Yuan's assault was truly soothing their hearts. Even Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze towards Fang Yuan turned to admiration. He felt that although this Changshan Yin was ruthless, he did not strike at his family, but still maintained his righteousness and standpoint. He had his limits and was a true man. He Lulan's expression turned even darker. Sun Shirhan was his man. Fang Yuan beating him up in public was also slapping He Lulan's face. Fang Yuan said it easily, but his battle merits were still in the negative. But what could He Lulan do? To deal with Lu tribe army, he needed to rely on the Wolf King's strength. Threatening the Wolf King was to make him carry the sin of killing his own tribesmen, so that his reputation would be affected, allowing He Lulan to control him more easily. But since threats had no effect, He Lulan only had one option left, that was to comply. Chapter 531. Huge Battle. January 4th. The mornings of northern plains were getting colder. White frost covered the grassland, and people blew out vapor when they breathed. The two armies, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, were confronting each other. Banners fluttered in the sky, and the troops' formation were as dense as forests. Lu tribe and He tribe had rested and reorganized for over a dozen days after the first battle before sending the war letter, and today, they both came out to battle once again. Second brother, you went out the previous time. It is my turn now. Mo Shirkwang restlessly shouted and impatiently charged towards the front. Mo Shirkwang's white hair fluttered, his black skin and panther-like eyes shone. His momentum was thunderous as he shouted, "Who seeks death? This black barbarian again." He tribe's higher-ups felt anger and fear at the sight of Mo Shirkwang. In the battle before, many rank 4 Gu masters had lost their lives at Mo Shirkwang's hands. Mo Shirkwang's brutal fighting style caused people to be fearful. He Lulan scoffed, his expression much relaxed than before. He looked at the two new faces in the main tent. Who among you would like to go first? These two were Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. Their name of Demonic Path's twin demons was spread far and wide. In their early days, Demonic Path's twin demons had received Tai by Yunsheng's grace and swore to repay him. Not long ago, Tai by Yunsheng used a letter Gu to try calling them. And a few days ago, they took the initiative to side with He tribe army. The addition of the two of them immediately filled the gap between He tribe and Lu tribe army and allowed He tribe's higher rank strength to be free from the previous strained circumstances. Demonic Path's twin demons were inseparable, but the rule of the challenge was that every side could only send one person to battle. The two glanced at each other, already having discussed according to the intel He tribe had given them. Zhu Zai stood up and slightly bowed. I shall go. He Lulan nodded. Mo Shirkwang stared at Zhu Zai's arrival, revealing a happy expression. A rank 4 peak stage, good. But you don't look that impressive. I hope you won't go down with just a few punches. Zhu Zai snorted and activated a Gu. His body then rapidly charged forward like an artillery shell. Mo Shirkwang stood at the spot while licking his dried lips, prepared to receive the attack. Boom. Zhu Zai ruthlessly smashed against Mo Shirkwang, creating an explosive sound like that of crackling thunder. The berserk collision of strength resulted in Zhu Zai retreating several steps, while Mo Shirkwang was directly sent flying. Third brother, be careful. This person is Zhu Zai of the Demonic Path's twin demons. He cultivates Strength Path. Lu Wenwu reminded in a loud voice from the main tent. Ha, Strength Path Gu Master? Great. I like fighting with such exciting opponents. Mo Shirkwang spurted out blood from the injury. He jumped up from the ground, the injury making him more excited instead. A crazed look appeared on his coal-like inky black skin, a loud sound echoed. His aura started surging, and Mo Shirkwang charged towards Zhu Zai, courting death. Zhu Zai smiled sinisterly as he pounced forward as well. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides engaged in close combat. Their attacks were so fierce and heavy that the collision produced a series of explosive sounds. Mo Shirkwang was a Chi Path Gu master and was using his weakness to fight the enemy's strong point. But he unexpectedly was not in a disadvantage while fighting such an intense battle with the Strength Path Gu master Zhu Zai. Strange. Could it be that this Mo Shirkwang cultivates both Chi and Strength Path? He tribe camp was in a state of shock. It is not like that. Mo Shirkwang looks like he is fighting close combat. But in truth, his punches are not really landing physically. Instead, he has a translucent Chi armor over his body, which he explodes by using Chi Explosion Gu at the same time, creating an explosive strength comparable to Strength Path. Cunning Gentleman Sun Shirhan said in a solemn voice. He was specialized in investigating, and with careful observation, he managed to see through the trick Mo Shirkwang was playing. By synergizing with Chi Explosion Gu, Chi Armor Gu became a weapon that could both attack and defend. Gu masters relied on their wits to use Gu. Often, the coordination of different Gu worms could form a complementing effect. This Mo Shirkwang is really fierce. This is the first time I saw someone actually suppressing Brother Zhu Zai head-on. Gao Yang's expression was solemn. He had been observing the battle since the start. He was extremely familiar with Zhu Zai and understood Zhu Zai was already using almost all his strength. But the enemy, however, was moving so easily and was clearly much relaxed. Suddenly, the mad growl of a boar exploded in the air. The beast phantom of a Grand Emperor boar that was as large as an elephant and had awe-inspiring might appeared in the air. Grand Emperor boar was a mutated boar. Its strength could not be looked down on. After a dozen or so moves, Zhu Zai finally unleashed a beast phantom. Instantly, his offensive power rose sharply, and Mo Shikuang was caught unprepared as the huge strength struck him and sent him rolling on the ground. Xue Song Zi took the chance to chase him and activated his trump card. The Grand Emperor Boar Phantom gradually disappeared from the air before condensing again. Moreover, another 2 Grand Emperor Boar Phantoms also appeared. 3 Grand Emperor Boar Strength. Boom. The enormous strength burst out, causing Xue Song Zi's every punch to create sonic booms. Mo Shikuang felt a sense of crisis and laughed madly. Interesting. Come, I will show you my true strength. He activated his movement Gu and swiftly flew up, easily dodging the attack of Xue Song Zi's 3 Boar Strength. Xue Song Zi's punch landed on the ground, creating a huge crater with stones and mud flying everywhere. Mo Shikuang's white hair fluttered in the air as he hovered in the air. He then sent punches after punches towards Xue Song Zi. Aura. Fist chi smashed down like a meteor rain. Xue Song Zi kept on dodging while also striking back and destroying these fist chi. But soon after, he was falling into a disadvantage. Facing a chi path opponent, Xue Song Zi's strength path's most common weakness started becoming obvious. He was not like Fang Yuan who had strength chi gu. Xue Song Zi lacked long-range attacking methods, and Mo Shikuang was able to quickly suppress him after changing his battle tactics. Not good. Brother Xue Song Zi won't be able to hold on if he keeps on defending. Gao Yang knew Xue Song Zi's strengths and weaknesses and was very anxious at this scene as he immediately asked to be sent to battle. He Lulan also saw the unfavorable situation and immediately agreed. A mere variant human. I will teach you a lesson. Gao Yang softly shouted. Mist started curling around him before condensing into a ribbon that pushed him forward. Don't even think of using numbers as an advantage. Ouyang Baisang snorted and moved almost at the same time. His speed was very fast, intercepting Gao Yang midway. Gao Yang was concerned about Xue Song Zi and did not even have any thoughts of fighting Ouyang Baisang as he activated Cloud Rope Gu from a distance. Milky white mist surged around Ouyang Baisang before condensing into a rope which firmly bound him. Gao Yang was specialized in defense and pinning down enemies, while Xue Song Zi was specialized in attacking and investigation. The cooperation between the two complemented each other very well. Ouyang Baisang struggled. The cloud rope shook and broke before condensing again, and actually had the signs of multiplying. Ouyang Baisang was furious as he started transferring his primeval essence into Azure Zombie Gu in his aperture and transforming into a zombie. With the transformation into Azure Zombie, his defense and strength surged. Rapidly, Ouyang Baisang growled and completely broke the cloud rope with 3 times the strength. He stamped his foot and flew to the air, blocking Gao Yang again. Azure Zombie was one of the 5 great flying zombie Gu. It naturally had the ability to fly. Gao Yang simply did not want to tangle with Ouyang Baisang. His brows furrowed deeply as he looked at Ouyang Baisang blocking him again, and knew the other wanted to provide time for Mo Shikuang to kill Xue Song Zi. At this thought, he directly activated his trump card Gu. Rank 5, Treacherous Cloud Wave Gu. His primeval sea rapidly fell down, almost lowering by half. A gray cloud that was as big as a carriage surged with dark red light floating inside, and rapidly flew towards Ouyang Baisang. Ouyang Baisang moved around and dodged few times, but this cloud followed him like a shadow and finally covered him. The instant Ouyang Baisang was struck by Treacherous Cloud Wave Gu, he felt his sense of direction was lost. His mind seemed to work extremely slowly, and his thoughts were slowed down by many times. He could not differentiate which way was east and which was west, and even lost the sense of up and down, left and right. For a moment, as he was covered in the gray cloud, he was like a headless fly that was tossing around in the sky. Mo Shikuang, don't be too rampant. Gao Yang left Ouyang Baisang and finally was able to reinforce Xue Song Zi in time. The two combined their strength, and with their deep tacit understanding, even Mo Shikuang, who was fierce and fearless, was being gradually suppressed. But the three had exchanged no more than over 20 moves when they heard Ouyang Baisang's shout. Azure transformation. Instantly, 6 thick arms which looked like they were casted in bronze stretched out through the gray cloud. From outside, one could vaguely see the figure, inside the gray cloud, inflating like a balloon. Ouyang Baisang used his killer move, his battle strength exploding by several times. His body shook, shaking the dim and lightless gray cloud into dispersing. You despicable scoundrels, die. Ouyang Baisang was thoroughly furious as he flew into the air and attacked Gao Yang and Xue Song Zi with Mo Shikuang. With such an expert joining the battle, Xue Song Zi and Gao Yang were forced to passively defend. The situation had dramatically turned into that of a crisis. Alliance leader, Gao Yang and Xue Song Zi are experts we must have. We cannot let them die like this. Tai Bai Yunxing saw the situation had turned bad and immediately spoke up. Sir's words are reasonable. He Lulan was solemn, and suddenly stood up from his seat. Although Gao Yang and Xue Song Zi had joined them, He tribe was still weaker than Lu tribe in terms of higher ranked strength. He Lulan waved his hand, and just like what he saw Fang Yuan doing, sent the order for an all-out war. The command was sent, and the army began to move. Lu Wenwu sneered. You could not win an expert's challenge, and now come to gang up. Good, I will accompany you. Bugles rang and war drums shook the battlefield. Lu tribe army also moved out. Two sides, both with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, surged towards the other like a torrent. The distance between the two armies was quickly cut down, and when they were few hundred steps afar, Gu masters began to attack almost at the same time. For a moment, large numbers of pill fire, icicles, bone spears and wind blades shot towards the enemies. Light armors, bone shields, water barriers, and all kinds of defensive abilities were also activated. The originally simple scene had turned into a gorgeous painting of all colors. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks from both sides landed on each other almost at the same time. Like a rainstorm falling down on the lake, ripples started spreading. Only a few Gu masters with bad luck died, or were heavily injured in the intense storm of attack. Most of the Gu masters continued to attack till the army of the both sides collided. Like the collision of two torrents, blood splattered and chaos descended. Chapter 532. Huge battle, 2 out of 4. At once, even Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, Mo Shikuang, and Ouyang Baisang's battles were interrupted by the huge influx of people. The two armies intertwined completely, as fighting sounds erupted and filled the heavens. Waterfall Gu. In the chaotic battle, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu pushed with his palms as a great current burst forth, sweeping the Gu masters in front of him irregardless of alliance. Great Tornado Gu. A large dark green tornado over tens of meters tall swept the battlefield. Everywhere it went, humans and beasts flew into the air as they lost their balance. The tornado dispersed and revealed Chang Biao within. He was floating in the air with his green robe. He had an overwhelming aura. He and Hao Ji Lu were not far away. Naturally, the two rank 4 experts made eye contact with each other. The next moment, there were no trash talks. They fought immediately. A flash of golden lightning pierced the battlefield. All the He tribe Gu masters in its path lost their lives. The golden light dispersed, and a stoic man with broad shoulders and thin waist appeared. It was Pei Yin Fei. Chang Shanin. Today, I will behead you and take revenge for what happened back then. Pei Yin Fei was overflowing with battle intent. Fire was burning within him when suddenly, his gaze concentrated and he activated his defensive Gu in time. Behind him, a lump of shadow exploded. The shadow was deep and profound, turning into multiple sword shadows as it attacked his back, causing Pei Yin Fei to sway violently. It's you, Shadow Sword Expert. Pei Yin Fei stabilized his footing as he looked at the Gu master who attacked him, his gaze becoming serious. Bian Si Xian, who had a black veil covering her face, laughed. Lord Pei Yin Fei is too courteous. She spoke very respectfully, but her actions were not. The black shadow swords appeared again like a windmill, engulfing Pei Yin Fei. Then I shall kill you first. Pei Yin Fei laughed loudly as he charged forward. Our battle has not ended. Where are you two going? Ouyang Baisang, Mo Shikuang came before the demonic path twin demons. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai felt bitter. They could only continue and engage in battle with Ouyang Baisang and Mo Shikuang. As the Gu master experts continued fighting, their battle rings formed into distinct areas, and the chaotic battlefield gradually became clear. Tens of large battle rings were filled with rank 4 to 5 experts. Outside the large rings, there were small battle rings with rank 3 Gu masters as the main strength. Outside the small rings, low-rank Gu masters form into groups as they fought together in teams. As the main commander, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu were sitting in their main tents, observing the battle situation. At times, they gave orders and dispatched their elite troops to areas of the battlefield to stabilize the situation or to pursue their advantage. The giant battlefield soon gave off the thick scent of blood. Gu masters continued to fall. Some were turned into icicles, while others were charred. Some were torn to pieces while others were poisoned to death. The clean grassland became a weird monster, devouring fresh blood and life every minute and second. The battle was so intense. After a while, He Lulan and Lu Wenwu were both breaking out in cold sweat. Large numbers of casualties made their hearts turn cold. The intensity of battle made people's hearts go numb. To maintain the situation, the two quickly dispatched their trump cards, the elite troops. Only the Black Banner elite troops and Grand White elite were left to control the area. As time flowed, deaths and injuries became less. After all, the explosive strength only appeared at the start. By now, Gu masters experienced intense primeval essence expenditure and were starting to reduce their usage. This way, the battle intensity started to decrease. The battle entered a stalemate. The two armies were like two giants competing at equal strength. Either side could snowball from a tiny advantage until they emerged victorious and become the winner of the battlefield. Our higher-level battle strength are doing well. Wolf King, now that the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu is in your hands, together with the mutated beast wolf group, the rest will be up to you. He Lulan transmitted with his Gu worm. At the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was already not in the main tent, but lurking somewhere on the battlefield. His exact location was not known by He Lulan either. Fang Yuan received He Lulan's words, but he did not reply. He mobilized the wolf group and started to sprint in 2 directions. Lu tribe Gu masters subconsciously chased after them, but this way, the tight formation was loosened. How? A group of over 800 mutated beast wolf group, comprising white-eyes wolves, blood forest wolves, frenzy wolves, shark fin wolves. The wolf group was like a sharp arrow, shooting out and piercing towards Lu tribe's main camp. Fang Yuan's attack was a fatal blow. It was vicious and cruel, striking at the enemy's vital points. A group of mutated beasts reinforcement as expected, huh? Lu Wenwu looked at the charging wolves that disrupted his formation. Large numbers of Gu masters lost their lives to the wolves as he frowned deeply. He tribe's Gu immortal supplying mutated wolves was information easy to obtain. It was no secret. Lu Wenwu was unfazed. He had Lu tribe's Gu immortals backing him as well, along with the entire Lu tribe. He had his ways of dealing with this mutated beast wolf group. Bei Chao Chuan, it is time to strike. Lu Wenwu instructed the Gu master beside him. Bei Chao Chuan was expressionless, standing up from his seat as he frowned. I can only last for 7 minutes. Lu Wenwu nodded. No worry, go ahead. Bei Chao Chuan walked out of the main tent, his primeval essence rapidly expending as he activated the Gu worm that he had obtained not long ago. The refreshing aura of grass and would spread from his body, for a radius of 100 li. All the grass within the range of this aura grew wildly. In a few breaths' time, they grew taller than a man's height. The large blades of grass intertwined, forming rank 2 grass soldier puppets. Soon, there were 1,000 grass soldier puppets. Bei Chao Chuan activated his Gu worm, as a jade-colored light rained down. The grass puppets were bathed in the green rain water, as a portion of them advanced to rank 3 rot 10 shell grass soldiers. At the same time, the rank 2 grass puppets were still growing. Bei Chao Chuan activated his Gu worm again, as an orange wind blew on the grassland. As the wind blew, a portion of the rot 10 shell grass soldiers advanced into the rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The empty central camp quickly was filled with an army of grass soldiers. At once, it became the most densely packed area in the battlefield. The charging mutated wolf group was obstructed by these obstacles. Fang Yuan frowned. He manipulated wholeheartedly. He hit on the back of the blood forest wolf, his body cloaked in the rank 5 lurking soul coat Gu. It was like a green-gray wolf skin cape. The lurking soul coat Gu was indeed amazing. It concealed Fang Yuan's soul and allowed him to strike with his full strength. But at this time, Fang Yuan felt that he was battling against an enslavement path master. Bei Chao Chuan manipulated the grass soldier army as tears overflowed his face. He now had 2 souls in one body. In order to defeat Wolf King Changshan, Bei tribe's elder Bei Chao Sheng sacrificed himself and entrusted his soul to Bei Chao Chuan. Using Lu Wenwu's Gu worm, Bei Chao Chuan absorbed the power of Bei Chao Sheng's soul, causing him to gain the attainment of an enslavement path master within this short period of time. Bei Chao Chuan was originally a rank 4 enslavement path Gu master. He was also Bei tribe leader. He had the resources of a clan. His soul foundation was not weak. With Bei Chao Sheng's help, he was like a tiger with wings. His enslavement path battle strength surged. Except that this move had huge repercussions. Because he used another person's soul, Bei Chao Chuan's soul will be impure, and he would have memory lapses. He would need to expend huge amounts of spirit and resources, using specialized soul path Gu worms to nourish his soul and heal this problem. But now, in order to defeat He tribe army and take revenge, Bei Chao Chuan could not care less about the aftermath. He tribe had invited Gao Yang and Zhu Zai to mend the gap of their higher-level battle strength. And Lu tribe thought of this method to replenish their lower-level battle strength, raising Bei Chao Chuan's strength to enslavement path master so that he could restrict Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan's mutated beast wolf group was barely resisted by the grass soldier army. We blocked it. Haha. Hey Lulan, you are bound to lose. Lu Wenwu saw this, and the worry in his heart vanished. He laughed heartily as his voice resounded the battlefield. Damn it. Hey Lulan clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. The situation was terrible. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were in great danger, and the mutated wolf group that he had placed his hope on was restricted at the enemy's camp, unable to progress. Without a choice, he had to mobilize the Black Banner troops. Brothers, it is finally time for us Black Banner to strike. Black Banner Commander received this order and shouted excitedly. Black Banner Troop was nurtured by He Tribe for a long time. The trump card made from expending huge amounts of resources. Once they were deployed, they were like a black blade that stabbed into the battlefield, easily slicing it like tofu. The entire Black Banner Troop was reinforced by Battle Gu. They were brave and peerless, not afraid of death. They could display 120% of their original strength. Can't control it anymore, huh? Lu Wenwu's eyes shone brilliantly, staring at the Black Banner Troop's movements. When he saw the Black Banner Troop making a curve around the battlefield, towards his central camp, he instantly understood He Lulan's intention. So you are trying to stake it all on this, gathering your advantage and piercing the grass soldier army. Humph. Bei Chao Chuan had such difficulty resisting Chang Shanyin. If the Black Banner Troops appeared, he would definitely fall. By then, He Tribe would have a mild advantage, and this crucial beast group would be free to attack. Thinking so, Lu Wenwu laughed arrogantly. Your He Tribe has Black Banner Troops, renowned in Northern Plains. My Lu Tribe also has the Grand White Troops, of similar magnitude of fame. Black Banner and Grand White's competition had been ongoing for hundreds of years. Let's see who wins today. Under his command, the Grand White Troops unleashed one of their 3 killer moves directly. The Grand White Troops exploded with a piercing white light. The white light formed into a giant light pillar that pierced into the heavens. The light pillar rose up, but after an instant, it descended from the sky, shooting at the area that the Black Banner Troops were advancing towards. The 3 Black Banner commanders saw this familiar killer move and ordered their troops to stay on guard. The light pillar dispersed, and the Grand White Troops appeared with a tight formation. Grand White Troops were foot soldiers, while Black Banner Troops rode battle horses. But in terms of mobility, Grand White Troops were superior. It was none other than the ability of this killer move. Chapter 533. Huge Battle, 3 of 4. Black Banner Troops and Grand White Troops started a fight. Ever since they were created, they were opposing forces that had contested for hundreds of years, having victories and losses on both sides. At this moment, the 2 troops engaged in battle and unleashed their killer moves, having no clear advantage on each side. Seeing his final trump card engaged in a deadlock, He Lulan's expression turned pitch black. Lu Wenwu laughed heartily, feeling great pleasure. His opponent was at his wit's end, but he was in the same situation. However, the grass soldier army could still block the mutated beast wolf group for some time. As for He Tribe's higher-level battle force, they had already shown signs of collapsing, especially Gao Yang and Zhu Zai against Ouyang by Sang and Imo Shikuang. Their battle was very obviously showing signs of a victor emerging. Ouyang by Sang and Imo Shikuang. Although they were not skilled at cooperating, they had greater individual strength than their opponents. If Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were fighting 2 against 1, using their great chemistry, they could have a mild advantage. But now, they could only be suppressed, defending desperately as they were in a passive situation. Anyone could tell that Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were going to fail very soon. Once they lose, Ouyang by Sang and Imo Shikuang would be like tigers out of a cage. They would start to reinforce other battles. That way, their mild advantage will snowball and accumulate, allowing the entire battle to sway in his favor. Once Lu Tribe army gains the advantage, He Tribe without any more backup would have no way of winning. They would only be able to watch their opponent grow stronger as they fall into a worse situation. Eventually, the other side will turn advantage into victory, and He Tribe army would crumble. He Lulan could see the problem now. He was sweating profusely. He was all alone in the main tent. At this point, he could only rely on his own strength. His body vanished in the main tent, appeared in the air above the grass soldier army. He had the intention of killing Bei Chao Chuan. Since Bei Chao Chuan did not have lurking soul coat Gu, he was easy to distinguish. Once he is killed, the grass soldier army would crumble. That way, this battle would go back into a double offense situation. At the end, it would be like the first battle. They would have to regroup and retreat. Killer move, Dark Vortex. He Lulan had just activated his killer move when a white light appeared before him, showing Lu Wenwu's body. He Lulan was a dark path rank 5, while Lu Wenwu was a light path rank 5. The two had engaged in combat for many times without a clear victor. But this time, the gentleman-like Lu Wenwu showed a mild smile of a victor. Brother Lulan, today's battle depends on a single ray of light. My grass soldier army is going to fall soon, but your higher level battle strength will falter more quickly. What a pity. Our armies have very close battle strength. We are nearly evenly matched. You are courting death. He Lulan shouted furiously, growling and charging at Lu Wenwu. The two fought as they moved around, exploding with thunderous sounds or brilliant lights. Strange. In my previous life, He Tribe defeated Lu Tribe, but it seems that Lu Tribe has the advantage now. Was it because of me that some weird changes occurred? Fang Yuan hid at a corner as he secretly observed. He was an enslavement strength dual cultivator. He had not displayed his full strength yet. In fact, he had not even displayed his full enslavement path abilities yet. At this moment, the grass soldier army was barely holding on. He just had to show up and unleash the Wolf Howl Gu and rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu to instantly defeat Bei Chao Chuan. But Fang Yuan did not move. He chose to observe. His attention was on Ouyang by Sang and Mo Shikuang. Once he showed up and activated Wolf Howl Gu and rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, there was a huge possibility that the two of them would come after him. Truthfully speaking, Fang Yuan was already accomplished in strength path. He was not afraid of fighting Ouyang by Sang and Mo Shikuang together in close combat. But my vision cannot be limited to this battle. The fight for the Imperial Court is a competition among super tribes, a game manipulated by Gu Immortals. Once I expose my full strength, even if we win this battle, the other party will definitely target me when they get reinforced by their Gu Immortal. By then, I would have no more hidden trump cards left. My grasp over this situation would fall to rock bottom. Fang Yuan's mind was on the Imperial Court. He kept calm at all times and was not disturbed by the dangerous situation ahead of him. In my previous life, how did He tribe defeat Lu tribe? Although the battle is extremely tense now, both sides had not used their trump cards yet. At least I know that Tai Bai Yunsheng has a rank 5 Gu man as before. The less battle strength I expose, the better it is for me. If I strike, it has to be a fatal blow. Now is not the time yet. Fang Yuan's heart was calm, despite this intense battlefield that was filled with corpses and rivers of blood. In his eyes, these casualties were just numbers. In this battle, many people screamed at the deaths of their friends and family. Many people shouted in joy after killing a strong foe. Some Gu masters ran away under the fear of death. Some Gu masters were filled with ambition, wanting to be a person of higher status. Human emotions became riled up in such moments of life and death. They were frenzied, crazy, while arrogant and unrestrained. Observing the ruthless expressions of the people around, hearing their screaming and shouting, Fang Yuan felt a great sense of serenity and peace. His heart was firm like an ancient abyss. There were no ripples on the surface. Fight, kill. A person is born to engage in battle. Win, lose. Continue walking on your path by stepping on other people's corpses. Let blood boil. Let sweat flow. The best moment of life is now. Take this. This is my killer move, world-devouring chi. In the battlefield, an explosive and thunderous shout burst out. His voice attracted numerous gazes as everyone subconsciously focused on it. Oh no, let's go. An intense sense of danger assaulted him as Gao Yang shouted, activating his Gu worm and wanting to escape. But the surrounding air was as dense as walls. He could barely move. Mo Shikuang floated in the air, opening his hands as his 10 fingers converged before his chest. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai felt a despairing sense of pressure, squashing them from all directions. Their shocked expressions froze on their faces. The feeling of imminent death filled their hearts. Go! Before the moment of death, Zhu Zai burst out the strength of 3 Grand Emperor Boar, piercing a hole on the wall like air. Brother! Gao Yang felt his world spinning. When he reacted, he had already been tossed far away by Zhu Zai, away from the battlefield. As for Zhu Zai, he was squeezed into meat paste by Mo Shikuang's killer move, through an intense and concentrated air pressure. Brother! Gao Yang shouted. His heart felt like it was pierced by daggers as tears flowed out of his eyes like a flood. Mo Shikuang also vomited a mouthful of blood. Second brother, your killer move is not completed yet. Don't activate it casually. Ouyang by Sang quickly hurried over and held him in the air. Mo Shikuang vomited blood as he laughed. What a great battle. I used it without thinking, huh? Ouyang by Sang shook his head. All right, let's continue killing that Gao Yang. After we resolve the problem here, we will reinforce the other battles. Lu Wenwu, who saw this, laughed. He declared with overwhelming confidence, this is the start of our Lu tribe army's consecutive victories. Brother Lu Lan, you have no way of winning already. Is that so? It was not He Lu Lan who replied him, but Tai Bai Yunsheng who was at another battle ring. Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had always been evading attacks, suddenly burst out with great speed as he pulled some distance from his opponent, opening his palms and shooting out a silver beam. The silver beam shone on Zhu Zai's flesh and blood that became meat paste. Rank 5, man as before. In an instant, silver light shone brilliantly, making people close their eyes in response. After the light faded, Zhu Zai reappeared on the battlefield, without any injuries on him, as his primeval sea level was also at its peak. Under the effect of man as before, Zhu Zai returned to the state right before the battle. The shocked expression not only appeared on multiple Gu masters' faces, even Lu Wenwu, Mo Shikuang, and Ouyang by Sang had the same expression. Man as before Gu had an incredible healing effect that made almost everyone feel shocked and speechless. Man as before Gu, time path healing Gu, could return a target to his condition at a point in time. Good, what a great healing Gu. He Lulan laughed heartily. He did not expect Tai by Yunsheng to be concealing such a strong trump card. As long as they had this, He tribe's higher level battle could drag on for a long time. Good, now is the time. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he activated rank 4 Eagle Rise Gu, flying up into the sky. Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu and Rank 4 Wolf Howl Gu. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and howled, as his voice spread far and wide. Under the effect of the Wolf Howl Gu, all his mutated beasts' bodies expanded. As their eyes turned bright red, their battle strength grew by 5 times. Go! Fang Yuan floated in the air, staring at the battlefield as he muttered. The wolf tide burst out, like a tsunami out of nowhere. Damn it, I can't hold on. Bei Chao Chuan was at his wit's end. He resisted desperately, but the grass soldier army was like a thin piece of paper under the wolf tide. It was torn to shreds without even lasting for a few breaths' time. Bei Chao Chuan did not even manage to escape before a frenzy wolf pounced on him and tore his armor with its sharp teeth before biting his throat. Bei Chao Chuan resisted with all his strength, sending this frenzy wolf flying. Just as he was about to cover his neck and get up, 3 wide-eyed wolves came, and after a struggle, he was a corpse torn into several pieces. The grass soldier army went down. Fang Yuan thus manipulated the wolf group and attacked Grand White troops. Grand White troops were fighting with Black Banner troops. They were stuck in a stalemate as they exchanged blows. Now that the mutated beast wolf group attacked them from behind, they suffered heavy injuries. Ha ha, Lu Wenwu, it seems that I have the last laugh. The battle turned in such a sudden direction. He Lulan was overjoyed and surprised. No, I have not lost yet. Lu Wenwu's face was distorted as he shouted frantically, like a gambler who had gone crazy from losing. He turned into a white light, flying towards Ouyang by Sang and Mo Shikuang. Second brother, third brother. He shouted. Chapter 534, Huge Battle, 4-4. We are here, big brother. Ouyang by Sang and Mo Shikuang shouted at the same time. Let them see the true strength of US 3 brothers. Lu Wenwu shouted, and without slowing down, directly smashed into Mo Shikuang and Ouyang by Sang. The two laughed loudly, their body giving off green and gray light. Green, gray and white, 3 lights collided. Boom. Light dispersed, and on the spot appeared a human-shaped monster. This monster had 3 heads and 6 arms. It was 20 feet tall with tight muscles and bronze skin. The 3 heads had the appearance of Lu Wenwu, Ouyang by Sang, and Mo Shikuang. Countless people looked on with wide eyes at this freakish scene. I will let you guys know, this is our 3 brothers' killer move. 3 heads, 6 arms. Are you trembling in fear? Let out all your dread. This will be the last moment of your lives. The 3 heads spoke in unison. Shameless boasting. Gao Yang snorted, activating his treacherous cloud wave Gu. A gray cloud shot towards the 3-head 6-arms giant. But before it even reached its target, Lu Wenwu's eyes shot 2 light beams that pierced through the cloud. Boom. With a sonic boom, the 3-head 6-arms suddenly appeared above Gao Yang. So fast, Gao Yang's pupils shrunk, and from the battle experiences he had cultivated over a long period of time, he quickly activated his defense Gu. The monster waved its 2 arms. One arm pierced through the light barrier, while another arm smashed Gao Yang's head like it smashed a watermelon. Next moment, Gao Yang's headless corpse fell down from the sky. Brother! Rage attacked Zhu Zi's heart and made him lose all reasoning, as he ferociously charged towards the monster. Mwahaha! The lamentation of ants. Mo Shikuang's head laughed loudly and lightly flicked his finger towards Zhu Zi. Boom! Chi flow exploded and moved straight through the battlefield with formidable impact force, inflicting injuries for several thousands of steps. Zhu Zi directly exploded from the attack, his blood and crushed bones flying in all directions. The Gu masters who suffered the after effects of the attack were all injured heavily. This power, it has increased by at least 6 times, and the speed has increased by 9 times at least. This 3-people combination is a combining azure transformation, the attacking force of Qi Path and the effects of Light Path. Fang Yuan had an intense urge to battle when he looked at this scene. I have all-out effort Gu, and by adding in rank 5 amplify effect Gu, I can burst out with 500 June of strength. I wonder who would win if I fight with this monster. But in the next moment, Fang Yuan suppressed his battle intent and flew down, again hiding among the mutated beast group. Man as before Gu. At this moment, 2 silver lights shone down. Zhu Zi and Gao Yang resurrected again, restored to their previous state. Old geezer. The monster's 6 eyes were filled with icy glint, killing intent and battle intent, simultaneously charging towards Tai by Yunsheng. Tai by Yunsheng panically retreated. Although he had man as before Gu, He could only use it on others and could not use it on himself. All those that are free, protect Tai by Yun Sheng. He Lulan hurried to reinforce while shouting to his army, realizing the crux of the battle. Who can stop me? Ouyang by Sang's head loftily smiled. Next instant, the monster turned into a ray of green light that shot towards Tai by Yun Sheng like lightning. Tai by Yun Sheng was hiding behind others, but no one was able to block the monster as it charged straight, sweeping everything on its path. Anyone that dared to block it, be it Gu masters or beasts, would become pools of crushed flesh and bones. Benefactor, leave quickly. Gao Yang and Zhu Zai rushed over, guarding Tai by Yunsheng behind them. Cumbersome things. The monster waved its 6 arms so quick that one could only see there. Afterimage. Thump thump, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were smashed again. Take my Soul Blade Gu. Pan Ping hurried over and activated Single Blade Gu. Soul Blade Gu successfully activated this time, and the monster's huge body slightly shook, a shallow wound appearing on its chest. A little interesting. The monster laughed coldly. The wound had completely recovered by the time he finished laughing. Afterwards, the monster let out a breath of turbid air. The turbid air detonated and exploded Pan Ping into pieces. Tai by Yunsheng, where are you going? The monster howled with laughter, the voices of the 3 heads gradually becoming one. Tai by Yunsheng had not moved very far when the monster intercepted in front of him. Swoosh. Waterfall flowed in a torrent, and Hao Ji Lu came riding it. The monster pushed forward with all 6 hands and collapsed the water torrent. Hao Ji Lu screamed miserably and flew backwards in a faster speed than he came. Seeing this scene, Bian Xixian, who was charging forward, immediately stopped, not daring to go forward. Dark Vortex. He Lulan sped down from the sky, and the giant black sphere that was as large as a hill pressed down. The monster roared, its 6 hands forming into a claw shape and slashing towards the distant black sphere. Killer move, world-devouring chi. The air became as thick as a wall and solid as a mountain. He Lulan's face turned red and purple, but he was not able to continue forward. Following after, air from all around surged and unexpectedly swallowed his killer move. The killer move, which Mo Shikuang could not carry out completely, was suddenly perfected in the monster's hand. Howl! The mutated wolf group rushed over while He Lulan delayed the monster. In an instant, the mutated wolf group had surrounded the monster tightly. A bloody battle broke out. The mutated wolves, which had a strength of rank 4 Gu masters, fearlessly initiated a death charge at the monster. Kill, kill, kill. The monster growled repeatedly as it turned into a berserk state and started fighting the mutated wolves. His every movement carried his full power. Light path, chi path, and transformation path, Gu worms jointly attacked with deep tacit cooperation, as if the monster was a cultivator cultivating 3 paths. The mutated wolves died one after another, but the monster's offensive was still as fierce as before. Lord Alliance Leader, let me lend you a hand. At this moment, a Lu tribe Gu master hurried over to assist. But in the next moment, he was smashed apart alive by the monster which had lost its reason. Lord Lu Wenwu has lost his mind. He has become mad. The battlefield was in an uproar, and Lu tribe army's morale fell down sharply. My tribe has suffered tremendous losses. We have lost 1/3 of our Gu masters. It is time to retreat. How can such an alliance leader be worth us giving up our lives? Let's discuss after we retreat. The casualties have already reached a high level. Retreat now. Don't care about violating the poison vow. The battle had reached such a chaotic state that was beyond everyone's expectation. Deserters started to appear from both He and Lu tribe. The Black Banner troops and Grand White troops that had been managing the army were in an intense fight now. How could they have the energy to spare to suppress these deserters? What to do? He Lulan asked. This monster gave him an extreme headache. Don't worry. Killer moves have astonishing might, but their consumption of primeval essence is also enormous. Moreover, this killer move clearly has a defect. This monster has already lost its reasoning. A powerful being without intelligence is nothing to worry about. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed, his voice shaking everyone's mind. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, then we have already won this battle. Tai Bai Yunxing added, but he had just finished speaking when the unexpected event happened. The 3-head 6-arms monster suddenly separated into 3 people who then charged into 3 directions. Lu Wenwu and Mo Shikuang's charge missed, but Ouyang by Sang's eyes shone as he shouted, Chong Shanin, I have finally found you. Their 3-people combination into 3-head 6-arms monster allowed their souls to mix, and their battle strength would raise rapidly, but this state could not be maintained for long. The longer it was used, the more chaotic their memories would become, finally leading them to lose themselves and become a delirious lunatic or become an idiot. When they killed the Gu master that had come for reinforcement, their minds shook and barely managed to regain a trace of sanity. Relying on this sanity, they planned in making a comeback. Compared to killing Tai by Yunsheng, killing Changshan Yin would no doubt be much more important. The investigative Gu of these three were not common Gu. By carefully observing the battlefield, they calculated the 3 places where Fang Yuan was most likely to be hiding. In the end, Ouyang by Sang found Fang Yuan's hiding place. Damn it! If the Wolf King dies, the Wolf Group will crumble apart. Lu Tribe's army will be able to turn around the situation, and it will instead become my army's defeat. Seeing Ouyang by Sang pouncing at Changshan Yin with a sinister smile, He Lulan shouted inwardly as he crazily rushed to assist, but he was still late. Die! Ouyang by Sang unexpectedly still had enough primeval essence left to activate Azure transformation again. Wolf King is finished. Sun Shirhan was afraid but also happy. Bad. Changshan Yin is going to die. Tai by Yunsheng and others had pale expressions. Father, Xing Jiu shouted in desperation. However, the person in question, Fang Yuan, had a strange smile on his face as he saw Ouyang by Sang's attack. Rank 4 Eagle Raise Gu and Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu. A pair of eagle wings suddenly grew out of Fang Yuan's back and took him towards the sky with 5 times the speed. Ouyang by Sang was dazed for a second before he hurried chased, shouting, "Don't even think of escaping." But his speed was not enough, and he could only look on as the gap between them spread apart. "Let me," Lu Wenwu shouted and turned into a white light that rapidly charged over. But Fang Yuan nimbly turned around and dodged. Mo Shikuang also rushed over at this moment, chasing and intercepting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was extremely deft. At times, he was like a butterfly passing through the flowers. At times, he was like a lightning. At times, he was like a light wind. And at times, he was like a ghost, playfully circling the 3. This is master-level flying skill. Everyone looked at this sight with dumbfounded gazes. Gu masters raised Gu, used Gu, and refined Gu. No matter which aspect, they were all profound and vast. It was clearly the same Gu that they were using, but some Gu masters could use them brilliantly, elevating it to a level of art. People often called these individuals masters. I had never thought that Wolf King was not only an enslavement path master, but also flying master. Everyone looked for a while and let go of their worries, exclaiming in surprise. "Wolf King, don't run if you dare," Ouyang by Sang shouted. "Changshan Yin, if you have any guts, come exchange 300 moves with me." Mo Shikuang roared in fury. Damn it, Lu Wenwu gnashed his teeth, his heart already sinking to the bottom. Fang Yuan's flying skills left them in the dust. What made them even more vexed was that Fang Yuan was unexpectedly separating his thoughts in controlling the wolf group to slaughter Lu Tribe army, while dodging them. Oh, for heaven's sake, if I knew you could fly this skillfully, why would we need to fight to this extent? Looking at Fang Yuan's skillful maneuvers, He Lulan felt some resentment in his heart. As for the Lu Tribe 3 brothers, they were completely speechless. Chapter 535, Meeting of Father and Son, Lu Wenwu lost. It was an indignant loss, but this was the truth. It would not change because of his feelings. Lu Wenwu, Ouyang by Sang, and Mo Shikuang all had flying abilities. But in terms of flying attainment, they could not compare to Fang Yuan. The sky was different from the ground. People could fly freely in the air, up, down, left, right. They could dodge in all directions and fly everywhere. But on the ground, there was much less space for evasion. No matter how Lu Wenwu and gang tried to block him, they could do nothing to Fang Yuan. Meanwhile, as Fang Yuan dodged, he mobilized the wolf army to slaughter Lu Tribe's army. Lu Wenwu and gang had no choice but to give up on chasing Fang Yuan, turning to kill the wolf group and helping the low-rank Gu masters. But this was what He Lulan, Fang Yuan, and others wanted to see. Using Wolf Kings, or the mutated wolf group, to expended the Lu Tribe 3 brothers' precious primeval essence was very worth it. It was very advantageous to Fang Yuan as well. As long as a Gu master did not advance to Immortal realm, their primeval essence would be limited. Once they expend their primeval essence, their battle strength would decrease drastically and hit rock bottom. The wolf tide came again and again. The more wolves the Lu Tribe 3 brothers killed, the more primeval essence they used up. The wolf group's scale was huge. It was never-ending. Eventually, Lu Tribe 3 brothers killed until their primeval essence was depleted. By the time they had to preserve their primeval essence, they would no longer be able to battle freely. He Tribe's higher-level battle strength finally had something to do as they suppressed the 3 of them. He Lulan, today, I did not lose to you, but I lost to Tai by Yunsheng and Changshan Yin. Lu Wenwu's hair was messy as his body was covered in injuries. He no longer had his gentlemanlike attitude as he shouted indignantly. He felt that, with their 3 brothers' killer move, 3 heads 6 arms, they had great battle strength and could suppress the battlefield. If back then, they got to Fang Yuan and used their supreme speed to kill Fang Yuan, the wolf group would have collapsed and He Tribe would have lost. But Tai by Yun Sheng had the rank 5 healing Gu man as before. The effect was godly. It greatly weakened the effectiveness of their killer move. When they were left with no choice and chased after Wolf King, they found that the enslavement master Changshan Yin was actually a mother ing flying master. The three brothers could not catch him. They could only watch the battle crumble. Eventually, Lu tribe lost and was chased down by He tribe. They suffered great losses and countless people surrendered. As the alliance leader, Lu and Wu and others were captured after their primeval essence was depleted. He tribe and Lu tribe had always been competing. The two super tribes had a tense relationship. It was well known in northern plains. Now, He tribe only captured Lu and Wu and others and did not kill them. They wisely sought for a great amount of battle reparation from Lu tribe. Lu and Wu was one of Lu tribe's prospective Gu Immortals. If he was killed, the bottom line of this imperial court contest rules would be infringed. More importantly, although He tribe won, it was a tragic victory and they suffered huge losses as well. Without Lu and Wu to bargain for huge amounts of compensation, just ordinary battle gains would not allow He tribe to regain their strength. This was very disadvantageous for their future battles for the imperial court. 3 days later, Lu tribe's envoy came and brought all of the Lu tribesmen and the tribes that submitted to them back into the Blessed Land. As for the tired and heavily damaged He tribe army, they set up camp and managed the people who surrendered, reforming their alliance and collating the battle gains, giving out resources and digesting the spoils of war. In the large lizard house, Gu, Fang Yuan sat on the cushion as he cultivated intently. A rank 4 wolf soul Gu appeared out of his body through his will. The wolf soul Gu was only thumb size. It was like a tiny gray wolf-shaped doll. It floated in the air as it was covered in an eerie blue light. The primeval sea level in Fang Yuan's aperture dropped as primeval essence was injected into the wolf soul Gu, causing it to expand rapidly. How? Wolf soul Gu expanded and turned into a pure gray wolf soul, as large as an elephant. Next, the wolf soul opened its mouth and howled soundlessly, crashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. How could a 1,000-man soul be so easily affected? The wolf soul crashed on his 1,000-man soul and immediately froze, suppressed by his 1,000-man soul. The two souls tangled as they turned into mist. A moment later, the wolf soul fused into the 1,000-man soul and reappeared. At this moment, the 1,000-man soul had a long pair of wolf ears on its head. Its body was thinner than Fang Yuan's body, and its nose also became sharper. The only part that had not changed were its long hair, eyes, and tail. Ever since the Imperial Court competition, I have been using Wolf Soul Gu daily to refine my soul. Now, I have achieved small success. My soul is around 30% Wolfman soul. Once he fully converts to Wolfman soul, his control over the wolf group would experience another qualitative change. Not only would the numbers increase greatly, he would be able to command them like an extension of his limbs. Controlling them would require a mere thought. After an intense battle, his soul's tiredness and weariness would also be lower. But according to this speed, by the time I completely refine the Wolfman soul, the Imperial Court contest would be over already. I only have rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu. The efficiency is way too slow. Fang Yuan sighed. If he had rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, that would be better compared to Fang Yuan's current situation. But rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu was like a grown man using a tiny knife to chop a tree. In truth, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was already very fast. Ordinary Gu masters needed to spend at least 20 to 30 years to reach his level. Even a genius Gu master with a clan support could only be like Dong Fang Yuliang, reducing the time needed to 10 years. Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain. His soul foundation grew at rocket speed. His point of view was obviously different. If I can get that thieving heaven inheritance and obtain Luo Pa Valley, Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted to this. But a moment later, he stopped this thought. In Hu Immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Mountain was corroded by the gruel mud continuously. There was only a small mountain left now. His current objective was to save Dang Hun Mountain. As for Luo Pa Valley, he could only search for it after the Imperial Court contest ends. While Fang Yuan was cultivating, Chang Biao brought in Xue Tong and Chang Jiu to the door of the large lizard house Gu. I am Chang Biao. I was summoned by Lord Wolf King. Chang Biao's voice was low and polite. He respectfully informed the guarding Gu master. The two rank 3 Gu masters had a plain expression as they stood by the door. One answered, Lord Wolf King is cultivating now. We cannot enter the Gu house to inform him. You will have to wait. Hee, that is only natural. Chang Biao laughed, trying to conceal the bitterness and dreariness in his heart. He and Changshan Yin had a huge grudge. He would not be willing to submit to He tribe. Originally, he wanted to go to Lu tribe, but Lu tribe wanted him to give up his family name and join Lu tribe. This request was impossible for Chang tribesmen and the elders to accept. Chang tribe was a large-sized tribe. Once they gave up their family name and became Lu tribesmen, Chang tribe would cease to exist. Furthermore, He Lu Lan captured Lu Wenwu alive, and in order to appeal to the most important person Chang Shanin, he added in the condition of taking over Chang tribe among the battle reparation. Thus, Chang tribe became the sacrificial lamb in Lu and He tribe's transaction. If Chang tribe did not submit to He tribe, they would be assaulted by He tribe's army. Forced by both tribes, Chang tribe had no choice but to lower their heads to He Lu Lan, becoming He tribe's captives. Chang Shan Yin and Chang tribe's enmity was known to all. After He Lu Lan captured Chang tribe, he let Fang Yuan deal with them completely. After Fang Yuan got the news, he expressed his gratitude to He Lu Lan, but in fact, he did not care about it. He was only using Chang Shan Yin's identity in order to enter the imperial court-blessed land. Wolf King's grudges had nothing to do with him, but if he settled this casually, it would not fit his current status, and people would get suspicious. Thus, Fang Yuan informed Chang tribe's current leader Chang Biao to meet him. Chang Biao waited from evening to midnight. At this period of time, Northern Plains nights were extremely cold. Chang Biao and the others had their Gu worms confiscated. The primeval essence in their apertures could not resist the cold. Under the blowing night wind, they were shivering from the cold. Chang Biao kept a calm expression, but Xue Tong was very guilty. She could not conceal the worry in her heart. Chang Jiu was young and at the peak of his health. Although his nose was red from the cold, and his body was shivering, his eyes were shining brightly with excitement. All his life, he had been hearing about the Wolf King Chang Shan Yin and his great deeds. Everyone called him the hero's son. He was gifted this unique status from birth. This gave him great worries, pride, trouble, and even chance encounters. When he had first heard about Wolf King Chang Shan Yin being alive and had returned, but wanted to exact revenge on Chang tribe, he had very complicated feelings. When he found out that he was going to battle his father, his intense battle intent wavered. During the earlier meeting, Chang Shan Yin did not appear. In fact, he went to bash up Sun Shirhan. This made Chang Jiu feel disappointed, but also great admiration. After Lu tribe lost, he became a captive, but that made him sigh in relief. He no longer needed to fight with his father. Right now, after Lu tribe lost, he was going to meet his real father. Chang Jiu was very excited in his heart. Even though he was outside shivering and suffering from the weather, it could not freeze the hot-bloodedness in him. The person who gave me everything, my father. What kind of person are you? He was very curious, but he also felt a bit lost and anxious. After using 3 wolf soul Gu, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The sound of the icy wind blowing outside the window could be heard in the warm room. Fang Yuan purposely gave Chang Biao a display of authority. After counting the time that had passed, he knew it was time. Thus, he transmitted his message while controlling the large lizard house Gu and opened the doors. Lord Wolf King has finished his cultivation. He will meet you now. The Gu master guards outside received the transmission and said expressionlessly. Chang Biao's breathing paused. He felt great trepidation as he walked in first, with heavy footsteps. If Wolf King found out the truth, then he would die without a proper corpse. His reputation would be ruined. Even if Wolf King did not find out the truth, as long as he wanted revenge, killing the whole of Chang tribe would only be a sentence worth of work. Being meat on the chopping block, this was the helplessness of being in this world. Fang Yuan looked at the 3 people kneeling before him. Chang Biao lowered his head, gritting his teeth, while Xue Tong had a pale expression and was shivering. As for Chang Jiu, he was breathing roughly, but he took peeks at Chang Shan Yin at times, showing an excited expression. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. The laughter was heard by all 3 of them, causing them to shudder. Chang Biao shut his eyes. His heart had sank to rock bottom. He was waiting for judgment. Xue Tong almost collapsed on the ground weakly, but Chang Jiu was very agitated. This was father's laughter. He felt a strong sense of warmth from this laugh. Chapter 536. Major battles. Fang Yuan observed Chang Biao and the others' expressions fully. Fang Yuan knew about Wolf King Chang Shan Yin's matters mostly from his biography. He did not know the true culprit behind Wolf King's situation. But even if he found out, he would not bother taking revenge for the dead Wolf King. He was Fang Yuan. The so-called Chang Shan Yin was merely a mask. From today onwards, I will be Chang tribe's one and only supreme elder. Fang Yuan spoke, breaking the silence. Chang Biao's body shuddered. He opened his eyes and quickly bowed. Chang Biao pays respect to Lord Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan nodded. We need to investigate the matters from back then thoroughly. But now is not the time. We have to wait till the Imperial Court contest ends. From today onwards, I will be Chang tribe's sole Supreme Elder. Chang Jiu, you will be the tribe leader. Chang Biao will be the #1 elder. And Xue Tong, our relationship is over. Continue to be Chang Biao's wife. Because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's tradition, in Northern Plains, Women had lowly status. They were often sold as commodity in transactions. In fact, at times, when an esteemed guest comes to visit, the Lord would send his own wife to the esteemed guest to sleep with him. Ah! Xing Jiu was stunned on the spot. He froze completely. And Xue Tong did not speak. Chang Biao controlled the shock in his heart. He bowed once again. This subordinate understands. Leave. Fang Yuan waved his hand, sending them away. He had to make good use of his time to continue cultivating. The three walked out of the large lizard house Gu in a daze, until the cold night wind blew on them and woke them up. I survived just like this? Chang Biao felt endless joy and happiness. But the matter back then was done flawlessly. Even though there are some traces here and there, after all these years, the evidences are long gone. Back then, I got close to Changshan Yin on purpose and became good buddies with him. Now that Changshan Yin had gone through such a great change, plus it has already been so many years, it is normal for our relationship to turn bland. Chang Biao thought rapidly in his head. The current situation was way better than what he had expected. Although I was demoted from tribe leader to elder, most of my authority is intact. Changshan Yin still trusts me, seeing that he allowed me to be the #1 elder. As for making Xing Jiu the new tribe leader, it shows that he is still caring about his own blood and flesh deeply. As long as he cares about his old relationships and friendships, everything will be easy to resolve, Chang Biao thought, and got more energetic. He was dreaming within his own world, and did not notice his wife and Xue Tong's complicated expression. The old Changshan Yin was extremely infatuated with her beauty, but earlier, Changshan Yin did not give her even an extra glance. On the way here, she was extremely worried about Changshan Yin forcing her to his wife again. That way, she will be separated from her lover Chang Biao. That was too painful. But now, the situation was way better than she had expected. Not only did Changshan Yin not pursue the matters back then, he even allowed her to remain as Chang Biao's wife. This was the result that Xue Tong was dreaming of earlier. She should be happy, but for some reason, while she still felt some trepidation from earlier, there was also a sense of loss in her that she did not want to admit. As for Xing Jiu, he was in great joy, confusion, and suspicion. I've finally met Father. He was just a few steps in front of me. He is much more authoritative than I imagined. Father did not call me his son, but instead called my name. Is he unaware that I am his flesh and blood? But Father, why did he let me become Chang tribe leader? I am so young and only have rank 3 cultivation. Can I do it? I get it. This must be a test from Father. He is testing me, this son he had. Never met. If I can manage the tribe well and achieve outstanding results, will he feel happy and proud? Will he recognize me as his son? Thinking so, Chang Jiu felt extremely excited. He made up his mind. He would exert all his efforts and perform well in the upcoming fight for the imperial court. Fang Yuan would not expect that his simple arrangements would bring such great emotional changes in Chang Biao and gang. But even if he knew, he would not care. In the 500 years of his past life, Changshan Yin helped Ma Hongyun to ascend to the position of the Lord of the Imperial Court. He also had complete control over Chang tribe. Different from Earth, when strength can be accumulated within a person, the stronger one is, the greater their authority would be. At this point, Fang Yuan was no longer the low-rank Gu master on Qingmao Mountain, suppressed and weakened by the system. Right now, he had the authority to manipulate and change the power system of a tribe. One could say, he was at the peak of the mortal realm. He knew in his heart, all this was because of the great strength that he had. Right now, my first aperture had already adapted. I can use rank 5 peak stage primeval essence. My second aperture has also reached rank 5 middle stage. My 2 apertures have 90% a grade aptitude. To use my 2 sets of Gu worms now, I have ample primeval essence. But enslavement and strength path Gu worms are not extremely strong. In terms of strength path, after getting the rank 5 amplify effect Gu, my explosive force is already high enough, except that my body is unable to endure the increment in strength. Earlier, when fighting against Lu Wenwu and his brother's combination killer move, 3 heads 6 arms, Fang Yuan could definitely fight against them using his strength path cultivation. But Fang Yuan knew clearly that the moment he unleashed 500 June of strength, regardless of how his opponent will ends up, his own body would definitely crumble first. My bones are impermanence bones. My skin is turtle jade wolf skin. To sustain 500 June of strength, this is not enough. But if I modify my muscles and tendons to accommodate strength path, they would not suit my enslavement path. If I modify them for enslavement path, they will not aid my strength path. The root of the problem is that enslavement and strength have some conflict between them. It is difficult to cultivate them together. It is unlike soul and enslavement path, or soul and wisdom path. This problem had always been troubling Fang Yuan. If he could not resolve this, Fang Yuan's enslavement and strength path would only go far, but would not reach the apex and attain ultimate strength. Although Fang Yuan had information regarding Luo Po Valley now, the future was uncertain. Anything could happen. Fang Yuan was a vigilant guy. Before getting Luo Po Valley, he would not make up his mind to cultivate soul path. Thus, he needed to perfect his enslavement strength path route now. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and thought about it, before opening them and taking out East Window Gu from his aperture. This Gu was a storage Gu, used to store information. It came from Langya Land Spirit. Inside East Window Gu, there was information regarding the killer move, 3 heads 6 arms. This killer move was extremely powerful. It could allow Lu Wenwu, Ouyang by Sang, and Imo Shirquang to become a giant monster, increasing their battle strength to a terrifying level. After He tribe defeated Lu tribe, they make requests regarding this killer move, thus it became a part of the reparation. Thereafter, Fang Yuan exchanged for it using his battle merits. These days, when Fang Yuan was free, he would research about this killer move. When Gu masters use multiple Gu worms at the same time, allowing their effects to merge and cooperate to form greater effects, that would be the so-called Gu master killer move. Killer move, 3 heads 6 arms, needed 18 Gu worms to be used at the same time. Gu worms used ranged from rank 3 to 5. The primeval essence expenditure was huge as well. At the same time, 3 Gu masters were needed. One could not activate it alone. This killer move was unusable by Fang Yuan, but that did not mean it was worthless to him. Killer move, or recipes, displayed exquisite usage of Gu worms. Why was it that when these Gu worms were used in a specific way, they achieved such effects? Why can these Gu worms do it, but not others? If this Gu was changed to another Gu, can the same effect be achieved? If an enemy uses this killer move, what ways are there to counter it? Man is the spirit of all being. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Inside a Gu, there were tiny laws of heaven and earth, the fragments of the great Tao. By understand Gu, one would comprehend the great Tao and understand the natural laws of this world. Just like on Earth, using experiments to learn scientific theories. This Gu recipe gave great insight to Fang Yuan. If I had 3 heads and 6 arms, what would happen? A flash of inspiration appeared in his brain, like opening a new window. His body was like the cornerstone. Enslavement and strength path were like the buildings on top of the cornerstone. Right now, this cornerstone was still small, thus the 2 buildings could only be low-rising. If he expanded this cornerstone in the future, would it be able to contain 2 tall buildings at the same time? Fang Yuan had never cared about his own appearance. Handsome, beauty, ugly, these were other people's opinions. What did that have to do with him? If his battle strength was high, so what if he was called a monster? Northern Plains, July. The weather was turning cold, mist turned into frost, it was raining nonstop. All the armies engaged in many intense battles. There were already less than 50 left. Although He tribe won against Lu tribe, they suffered a great loss as well. They set up camp and made use of all their time to recuperate and recover, like an injured beast. Middle of July. At Dujiao region, Yi Lui army defeated the alliance of 7 armies. On the day of the counterattack, Yi Lui Sang killed 3 rank 5 Gu masters. But in this battle, the biggest achiever was a hidden elder in Qi Lian tribe. Qi Lian tribe leader's godson, Wu Ming. Wu Ming was a rank 5 middle stage dark path Gu master. During the battles, he snuck into the enemy camp and assassinated the enemies, successfully killing 2 rank 5 experts, 13 rank 4 Gu masters, causing the 7 alliance armies to feel great fear and low morale. Northern Plains, August. After Yang tribe recruited enslavement master Zhang Baoya, their strength surged, and they experienced many victories. After some battles, they were one of the new popular competitors for the imperial court. The new enslavement master, Leopard King, Nu Heir II, led his army against Tao tribe. Tao tribe alliance army had suffered many setbacks during the battles. The alliance leader Tao Yu knew that he had no hopes of ascending to the lord of imperial court position. Thus, he submitted to Nu Heir II, and after their armies combined, their military powers surged. Middle of August, He Lulan gave orders to resume their conquest. By September, the imperial court contest was starting to clear up. Only 5 armies had the highest hopes. He tribe, which had Changshan Yin, Tai by Yun Shang, Nu Heir tribe with the new Leopard King, Yang tribe, which had Rat King and Eagle King, Ma tribe with Horse King, as well as Yi Lui tribe, which had Yi Lui Sang, who possessed an Immortal Gu. First half of September, Nu Heir tribe army fought Yang tribe army. The Leopard group could not contest the combination of eagles and rats. After half a month, Nu Heir II lost. Start of October, while Yang tribe was digesting the battle reparations, Yi Lui Sang targeted them. Yang tribe army had people who wanted to fight, some wanted to defend, while some wanted to retreat. Because of differing opinions, the army could not execute proper orders, and thus was taken down by Yi Lui Sang. After Yi Lui Sang win, they could not gloat for long, because Ma tribe had their eyes on them. Ma tribe rushed for 3 days and 3 nights, catching Yi Lui Sang off guard. A similar scene unfolded again. Before Yi Lui army digested their battle gains, they were defeated by Ma tribe. Yi Lui Sang escaped with his remaining troops, submitting to He tribe army. Start of November, He tribe moved north rapidly, setting up 8 defensive lines on the way, and during the middle of the month, engaged in the final battle with Ma tribe. Only the victor could stay in the imperial court. Meanwhile, the loser would have to pay reparations and face the 10-year blizzard amidst disappointment and pity. At once, this battle attracted numerous gazes, both participants and the people behind the scenes. During the first few battles, He tribe had the advantage. After Ma tribe lost 2 defensive lines, they retreated to the third. Yi Lui Sang wanted to take revenge, thus he kept challenging them, killing till Ma tribe army could only hide and defend themselves, causing their morale to dampen. Ma tribe had no choice but to seek help from snowy mountain-blessed land who was backing them. Chapter 537. Xue Song Zi. The lofty snowy mountain stood tall and reached through the clouds. Mountain ranges surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon. The sky had a hue of light blue color. Thin snow fluttered lightly and landed on the ground. This was a spotlessly white region, with even the buildings on the mountain carved out of ice crystals. Here was snowy mountain-blessed land, the nest of northern plains' demonic path Gu Immortals, with tens of Gu Immortals occupying different peaks. On one of the peaks of Snowy Mountain, green pine trees grew everywhere, and a 7-story pavilion made of ice crystal stood there. 3 large words were carved on the board in the pavilion: Xue Song Pavilion. The owner of this peak, Xue Song Zi, was a famous rank 6 demonic path Gu Immortal of northern plains. He was tall and thin with snow-white hair that reached the ground, and was clothed in a light blue gown. Right now, he was on the top floor of Xue Song Pavilion, looking down at this snowy mountain branch peak that belonged exclusively to him. He had deep blue eyes, and his deep gaze swept through 1,000 li of his territory. The snow pines are growing well. The snow willows planted 2 years ago have already grown to over 10,000 willows. This year, the number of Gu worms produced was close to 300 rank 5 Gu. There is still a surplus of ice path and water path Gu worms after leaving some for research. I can sell them and gain at least 2-3 immortal essence stones. Of course, my most important income source is still the transaction of snowmen slaves. Xue Song Zi raised 6 variant human tribes on his branch peak. They were all snowmen. Snowman was one of the species of variant humans who lived in ice-cold snowy regions. They had white skin, icy blue eyes, and aqua blue hair. When they die, their blood and flesh body would turn into an ice sculpture. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, so their tears were very rare. The absolute majority of the snowmen would never experience crying from joy or pain in their life. However, if a snowman sheds tears, their tear would instantly condense into ice. Icy tears were precious Gu refinement material that Gu masters liked deeply. Xue Song Zi looked around once and nodded, satisfied. Snowmen looked expressionless, but Xue Song Zi, however, saw them as the variant humans with spirituality that was the closest to humans. Many Gu Immortals raised snowmen, torturing them brutally for their icy tears. Icy tears could be used in many areas of Gu refinement, and so its transaction in Treasure Yellow Heaven was flourishing. Many Gu Immortals massacred and killed snowmen to profit from their icy tears. Xue Song Zi also did such shady business before, but he soon discovered the market for trading snowmen was much more profitable than the icy tears themselves. From then onwards, he began to raise snowmen and sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven for other Gu Immortals to torture. Snowmen could shed tears at most 3 times in their life, and the amount would not surpass 60 drops. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan and life essence would decrease by a huge amount. The more the snowman sheds tears, the faster they will age, speeding up their death. However, raising snowmen did not cost much. Moreover, Xue Song Zi possessed this snowy mountain branch peak, which was very beneficial for the growth of snow pines, snow trees, and snowmen. Thus his profit from selling snowmen was much higher than when he sold tears. He was good at making money and had accumulated a large amount of immortal essence stones from his thriving business over the years, and was considered wealthy in the Gu Immortal circle. But he had one great regret. Decades had gone by since he became rank 6 Gu Immortal, but he still did not have even one Immortal Gu. No matter how many immortal essence stones he had, he was not able to buy Immortal Gu. After all, there was only one of each Immortal Gu. Others would not sell them even if they had it. At most, they would use Immortal Gu to exchange for Immortal Gu. Now, Ma tribe has already reached the final step. If it can prevail over He tribe and enter Imperial Court, maybe I can obtain my first Immortal Gu from 88 True Yang building. Xue Song Zi was thinking of all the matters, when suddenly he had a feeling and casually waved his hand. Space tore open and a letter Gu flew in. Xue Song Zi read the letter, which was Ma Tribe's request for help. So they have finally gotten to this stage. The corner of Xue Song Zi's lips curled up into a smile. He had been paying close attention to the struggle for imperial court and already knew the difficulties Ma Tribe was facing. Previously, he had gotten in contact with Ma Tribe, but Ma Tribe had not made a decision. Now, due to the tense battle situation, Ma Tribe sent a request for assistance. It was akin to agreeing to his previous conditions. With this, it is time to make my move. Xue Song Zi gradually restrained his smile and activated Divine Sense Gu. 3 divine senses separately flew towards 3 snowman tribes on the snowy peak. After receiving the divine sense, 3 snowman Gu masters immediately hurried towards the mountain peak. After a while, they were kneeling in front of Xue Song Pavilion and greeted together. Xue Hua, Xue Mi, and Xue Ming greet Lord Immortal. Xue Song Zi did not reveal himself, instead sent some Gu worms towards these 3 snowmen's hands. Take these Gu worms and also battle Troop D to the outside world and find Ma Tribe. Help them win the battle. Xue Song Zi sent another divine sense. As you command. The 3 snowman Gu masters immediately accepted the order. Xue Song Zi had 4 battle troops marked A, B, C, and D. They were elite troops formed from experts of the 6 snowman tribes. The 3 snowman Gu masters led battle troop D out of the snowy mountain-blessed land, but before they even reached Ma Tribe, He Tribe's Gu Immortals noticed them. Elder brother, this Ma Tribe has relations to Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu Immortals, as we expected. The evidence is out in the open now. Lu Tribe's external supreme Elder Gu Immortal Tan Baiya was not wrong. He Bai said to He Chung in Shaohun Blessed Land. These 2 were He Tribe's Gu Immortals. He Bai had an ordinary appearance and looked to be middle-aged. He looked clumsy, but was intelligent. While He Chung was recognized as He Tribe's genius since young, he looked elegant and confident, and was also He Lu Lan's father. He Chung glanced at He Bai and calmly said, "Brother, do not fret. Demonic Path Gu Immortals have always been lone wolves. Snowy Mountain might be strong and have tens of Gu Immortals, but those that are supporting Ma Tribe will only be 2-3 at most." He Bai nodded. Elder brother is right, but the current Ma Tribe is truly strong. They were able to win great battles just by relying on themselves previously. Now if they obtain Gu Immortal's support, they are bound to get much stronger. He Chung was in agreement as he asked, "Have you investigated who the demonic path Gu Immortals supporting Ma Tribe are?" "I haven't, but it should be easy." "Do it. For the next few days, we will buy 500,000 wolves, 300 mutated wolves, 2 wolf emperors, and a few thousand Gu worms along with other resources to give to He Lu Lan." "Yes, elder brother." "Also, instruct He Lu Lan to end the battle quickly so as to avoid new problems." He Bai gave an understanding nod and left Shaohun Blessed Land without speaking anymore. A war did not only pit human lives against each other, it was more about the competition between each other's foundations, a war of attrition. The struggle for imperial court had advanced to the final stage. He Chung and He Bai, 2 immortals who had been supporting He Lu Lan, gradually started to feel an extremely heavy burden. Although Gu Immortals were rich, they could not support the whole army for such a long period of time. The amount of resources and mortal Gu needed were extremely enormous. A part came from their blessed land, but most of them were purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven using Immortal Essence Stones. With such huge amounts of Immortal Essence Stones being expended, both He Bai and He Chung felt distressed inwardly. The struggle for Imperial Court was essentially a game. But it was not a game all Gu Immortals could afford to play. Many Gu Immortals would put huge stakes in this game to obtain an Immortal Gu. In the end, if the side they chose did not become the owner of Imperial Court, they would lose disastrously. There were even examples of going bankrupt. But if they won and obtained Immortal Gu from 88 True Yang Building, all their investment would be worth it. After all, no matter how many Immortal Essence Stones they had, they would not be able to buy an Immortal Gu. After 10 days, He Tribe and Ma Tribe began another round of battle. Troops lined up in a seemingly endless battle formation. In the main tent, He Lu Lan sat on the main seat with his eyes gazing at his front, and his heroic spirit was overflowing. "We did not cause huge damage to Ma Tribe the previous 2 times. We will teach them a good lesson this time. It is not that easy to become a super tribe. Who will go first?" The moment he finished speaking, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood up and bowed. "Lord Alliance Leader, I would like to go first." He Lu Lan nodded in satisfaction. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was an expert who had chosen to submit to him since the Heroes' Assembly, and he had been assisting and fighting in the struggle for Imperial Court the whole journey, and killed countless enemies, and had made huge battle contributions at this stage. Although Pei Yin Fei also attached to He Tribe after Lu Wenwu lost, he could not shake rank for Hao Ji Lu's position as the first general. Hao Ji Lu was an old general of He Tribe army, and adding in the loyalty which he had revealed many times. If nothing unexpected happened, He would be taken in as an external elder by He tribe once they become the owner of Imperial Court. He tribe was a super tribe with Huang Jin bloodline, one of the overlords of Northern Plains. If Hao Ji Lu joined He tribe, it would be like taking a shelter under a large tree, similar to Wine Demon Tan Wu Feng joining Dongfang tribe. Hao Ji Lu entered the battlefield and started taunting. Ma Shangfeng snorted and pointed at him. This water demon again. Who will go teach him a lesson? Lord Alliance leader, let me go take care of him this time. A boorish guy stood up. He was Ma tribe's general, rank 4 transformation path Gu master, Cheng Hu. Ma Shangfeng agreed. Cheng Hu impatiently went to the front line and started fighting Hao Ji Lu. Hao Ji Lu attacked cleverly with great offense, torrents surging around him. Because of many precious and rare Gu he had exchanged with his battle merits, Hao Ji Lu's current battle strength far surpassed the time when he had just started out in the struggle for Imperial Court. The two sides exchanged moves after moves, and after over 10 rounds, Hao Ji Lu slowly began to occupy the upper hand. Cheng Hu felt stifled as kept on being pushed into disadvantage. He gave a furious roar and activated his killer move, transforming into Slender Tiger. The tiger was ferocious and powerful, immediately turning around the losing situation. Hao Ji Lu was widely known for his fierce offense, but he was having trouble fending off the tiger's attacks, and could only keep on retreating, changing his battle tactics into defending and counterattacking. Chapter 538, Challenge Swoosh Swoosh. A blue water current shot out. Slender Tiger roared in a thunderous volume. This was the rank 4 Tiger Roar Gu. The tiger roar sound waves caused ripples in the air. As it hit the currents, the water exploded into a huge rain. After Cheng Hu became the Slender Tiger, he had great offense, immediately giving off a dominating aura. Tiger Roar Gu sends out sound waves. Tiger Claw Gu has overwhelming sharpness. Tiger Skin Gu has superb defense. Tiger Tooth Gu is pointy like spears, has amazing penetration ability. Tiger Tail Gu, strong like a whip, moving like one's arms. Transformation Path Gu masters would collect relevant Gu worms for their killer move. Once the Gu worm set is complete, they would be able to transform and obtain a huge qualitative surge in their battle strength. Of course, the stronger the transformation, the more valuable the Gu needed for their set, and the harder it is to collect them. Even if a Gu master could transform, they needed a lot of training. Humans were born to walk on 2 legs, having 2 arms and 1 head. If they transformed into another form, it would not be easy for them to adapt. Same as flying. Only huge amounts of training and talent would allow one to have great proficiency in using their new form. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine Gu. This was the deep, profound aspect of using Gu. The 2 armies placed their gaze on the battle ahead. Hao Ji Lu and Cheng Hu's battle had already reached the crucial moment. Cheng Hu used his killer move, turning into the Slender Tiger. He had the advantage. Hao Ji Lu could only evade primarily. Compared to his earlier frenzied attacks, he was truly pathetic now. However, as time continued to pass, the battle was still stuck at a deadlock. Although Cheng Hu had a huge advantage, he could not turn this advantage into victory. Even though most of Ma tribe's troops were rejoicing, the people sitting inside Ma tribe's main tent were frowning. Not good. This water demon is very crafty. Cheng Hu is in danger. Ma Yingjie said. Many of the experts around nodded in agreement. Although killer moves were strong, in truth, there were actually multiple Gu used at the same time. This meant that primeval essence expenditure was very high. For normal Gu masters, this was a double-edged sword. After Cheng Hu used his killer move, with water demon Hao Ji Lu's plentiful experience, he immediately changed his hard-hitting tactics. As Cheng Hu was unable to take down water demon in time, after his primeval essence was expended, he would return to human form. By then, water demon Hao Ji Lu would retaliate. Ma Shangfeng looked calm, but his heart sank. If this was the past, Cheng Hu's success or failure would not bother him. But now, Cheng Hu's victory or loss was not his problem alone. It concerned the morale of the entire army. Ma tribe had lost twice already. Ma Shangfeng knew that the tribes that submitted to them had already wavered. Ma tribe army was led by Ma tribe. The other tribes were needed to make the alliance. Once their hearts wavered, the situation would turn dangerous. Ma Shangfeng did not wish to see Cheng Hu fail. But with the current situations, Cheng Hu was very likely to fail. Ma Shangfeng could only sigh in his heart as he called, Fei Shengcheng. Fei Shengcheng immediately stepped up, placing his right palm at his heart, bowing. I am here. You will go for the second battle. Ma Shangfeng said. In order to alleviate the negative influences caused by Cheng Hu's defeat, he placed his hopes on Fei Shengcheng. Fei Shengcheng was a fierce general. Earlier, he was ostracized by Fei tribe and could not rise up. Ma tribe thus used him as an insider, and during Fei tribe's internal political strife, they launched a surprise attack while they were weak and managed to take down Fei tribe. After Fei Shengcheng submitted to Ma tribe, which was a wise ruler, He made many accomplishments and was highly regarded and nurtured. Right now, he came before the battle area and shouted, "He is Fei Shengcheng." Ever since the Imperial Court contest, he had killed 8 rank 4 experts. In an earlier battle, he used Numbness Gu and fought 3 experts of the same realm alone, showing great abilities. In He Tribe main tent, Sun Shirhan said. Yi Lui Sang's expression was cold. The earlier battle, Cunning Gentleman Sun Shirhan mentioned, was the battle between Ma Tribe and Yi Lui Tribe. In the end, Yi Lui Sang lost and was chased by Ma Tribe, almost becoming a vagabond. The tribes that submitted to Yi Lui Tribe, like Qi Lian Tribe, all went to Ma Tribe. Numbness Gu, a rare rank 4 Gu, had value equivalent to a rank 5. Once a Gu master was struck, they would be paralyzed, unable to move. Although it lasted a short time, during an intense battle, this was a very deadly technique. He Lulan responded in agreement, and looked around, asking, "Who can battle?" Once he said so, one person laughed heartily and stood up. "Fei Xingcheng is nothing much. I am willing to battle and sweep the obstacles away in your path to conquest." He Lulan looked at this person. It was none other than Soul Blade Pan Ping. Earlier, Pan Ping was defeated by Lu Tribe's 3 brothers combination move, and was revived by Tai by Yun Sheng using Man, as before Gu after the battle. Not just him, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were revived in the same way. "All right, then you shall go." He Lulan nodded. If this was during the start of the battle, he would not think highly of Pan Ping. But after tens of battles, Pan Ping was no longer like before. He had grown quickly to become an expert like Pei Yin Fei. "Fei Tribe lad, you are just a traitor, a shameless scoundrel seeking glory. You being alive is the greatest humiliation. Quickly receive your death." Pan Ping jumped onto the battlefield and shouted, surging with battle intent. Fei Shengcheng was furious. He hated people who called him this. "You are just a demonic path bastard. Earlier I let you act arrogantly because you did not anger me yet." Immediately, the two fought. At once, the scene was bursting with attacks, as they were evenly matched. When 2 experts on par with each other battle, it would be an intense battle. Actually, the 2 of them had similar circumstances. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, the 2 of them were people who were not doing well. Pan Ping was a demonic path Gu master. He lived a tough life. As for Fei Xingcheng, he was suppressed by his clan and could not achieve his goals. But because of this Imperial Court contest, the 2 gained fame and emerged from the battles while gaining great surge in strength. Pan Ping only had 1 good Gu back then, Soul Blade Gu. But now, he used his battle merits to exchange for an exquisite set of Gu worms. His strength grew by leaps and bounds. It was unlike before when he relied on Soul Blade Gu alone. Fei Xingcheng was the same. Earlier, he was ostracized in his clan. Even though he had a complete set of Gu worms, he lacked strong, effective methods. He had also accumulated battle merits in battle, and exchanged the rank 5 equivalent Numbness Gu. Paired with his Gu worms, his battle strength rose sharply. The 2 of them engaged with each other endlessly, but they both had their concerns. Pan Ping was afraid of Numbness Gu, while Fei Xingcheng was guarding against Soul Blade Gu. Speaking of the Soul Blade Gu, it was Pan Ping's good luck. It resides in the scimitar instead of the Gu master's body or aperture. After Pan Ping was blown to bits, only the Soul Blade Gu survived. After that, when Tai Bai Yunsheng revived him, he lost all of his Gu worms except Soul Blade Gu. And thankfully, Pan Ping had a lot of battle merits which he had not used. But Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were not so lucky. After they died, they lost all their Gu worms. Most unfortunately, Gao Yang's rank 5 treacherous Cloud Wave Gu was destroyed as well. Rank 5 man as before Gu, it could only target human bodies and not Gu worms. But the 2 felt calm, after all. Being able to revive was the biggest benefit. Thereafter, they borrowed battle merits to replenish their Gu worms. After several battles, not only did they return all the battle merits they owed, they even had some gains left. The battle of 2 rank 4 experts attracted countless gazes. Ma Tribe saw that Fei Xingcheng and Pan Ping were at a deadlock, and sent out another 6 fierce generals. He Lulan accepted all the challenges, sending Pei Yin Fei, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, and others. When the 6 pair of experts battled, Cheng Hu finally lost. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu had no strength to chase after him. He could only watch Cheng Hu escape safely. He Tribe's morale surged, but quickly, in the 3rd battle, Ma Tribe won, and tied the scores. The 2 sides continued to send experts, as more than 30 battle rings appeared before the 2 troops. That is so say, there were around 70 rank 4 Gu masters fighting at once. This was a grand scene. In the entire northern plains, there were billions of people, mostly being mortals, but only several hundred rank 4 Gu masters, and less than 50 rank 5 Gu masters. Precisely because of the battle for the Imperial Court, all these people gathered and collided with each other, competing intensely. In the battle for life and death, Even stronger Gu masters emerge while the weak get exterminated. It was near the end of the fight for the Imperial Court. Be it He tribe or Ma tribe, they were both huge forces. Not counting Gu Immortals, either army had a scale that surpassed super tribes greatly. All members of both armies were definitely excited and filled with ambitions. Only Fang Yuan was calm. In his previous life he had seen even larger events. That was the chaotic battle of the 5 regions. It was truly a time of unrest. Lord Alliance Leader, I would like to battle. A young rank 4 Gu master walked up as he could not contain his battle intent. This was none other than Guguang. Guguang was Gu tribe leader. He was originally rank 3, but after so many battles, he survived and gained a huge boost in strength, having advanced to rank 4 successfully not long ago. He Lulan was stunned, turning his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was Gu and Chang tribe's supreme elder. Both tribes were under his control. Fang Yuan sensed He Lulan's inquisitive gaze and lightly commanded, "Stand down, Guguang. You are a tribe leader. How can you put yourself at risk?" Guguang stepped down obediently. Fang Yuan asked, "Where's Chang Biao?" "Lord, I am here." Chang Biao had a sickly expression. He had yet to recover from his injuries from the previous battle. But Fang Yuan did not care about this, saying, "You will go fight." Chang Biao wanted to speak, but he could not, filled with an intense rage in his heart. Ever since he joined the He Alliance army, he would be ordered by Fang Yuan to participate in every huge battle. Even if he was a famous expert, he could not undergo consecutive battles with such a high intensity. Damn it, this Chang Shan-in, is he ordering me like a beast? Curse my current weak position, I cannot oppose him. I will wait and endure, there is still a long way to go. If I can harm you more than 10 years ago, I will still be able to send you to the underworld after so many years. Chang Biao screamed in his heart, but on the surface, he chose to obey Fang Yuan's orders, dragging his injured body into the battlefield. Chapter 539, Rank 5 Peak Stage. With Chang Biao taking the stage, Ma tribe sent a female expert. This person's name was Xue, a rank 4 peak stage Gu master, a famous expert of Ice Path. She possessed a rank 5 flying snow Gu, which once activated could cause heavy snowfall and make a range of thousands of steps into an ice zone. When Chang Biao saw this expert, he inwardly said, "This will be difficult." Even if he was at his peak condition, he would have to be careful when facing this woman, let alone now in his injured state. The two started fighting. Xue had a sharp offense while Chang Biao kept on dodging to prolong the battle. With this, he was unavoidably pressed in a disadvantageous situation. The battles continued, and as time passed, some rank 4 Gu masters lost, some retreated due to injuries, and some died at the enemy's hand. There were casualties in both sides, but with regards to the overall situation, it was a draw. Slowly, there were fewer and fewer rank 4 Gu masters in the main tent of both sides. They did not have enough to mobilize. Gu tribe leader, please show your strength now. He Lulan's gaze landed on a man who was sitting upright. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong was an Earth Path Gu master who had once given huge trouble to He tribe army by piling stones into a mountain, and made He Lulan have the thought of retreating. But after Tai by Yunsheng arrived, He tribe won, and Gu tribe merged with He tribe army as the defeated side. Gu Guolong's appearance shocked Ma tribe army. This was the first appearance of a rank 5 expert. Ma Shangfeng immediately responded by sending Cheng tribe leader Cheng Long. This person was a rank 5 expert of transformation path and was big brother of Cheng Hu. Gu Guolong bowed slightly upon seeing Cheng Long and politely said, "So it is Cheng tribe leader, please give me pointers." Cheng Long chuckled, "I won't dare to teach tribe leader Guolong. Let's just compare our moves." The two started their battle with such a huge momentum that it suppressed everyone and became the focal point of countless gazes. Gu Guolong could attack and defend with stable and unflustered movements, while Cheng Long flew freely in the sky, fierce and calm. When the two had exchanged 20 moves, He Lulan sent another rank 5 expert Luo Bojun. Luo Bojun had previously sided with Lu Wenwu, but after Lu tribe lost against He tribe, he became one of the higher-ups of He tribe army. Ma tribe also sent out a rank 5 expert to take on Luo Bojun. With regards to rank 5 experts, Ma tribe was not inferior in any respect. Previously, New Heir 2 annexed Tao tribe but was then defeated by Yang tribe who was then attacked by Yi Lui tribe. In the end, Ma tribe defeated Yi Lui tribe, becoming the final winner. From this battle, Ma tribe gained many large tribes: Qi Lian tribe, Cheng tribe, Zhao tribe, Lui tribe, Tao tribe, Yang tribe, and other formidable forces. At the same time, they also gained Zhang Baoya and Yang Paoying, and together with Ma Zun, they had 3 enslavement path masters. Rank 5 Gu masters mostly occupied positions of power and prestige. Their tone of speaking in the fight was much calmer and cordial in comparison to the boiling killing intent between the rank 4 Gu masters. When they attacked, they would also hold back some of their strength in consideration of each other's feelings. Because if they died, their tribe would become a leaderless group and would be swallowed by He tribe or Ma tribe. Although they were hostile to the enemy, their heart was still tied to their tribe's benefits. Even if they were under the constraints of poison vow, there were tacit, unwritten rules. Fang Yuan calmly observed the battle from his seat. He had only showed rank 4 peak stage cultivation, but as an enslavement master and a key character that could influence the whole situation, his position was special and was higher than those rank 5 tribe leaders. What a great move by Giant Son Immortal Venerable A. Truly wonderful plan. As he was personally participating in the struggle for Imperial Court, Fang Yuan truly felt more and more overwhelmed. Giant Son Immortal Venerable left built 88 True Yang building as an inheritance for his descendants, and at the same time, also set up Imperial Court contest tradition. One could tell he had pondered about it meticulously. Leaving aside 88 True Yang building, just this struggle for Imperial Court was a field of purging at every stage, with Huang Jin tribes swallowed other tribes and strengthening themselves. At the same time, the gathering of goods developed the abnormally blooming battle merits economy during the battles. And through war reparations, technology and skills were exchanged, which further deepened the foundation of the Huang Jin family. What was even more important was the survival of the fittest rule, which forced Gu masters to exert their strength at the edge of life and death and become experts. For Huang Jin tribes, this was filtering out the Gu immortal seeds. Giant Son Immortal Venerable was no longer alive, but his influence was still governing the whole northern plains. Compared to the Immortal Venerable, I am only an ant-like existence at present. But it was also because I took advantage of this struggle for the Imperial Court that my strength could advance by leaps and bounds. Fang Yuan then divided a little of his concentration to look into his aperture. There were many new Gu worms in his aperture. Most were rank 4 with 1 rank 3 along with 1 rank 5 Azure Zombie Gu and 1 rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. Ever since Fang Yuan had gained inspiration from 3 Heads 6 Arms killer move, he had been combining his foundation and imagination to make some progress in his research. He then condensed the research findings into a killer move which he called 4-Arm Earth King. When he activates this killer move, a completely new pair of arms would grow out from his sides. His strength would increase sharply when he used all 4 of his arms, comparable to the killer move of Lu Tribe's 3 brothers, 3 Heads 6 Arms. But, compared to 3 arms 6 heads, my 4-Arm Earth King's form can only be maintained for a short time. I will only be able to exert full strength when my feet is touching the land. If I fly, my battle strength will fall by half. This killer move had been newly created by Fang Yuan and was still not perfected. He would need to examine this killer move through battles, add in some new Gu, replace unnecessary Gu, or directly cut down on them, and slowly this killer move would be perfected. The sun gradually rose higher, but with blizzard disaster approaching closer, the normally intense hot sunlight appeared to have no heat. The surging battle intent on the battlefield gradually accumulated to the climax. All sorts of attacks burst out in dozens of battle rings like colorful fireworks, creating an extremely dazzling scene. There were only a few Gu masters left in the He tribe's main tent. The rest were either fighting, retreating, recovering, or had died in the battlefield. Considering the overall situation, He tribe was in a slightly weaker position. Since the start till now, He Lulan had obtained He Bai and He Chung, 2 Immortals' active support, while Ma tribe had only requested assistance from Xue Song Zi only at this battle. Humph. Ma tribe's bunch of trash can really take a beating. He Lulan snorted with a fierce gaze as he started getting impatient. His gaze landed on Fang Yuan and was just about to speak, when 3 beast groups rushed out of Ma tribe camp. From the left side, many horses galloped on the earth, causing the ground to rumble like a muffled lightning. From right side, countless rats rushed out while squeaking and hissing, so packed that it caused people to feel a chill down their spine. From the center, Eagle group soared up like dark clouds, actually looking like it could cover the sky. Horse King Ma Zun, Rat King Jiang Baoya and Eagle King Yang Ping, these 3 enslavement path masters had moved at the same time. Beast groups charged, immediately dispersing most of the battle rings. Ma Shangfeng saw he was slightly winning in the experts challenging and wanted to rely on the dominance of their enslavement path masters to suppress He tribe army and change the unfavorable situation. Facing the combined attack of 3 beast groups, He Lulan immediately tensed up and looked at Fang Yuan. Wolf King, it is your turn now. Fang Yuan nodded and leisurely stood up from his seat. He slowly strolled to the head of the twin-headed rhino and looked down at the 3 beast groups. All of them were fierce, powerful, and were huge in size. Either one of the 3 enslavement path masters were at the same level as him and were formidable opponents who would not lose to him in regards to enslavement path. It was to the extent that the enslavement path Gu worms they had were much more comprehensive and superior to Fang Yuan's wolf enslavement Gu worms. Under the condition that he did not reveal his strength path battle strength, Fang Yuan would find it hard to fight against this group by himself. In the previous 2 rounds of battle, his wolf group had all along been pushed into disadvantage by the 3 beast groups and had suffered huge losses. Meanwhile, Ma tribe had relied on this advantage to make the beast groups cover their backs, and thus they could safely retreat behind defense lines the previous 2 times. But at this moment, Fang Yuan coldly laughed, his heart filled with soaring battle intent. His enslavement path Gu worms were slightly weaker in comparison to these 3 enslavement path masters, but he had received huge support from He tribe's Gu Immortals before the battle, and his wolf group size had increased by over 10 times. These wolf groups were hidden within the army, and by using some Gu worms, the enemy was unable to sense them. Wolf King, I am Yang Ping. Do you dare to fight me? In the sky, Yang Ping was riding on a huge eagle, his heroic aura shone and his posture was upright, as if it was a battle spear that would charge to the sky. He took the initiative to challenge in order to pin down Fang Yuan's wolf group. The eagle group could attack the wolf group from air, thus had a very advantageous position. Ha! Old Yang, go easy on brother Chang Shanin. After all, he is an enslavement master like us. You need to give him some face. From the right, Rat King's ridiculing laughter could be heard. And on the left, among the horse group, Ma Zun, who was not good at talking, just groaned and charged forward. Around him were large number of Gu master experts on war horses, guarding him. Enslavement path masters could display extreme strength when they themselves were present in the battle while commanding their beast group. The 3 masters braved the risks and led their beast group in the charge. This was akin to 3 heavy punches. If the He tribe army did not block it off properly even by a little, they could very well be knocked out. The whole situation could crumble apart, and they would have to retreat powerlessly. After all, a battlefield was filled with unpredictable variables. There were many examples of the weak winning against the strong, let alone when He tribe was only occupying a slight dominance. Brother Shanin, He Lulan could not help revealing a worried expression. Although the scale of the wolf group had increased sharply, beyond that of the 3 beast groups, he was worried Fang Yuan would not be able to control all of them properly. After all, Fang Yuan had never controlled such a large number of wolves. If he was not able to control them properly, and instead became confused, or even if he could control them, with Wolf King's rank for peak stage primeval essence, how long could he hold on for? Fang Yuan stood on the head of the twin-headed rhino, silent as his back faced He Lulan, looking at the 3 majestic beast groups charging and killing, pincer, attacking from both sky and land, and were already approaching close. While Wolf King had yet to make any movement, He Lulan felt very anxious as he urged, Brother Shanin, make your move quickly. Fang Yuan was still silent, as if he did not hear it. The 3 beast groups rushed over with great momentum and was less than 200 steps away and looked like it would arrive in an instant. He tribe's army was in an uproar, and He Lulan urged even more anxiously, Brother Chang Shanin. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. It is time. The enemy poured all their strength to pressure me with the beast groups, but they do not know that they have brought about their own demise. Alliance leader Lulan, I need to congratulate you. Congratulate me for what? This battle has already been won. The die is cast. Alliance leader becoming the Lord of Imperial Court is a foregone conclusion. Fang Yuan lightly said. He Lulan's eyes opened wide. He nearly shouted. The F***CK? Where are you getting this ridiculous sense of confidence from? Quick, mobilize your wolf group for me. The enemy is already near, and you still have time to talk about such nonsense. However, the very next moment, his eyes almost popped out like someone had struck the back of his eyes. It was because he felt Fang Yuan's aura having astonishing changes. From rank 4 peak stage to rank 5 initial stage. From rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 middle stage. From rank 5 middle stage to rank 5 upper stage. And from rank 5 upper stage to rank 5 peak stage. Right now, Fang Yuan was slowly lifting the concealment of breath concealment Gu and did not suppress his true cultivation anymore. Rank 5 peak stage, a genuine rank 5 peak stage. Wolf King Changshan Yin was actually a rank 5 peak stage enslavement pathmaster. He Lulan was dumbstruck and dazed as he stared at Fang Yuan's back view. The Gu master guards nearby the main tent also looked with shocked and stunned gazes. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan activated Eagle Rise Gu. Large eagle wings gently raised him to the sky. In the sky, he gave a long howl. Rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu and Wolf Howl Gu. The wolf howl resounded throughout the skies, directly suppressing all the sounds from the 3 beast groups. Howl, howl, howl. The wolves started howling one after another in response to Fang Yuan. Chapter 540, 1 verses 3. Fang Yuan flew into the sky. Yang Ping, Jiang Baoya, Ma Zun, today is the day all of you die. He said plainly. His voice was loud and clear, reverbing in everyone's ears. Ma Zun, Jiang Baoya snorted. Humph, shameless words. You are actually rank 5 peak stage. Chang Shanin, you truly hid your abilities well. Yang Ping said with a solemn expression, her eyes burning with fire. But this ignites my battle intent. This kind of battle is truly interesting. But at the next moment, when the wolf group emerged, his battle intent froze. Many, so many, too many. A sea of wild wolves surged like the waves of the sea. First was the initial wave, then the second, third, as if connecting heaven and earth. It was unceasing and near infinite. Ma Zun was finally moved. The eagle group's movements halted as Yang Piying's expression was stiff. Such a huge wolf group. Oh heaven, 500,000? 800,000? No, at least 1,000,000. Jiang Baoya was shell-shocked. His battle intent vanished without a trace. Retreat. My rat group was only 600,000 at its peak. After so many battles, I have not replenished them yet. Thus I have less than 200,000 now. This is my foundation. I cannot lose them. Retreat, retreat, retreat. We have to run. Jiang Baoya was a demonic cultivator. He was extremely selfish. He immediately turned around and ran away with his rat group. 3 things influenced an enslavement path Gu master's strength. One was the size of their beast group. The second was the cooperation of the enslavement path Gu worms. And third was the foundation of the soul. Fang Yuan's soul foundation was at the same level as the 3 enslavement masters due to Dang Hun Mountain. His enslavement Gu worms, although weaker than the 3 of them, was only inferior by a bit. But his wolf group had reached an incredible number of 1,560,000. In contrast, the 3 of them had suffered huge losses to their beast groups after consecutive battles, especially the last 2 huge battles. There were 200,000 rats, 180,000 eagles, and the most number of horses, at 360. But together, there were no more than 740,000. 740,000. It was merely half of the 1,560,000 wolves. Moreover, could beast groups really be counted in such a simple additive manner? It has been mentioned before, no? Different beast groups when mixed together, unless there were techniques like 3 hearts combination soul used, would impede each other and cause more trouble than good. Large numbers of wolves gushed out. Before, they were hiding in the crevices underground, while some were hidden by goo worms, and others were inside carriages. Now they all showed up. Even Ma Zun, who rarely spoke, shouted in shock. How can there be so many wolves? They were originally going in a 3-way pincer attack to take advantage of Fang Yuan being alone. In the end, there were countless wolves, and He tribe's weakness because their greatest strength instead. The Gu master guards beside him shouted loudly. Lord Ma Zun, quickly retreat. The enemy forces are overwhelming. We cannot fight them head-on. Ma Zun was not a hot-blooded teenager. He quickly manipulated the horse group and changed direction to retreat. But horse group was different from rat group. Rats were mostly small and could change directions easily. When the horses run, it was hard to stop, especially when Fang Yuan had purposely waited until the horses and rats came close to He tribe army before mobilizing his wolf group. His intentions were truly sinister. But Ma Zun was an enslavement master. He had great attainments. He had a good grasp of his horse group's condition. He carefully controlled them, and the horse group drew an arc across the ground as they brushed past He tribe army, turning to the outside, attempting to break out of this situation. However, how could Fang Yuan let such a big piece of fat meat fly away? Ma Zun was an enslavement master, but so was he. Willing in his mind, the mutated wolf group howled as they chased. Mutated wolf group? So many. Ma Zun's Gu master guards turned around and looked, their expressions turning pale. Ma Zun had a mutated beast group with him, called Pegasus Group, but their numbers could not compare with the mutated wolf group chasing them. Most of his troops were ordinary horses like Terror Claw horse. How could these horses run faster than mutated wolves? Ma Zun controlled the horse group's direction in an attempt to shrug off the wolf group. But the mutated wolf group split into 2, engaging in a pincer attack as they finally intercepted the horse group. Soon after, a grand number of ordinary wolves pounced and surrounded the horses tightly. A spectacular intercept, as expected of a master level. Seeing this, He Lu Lan was overjoyed, finally putting his worries about Changshan in away. On the other end, Rat King escaped with a group of mutated wolves chasing him with a sea of wolves behind them. As the slower rats were constantly eaten by the wolves behind, they were like a huge beast rampaging, sucking up all the rats ahead of them. Fang Yuan took a look and stopped caring about Rat King. He turned his gaze up towards the sky. The wolf group ran on the ground, while the eagle group soared in the sky. It was beyond the wolf group's ability to deal with the eagle group. Thus, among the 3 beast groups, Even though the Eagle group was weaker than the Horse group, they were in a better position. Damn it, 2 Beast groups have been targeted. The Horse group is deep within encirclement. While Rat King ran away, only my group is left. Yang Ping felt a huge burden on his shoulders. He knew that if he wanted to win this, the Horse and Rat groups were extremely precious battle strength. Losses to either one would shrink Ma tribe's hopes of victory greatly. The only one who can salvage this situation is me. I have to use the Eagle group to attack aggressively, to divert most of Changshan Yin's attention. Yang Ping was still thinking, when Fang Yuan controlled hundreds of thousands of wolves, charging and stomping towards Ma tribe's main tent in a grand manner. Yang Ping was stuck between 2 hard decisions. If we fought one-on-one, my wolf group would definitely suffer against your Eagle group. But we are at war now. If my wolf group slaughters large numbers of Gu masters, no, even if they just expend most of their primeval essence, it would be a great victory in terms of attrition. Yang Ping, what will you do? Fang Yuan's eyes were calm as water, as the corners of his lips curled into a cold snicker. Yang Ping thought rapidly in his head, but the more he thought about it, the colder his heart felt. Changshan Yin's decision was truly sinister and evil. It was a fatal blow. But after hesitating for a while, Yang Ping gritted his teeth and decided to restrain Wolf King. This way, the Central Wolf Group did not have to engage the Eagle Group, and successfully charged into Ma tribe's army. Ma Shangfeng's expression was cold as steel. He quickly mobilized his remaining enslavement path Gu masters and formed a temporary defensive line. But the Wolf Group was huge, and there were mutated wolves as vanguard. Such a defensive line was thin as paper, easily broken through. This was a huge mistake due to my decision-making. But we have not lost, everyone. The situation is dire. We have to stake it all here. Fight with me. We still have trump cards. Ma Shangfeng shouted, as Xue Hua and the other rank 5 snowmen showed their true form. At the same time, an elite troop comprising purely snowmen was formed. Seeing such reinforcements, Ma tribe army's morale surged. They calmed down from the initial confusion and rapidly shouted, fighting alongside Ma Shangfeng. At once, wolves howled as blood splattered. Everywhere. First was the Central Army, followed by Ma tribe's left and right troops. As the Gu masters starting their advancement, He Lulan laughed heartily as he waved his hand. Several elite troops of his started to move out. All the respective tribe leaders also led their tribesmen into the battlefield. The 2 armies engaged in all-out combat. Beast groups, humans, entangled together. Fire path, ice path, dark path, light path, all sorts of Gu masters fought valiantly. Experts laughed loudly as they slaughtered their enemies, while weaklings helped each other, forming groups as they resisted with their lives, fighting for a chance of survival. The Eagle group shrieked as they attacked Fang Yuan. But beside Fang Yuan, there were He Lulan's personal guards, as well as Yi Lui Sang, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Si Xian, Pan Ping, and other experts, forming a tight defense. The Eagle group's attack was ineffective, while Fang Yuan used Wolf Hair Gu to bypass his weakness of vision, allowing him to mobilize the wolf group to attack, slaughtering horses, rats, and people. We have urgent matters. Wu Yi, you guys go and restrain the experts near Changshan Yin. On the Eagle's back, Yang Ping was sweating profusely as he ordered. Wu Yi was called Greenbat, one of the 3 flying masters in Northern Plains. Among the 3 original flying masters, Flying Lightning Dong Pakong was part of Dong Fong tribe, having returned to the Blessed Land. Water Fairy Song Qing Yin had died in battle already. Only Greenbat Wu Yi was left, recruited by Ma tribe. He was especially left behind to deal with the new flying master Changshan Yin. Wu Yi heard this and frowned. If we strike, and the other party attacks, what will happen to your safety? Yang Ping laughed arrogantly. I have the protection of the Thunder Eagles. I am extremely safe. Not even He Lulan can break my Thunder Eagle's defense instantly. Don't worry and go. Don't forget our assassin Wu Ming. Wu Yi heard this, and their hearts shook. These people with flying abilities rushed out, causing He Lulan and the others' pressure to intensify when defending. Careful, they are trying to disturb us. Don't step out easily. Don't forget that they have Wu Ming. He Lulan snorted as he attacked, instructing his men. Qi Lian tribe leader's godson Wu Ming was a rank 5 Dark Path Gu master. Yi Lui Sang could defeat the 7 Army Alliance because he had assassinated many of their enemies' leaders, causing them to feel fear and a drop in morale. After that, Wu Ming's performance was spectacular. A good number of rank 5 Gu masters died in his hands, including even more rank 4 Gu masters. He was hailed as the #1 assassin in the current world. His reputation had greatly surpassed Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian. Right now, he had not shown up yet. Who knew which part of the battlefield he was lurking in? He Lulan did not dare to be careless. Once Wu Ming succeeds in assassinating Fang Yuan, the wolf group was collapse and the situation would reverse immediately. Charge! charge over and kill Wolf King Chang Shanin. Not just He Lu Lan, Yang Ping and Ma tribes experts also rapidly understood the crux of this battle. At once, large numbers of Gu Master experts charged towards He tribe main camp. I will give 5 million battle merits to whoever kills Chang Shanin. He will be given the position of Ma tribe's supreme elder and will enjoy Ma tribe's resources for life. Ma Shangfeng fought and killed the wolves as he shouted loudly. Such huge rewards naturally attracted many Gu Master experts, causing their eyes to turn red and their spears to point at Fang Yuan. Chapter 541, Four-Arm Earth King. Very soon, He Lu Lan and the rest started to feel a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Not good. The enemy has gone crazy. We won't be able to hold on for long. Black Banner troops, come over to reinforce us quick. Pei Yin Fei, Zhong Fei Yu, Tang Miao Ming. You guys also come over to protect Wolf King. We cannot continue to defend passively like this. We need to take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, the residual force of the battle will still endanger Wolf King. Ma tribe was absolutely not resigned to losing. If they lost, they would be completely finished. They began to stake their lives, the heavy rewards alluring them to brave dangers. The situation quickly escaped out of He Lu Lan's control, and the battlefield soon changed into attacking and defending Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's safety and danger directly concerned the result of this battle. The enemy rank 4 Gu Masters and rank 5 Gu Masters all rushed over, creating a huge chaotic scene. This was a majestic spectacle that was rarely seen in the former Imperial Court contests. In the battle rings, rank 4 Gu Masters were already reduced to a supporting role. Even rank 5 experts could not act freely and were in a risky situation. He Lu Lan, Yi Lui Sang and others had still been paying some attention to Wolf King at first, but soon, they were finding it difficult to protect themselves. Surrounding them were flames, ice and snow, sound waves and all sorts of attacks that flew chaotically among the battle rings. The enemy did not remain in a fixed place, fighting anyone they met. There were times they even attacked their own people. The number 1 assassin Wu Ming stood at a distance, helplessly looking at the giant chaotic battle ring. He was an assassin, an expert at getting close while hiding before striking the fatal attack. But right now, the battleground had become so chaotic with all Gu Masters attacking madly. All kinds of investigative Gu worms scanning around, and Gu Masters killing anybody they came across. The situation was already out of control, the offense too overwhelming, and some rank 4 Gu Masters had already become hysterical to protect themselves. Wu Ming was doubtful. If he entered stealthily, he might be discovered within a few breaths of time. It might even be his own people who might attack him in the heat of the moment. Even if I don't make a move, Wolf King will find it hard to keep his life in such a situation. Wu Ming smiled coldly and kept on watching the show. Soon, his eyes brightened and saw a rank 4 Gu Master of his side moving towards Wolf King from the side. Cheng Hu. When he saw the person clearly, Wu Ming almost shouted in excitement. Someone had struck Cheng Hu from behind and sent him flying towards Fang Yuan. Previously, Fang Yuan had Bian Xixian guarding him from the side. But just moments ago, Bian Xixian had taken the initiative to draw away the encroaching Fei Xingcheng. She was not a defensive Gu Master and also did not have any intention to sacrifice her life for Fang Yuan. Thus she felt that was the most sensible choice. Which scoundrel sneak attacked me? Cheng Hu fell on the ground and immediately stood up, furiously roaring before turning around and charging towards the direction he came from. Wu Ming did not know what to say at this scene. However, Cheng Hu had only walked 5-6 steps when suddenly he seemed to have been struck by a body immobilization spell as he stopped on the spot. He furiously turned around and rigidly stared at Fang Yuan, who was within his reach. After few breaths of being dazed, he finally came back to his senses. The guys who sneak attacked me, I really love you. Ha ha. Cheng Hu's pores opened up in excitement and looked at Fang Yuan like he was looking at 5 million battle merits and endless fame and fortune. Grr. He pounced forward, his limbs instantly transformed into a gorgeous tiger the moment he landed. Transformation path killer move. Slant eye tiger. Roared. A reeking wind pounced towards Fang Yuan. Damn it. Hide quickly. Bian Xixin glanced back and involuntarily screamed. Success. Wu Ming felt his blood pumping and his body shivering with excitement. The tiger opened its bloody mouth, leaped to the air and pounced down. The huge shadow shrouded over Fang Yuan's face. The tiger's sharp teeth was almost closing at his head. I had not thought such a heaven-shaking contribution will fall to my hands, huh? The tiger's eyes suddenly flashed with a shocked look. A pair of large hands grabbed the tiger's neck, immobilizing it. Humph. Cheng Hu snorted inwardly. His many years of battle experience and insight allowed him to quickly slash with his 2 sharp claws. Thud. A muffled sound echoed. The next moment, the 2 tiger claws were separately grabbed by 2 metallic hands. Where did these hands come from? Cheng Hu gazed with bewilderment and saw Fang Yuan's cold gaze and tranquilized face, and two bronze arms that had grown from his sides since some unknown time ago. The two bronze hands firmly grabbed Cheng Hu's tiger claws. Humph! Cheng Hu snorted and immediately used his tail as well. The tail lashed through the air, forming a fierce whip shadow that was agile and tricky as it smashed towards Fang Yuan's head. Slam! A clear sound echoed. There was not the slightest of injuries on Fang Yuan's head, but instead it was the tiger tail that had turned numb from the pain and lost its control. Cheng Hu had a killer move. Fang Yuan similarly possessed a killer move. Killer move, Four-Arm Earth King. There were no less than 14 Gu worms used for this killer move, including rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu. In such a state, Fang Yuan's defense had increased by over 4 times, his strength reaching 800 Jun. Moreover, when he was touching the ground, his strength would keep on increasing without end. Have you played enough? Fang Yuan gave a cold smile, looking calmly at Cheng Hu, his gaze carrying a ridiculing and cold intent. An intense coldness rose from Cheng Hu's heart before quickly spreading over his whole body. Fear. Even if Cheng Hu was usually carefree and took his bravery as an honor, right now as he looked at Fang Yuan's dark and cold eyes, he felt fear. The intense fear caused him to erupt with strength. The tiger moved its throat, preparing a sound wave attack. However, at this moment, Fang Yuan gave a soft sigh. Such a boring trick. Sigh. It is better for you to die. His voice was tranquil and light, as if he was talking of an insignificant thing. Pshhh. The next moment, the bronze hands exerted strength and pulled. The gorgeous tiger was ripped into 2 halves, fresh blood splattered, and internal organs fell down to the ground. 2 irregular tiger parts fell down to the ground and transformed back to 2 halves of a human. And the tiger head turned back to Cheng Hu's head. His eyes were wide open in fear, completely revealing the fear of death. Fang Yuan grabbed Cheng Hu's skull and slowly raised his head, his gaze traversing through everyone and landed on Yang Piying. The hair all over Yang Piying's body stood on their end. An intense sense of danger was rising in his heart. Fang Yuan flapped his eagle wings and flew to the sky. Yang Piying's pupils shrunk, immediately mobilizing the Thunder Eagle group to protect him. Fang Yuan smiled in disdain. Do you think you can block me with just these beasts with rank for battle strength? Hee. Bam bam bam. He directly charged straight ahead. The Thunder Eagles in his way were forcefully smashed into pieces. By the time the Gu Masters in the chaotic battlefield reacted, Fang Yuan had already charged through the Thunder Eagle group like a hot knife cutting through butter and reached Yang Piying. Yang Piying's face lost all blood as he looked at Fang Yuan with extreme fear. Fang Yuan lifted him by his head, his whole body not even able to resist the slightest bit. Fang Yuan lightly clenched his hand. Crack! Fang Yuan burst Eagle King Yang Piying's head as easily as bursting a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered, and the Eagle group instantly crumbled apart. The Eagle group flew away back to the sunny sky. The enormous commotion attracted countless people. What? Wolf King personally killed Eagle King. A lot of people shouted incredulously at this sight. Now it is your turn. Fang Yuan did not stop, his cold gaze landing on Ma Xun. They were separated by 10,000 steps of distance, and he was protected by the majestic horse group. But Ma Xun still felt a terror, as if a calamity was descending upon him. Block him. Kill Wolf King. Wu Yi and Shi Shui flew together and pincer attacked Fang Yuan. A bunch of trash wants to block me. Fang Yuan snorted in disdain. He flapped his 2 wings and easily shook away Shi Shui, directly charging towards Wu Yi. Wu Yi had never expected Fang Yuan to be so violent. He overestimated his own defense while also underestimating Fang Yuan's fierce offensive. The defensive light barrier only held for half a breath of time before collapsing apart. Wu Yi immediately sensed danger, and with his master-level flying skill, he was able to make a dodging movement which others simply could not do. If it were others, they might only be able to let him escape, but Fang Yuan was similarly a flying master. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Half of Wu Ye's body was smashed into paste with bones fracturing into pieces and internal organs of half his body bursting apart. His eyes were wide open as he fell down from the sky. A generation's flying master, a demonic path expert had perished. Fang Yuan moved on towards Ma Xun without even glancing at Wu Yi. Roar! A dragon roar echoed like a thunder, and an enormous dragon blocked Fang Yuan's way. This giant dragon had golden horn, 3 claws and dragon eyes which were burning like lanterns, revealing the flames of revenge. Chang Shanin, you dared to kill my younger brother. You shall pay the most bitter price for this. This person was a rank 5 expert of transformation path, Cheng Hu's big brother, Cheng Long. Noisy earthworm. Fang Yuan snorted and increased his speed, leaving behind an afterimage in the air as he fiercely smashed into the giant dragon. Boom! The explosive sound of the collision was deafening. The sound wave spread to all directions, resounding through the sky and earth. Hearts trembled as countless gazes fixed at the distant, looking at Fang Yuan, whose body had inflated by 2 times and was covered in a bronze luster, his forearms thicker than a grown man's thighs. He stood proudly in the air, grabbing a broken dragon horn, while the 3-clawed golden giant dragon fell down to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. It fiercely smashed into the ground, creating a giant pit with dragon blood and dragon scales splattering all around. What? Ma Xiangfeng's pupils rapidly shrunk as he blurted out involuntarily, not daring to believe the reality. Even Sheng Long could not take one move from him. This killer move. He Lulan absent-mindedly looked at Fang Yuan, seeing the reflection of Lu tribe's 3 brothers, 3 heads 6 arms killer move. Ma Zun, I, Wolf King, will take your life. Fang Yuan lightly said, his voice traveling across the battlefield. His calm tone was like he was once again speaking of insignificant matter. But to everyone else, his words had a feeling of being unrivaled. Uncle Ma Zun, leave quickly. I will block him. Ma tribe's young tribe leader Ma Yingjie shouted from Ma Zun's side. The other Gu master guards also started persuading. Wolf King is very fierce. We cannot face him head-on. Lord and young tribe leader, please leave. We will hold him back. Chapter 542, Dual Cultivating 2 Paths. People all around Ma Zun kept on persuading strongly. Ma Zun's expression was ashen as he resolutely refused. No, my Ma tribe only has warriors who will fight to death, not cowards who will run away. I am a symbol of Ma tribe. It will be a heavy impact to our army's morale if I run away. I cannot leave. We have yet to lose. I still have my Pegasus group. With a shift of his mind, the Pegasus flew into the air like clouds. These grand beasts had snow-white fur. Their mane fluttered in the wind as they unfolded their pure white wings. These Pegasus were Ma tribe's pride. A grand feeling emerged in Ma tribesmen's hearts as they looked at these Pegasus. The feelings of fear quickly calmed down. Right, we still have Pegasus. Ah, Ma Yingjie was speaking, when suddenly he exclaimed in shock and terror. Fang Yuan was shooting towards them like a meteor, fiercely crashing through the Pegasus group without any intent to dodge. The Pegasus, which had rank 4 battle strength, were smashed through, their blood spurting high. The horse group neighed in panic. Their pure white feathers helplessly drifted in the air as their corpse fell down to the ground. Fang Yuan moved straight through Pegasus group and reached above Ma Zun and the group with none able to block him. Ma Zun was stunned. The Gu masters beside opened their mouth wide as they looked at Fang Yuan, their heart filled with extreme shock, helplessness, and fear. Fang Yuan's ghostly figure deeply imprinted itself in the depths of their heart, never to be forgotten. No, I have not lost yet. Ma Zun freaked out and was about to use his killer move when he was blocked by Ma Yingjie. Uncle, let me do it. Once you use this killer move, your cultivation will fall. Ma tribe can lose me, but it can never lose you. Ma Yingjie shouted, his gaze filled with determination. Yingjie. Ma Zun's body shook. He looked at this junior whom he appreciated and was most hopeful about, and felt his will to fight to the death. Ma Zun did not want his nephew to sacrifice for him. But just like Ma Yingjie said, Ma tribe could lose Ma Yingjie, but it needed him, Ma Zun, to command horse group. The eagle group had crumbled apart now, and the rat group could not be counted on. If they lose the horse group as well, Ma tribe's defeat will be certain. Also, my death is not certain. Uncle, leave quickly. Ma Yingjie turned solemn, mobilizing his primeval essence into several Gu worms. Killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit. This was a killer move that was specially prepared for them by Snowy Mountain's demonic path, Gu Immortal Xue Song Zi. Nay. Many horses beside Ma Yingjie raised their front legs and gave desperate and crazy neighs. Large amount of blood seeped out of their body. They fell down one after another as they lost their life. But at the same time, diverse and gorgeous horse souls resembling rainbows pierced out of the corpses. Mutated horse souls. Fang Yuan's pupils slightly shrunk. Normal souls were simply impossible to be detected by ordinary people. But these horse souls had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on their head and were also of every size, as if they were alive, and they also shone with all kinds of colors. Only the blind would not be able to see them. Dragon horses floated up and charged towards Fang Yuan in a very fast speed. Fang Yuan flew away, pulling apart some distance while also making probing attacks. These horse souls were troublesome because they were souls. Ordinary physical attacks had no effect on them. At the same time, their self-destruction had the power equal to the soul explosion of the previous shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan's killer move was strong, but it was not a soul path killer move. If 3 horse souls self-destructed at the same time, he would not be able to endure it. After all, his soul cultivation was still a 1,000-man soul. But why would I face you head-on? Fang Yuan scoffed and slowly landed on the ground. He was not simply a pure strength path Gu master. he still had enslavement path methods. Next moment, wolf smoke surged and healed the wolves beside him. Wolf howl resounded, raising the wolves' battle strength by several times. The wolves then charged towards Ma Yingjie and Ma Zun like hungry sharks. Damn it! Ma Yingjie immediately experienced Fang Yuan's insidiousness and unscrupulousness. He had sacrificed large numbers of horses beside him to form into mutated horse souls for the killer move Dragon Horse Spirit. But Fang Yuan did not face his horse souls, instead sending his wolf group to death. The wolves used their lives to wear down the horse soul's strength, and the mutated horse souls started becoming dimmer as they defended against the wolf group's fierce attacks. Some dispersed, and some self-destructed. Large numbers of wolves died in exchange for a sharp reduction of the horse souls. Fang Yuan was displaying the essence of the enslavement path to the extreme. Enslavement path, Gu masters used cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy's precious strength. For example, consuming their primeval essence, and right now, it was to perish along with the horse souls. Ma Yingjie could do nothing to Fang Yuan. Mutated horse souls were strong, but after slaughtering so many wolves in such a short period of time, they were now powerless to be of any threat to Fang Yuan. Uncle, leave. You are our Ma tribe's hope. Leave quickly. Ma Yingjie shouted, persuading Ma Zun to leave again. Ma Zun's cheeks streamed with tears, his heart filled with pain, hatred, anger, and hesitation. He gritted his teeth to the point of almost breaking them, but in the end, under the urging of his rationality, he slowly moved his body and led a group of horses, leaving Ma Yingjie and retreating towards Ma tribe camp. Fang Yuan immediately sensed Ma Zun's movement. Ma Zun was an enslavement path master, 100 times more significant than Ma Yingjie. Fang Yuan immediately flapped his wings and flew to the sky. He gave up on Ma Yingjie and began to chase Ma Zun. Wolf King, don't leave. Ma Yingjie hurriedly mobilized horse souls to fly into the sky to intercept Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan coldly smiled in disdain and made an exquisite turn in the air, throwing all the horse souls behind him. He was a flying master while these mutated horse souls were no more than Ma Yingjie's puppets. Looking at Fang Yuan rushing towards them with killing intent, the Gu master guards beside Ma Zun immediately became fearful. With no choice, Ma Zun also used the killer move Dragon Horse Spirit. Under his control, mutated horse souls formed into a tight defense line. Their might was much more than what Ma Yingjie showed. Even if Fang Yuan had Flying Master achievement, it would be difficult for him to break through. Roar! A dragon roar resonated at this moment. An enormous shadow shrouded over Fang Yuan. The three-clawed, golden horn giant dragon once again charged at Fang Yuan. Cheng Long had been defeated in one move by Fang Yuan and had fallen down to the ground miserably. He had barely crawled out of the hole when he was attacked by several enemies, and after spending all his strength to thwart and beat away these obstacles, he chased after Fang Yuan in rage to take revenge. You actually came to send yourself to death. Fang Yuan coldly smiled, not in the least moved as he looked at the dragon claws that were rapidly approaching him with an invincible might. The eagle wings on his back flapped, and he easily brushed past the dragon claws. Relying on his exquisite flying skill, he made the giant dragon go circles around him. Not good. I am not Wolf King's match in the air. Cheng Long soon realized his disadvantage, but it was already late. Fang Yuan grabbed this gap to fly to the dragon head. His two bronze arms ruthlessly pounded onto the two eyes of the giant dragon like a battle spear or a sharp sword. The dragon eyes burst and blood splashed in all directions. The giant dragon immediately went mad, roaring miserably due to the intense pain. Fang Yuan was splashed all over with scarlet blood, but he did not stop. He gave a sinister smile and continued piercing deep into the eyes with his two hands, directly attacking the brain membrane, while his other two hands smashed at the dragon head like a heavy hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Huge sounds echoed out again and again as Fang Yuan continued to hammer at the dragon head like pounding on a war drum. The giant dragon started falling down. It struggled with mad fervor, and its long tail twisted into a braid. Stones and mud flew, and the dragon tail lashed out, sending both humans and beasts flying. Fang Yuan did not stop his attack. He continued to pound for 20 to 30 times, and was finally satisfied when the dragon head was thoroughly smashed into pieces. White brain matter and blood spurted upon his whole body. He took a deep breath, the intense odor of blood instead making him feel satisfied, especially when he looked silently at this giant dragon corpse that he had conquered. Man, no matter which world they live in, all lives to conquer. Conquer the enemy, conquer themselves. Fang Yuan sighed with emotion. Although the dragon had already died, the dragon corpse had not transformed back. One could see how profound Cheng Long's achievement and transformation path was. His head was quite tough, but he was no more than an impulsive fool. Fang Yuan lightly commented before looking towards Ma Zun again. He even killed Cheng Long. Is this still Wolf King? Wasn't he an enslavement pathmaster? The scene of Fang Yuan stepping on the corpse shocked many. Most of them simply did not dare to believe their own eyes. How could Wolf King change from an enslavement pathmaster into such a fierce warrior that rampaged in the battlefield? Meanwhile, the wolf group howled and charged waves after waves without any pause, showing Fang Yuan's exquisite beast-controlling skill. Ma Xun's face was pale. His primeval essence was gradually exhausted as he kept on maintaining the killer move Dragon Horse Spirit. The mutated horse souls had formed a tight defensive battle formation, the wolf group throwing their lives as they charged forward waves after waves. Fang Yuan remained unmoved at these sacrifices, only sneering inwardly. Now, let me show you the true power of dual cultivation in enslavement and strength path. With a shift of his mind, the wolf group immediately changed their offensive pattern, dividing into several groups and breaking forward like sharp cones. The mutated soul's battle formation was unavoidably pulled apart. As the defensive line became thinly spread, Fang Yuan took the initiative to launch an assault. Ma Xun felt a chill in his heart and promptly maneuvered the mutated horse souls to intercept Fang Yuan, but this caused the defensive line to turn chaotic. Fang Yuan laughed and changed the direction of his assault while making the wolf group charge ahead by 300 steps. Ma Xun blocked left and right, soon being unable to hold off the attacks. If he guarded against Fang Yuan's assault, the wolf group would be free to charge forward. If he defended against the wolf group, he would not be able to guard against Fang Yuan. After several rounds, Fang Yuan saw a gap and fiercely charged towards Ma Xun. The first strike broke Ma Xun's defensive barrier. The second punch seriously injured Ma Xun, and the third punch killed this famous enslavement pathmaster. Ma Xun died. The horse group crumbled apart, and Ma tribe's army's morale lowered to the abyss. If I had not seen it personally, I would never have believed this. Horse King actually died by enslavement pathmaster Wolf King's beheading the leader tactic. Wolf King concealed himself too deeply. He actually cultivated both enslavement and strength path. He simply does not need to fear beheading the leader tactics. How can we deal with such an enslavement pathmaster? Chapter 543. Victory has been decided. The terrifying strength Fang Yuan displayed inflicted heavy pressure on everyone in Ma tribe army. Despair was quickly spreading in their heart. Now, we can only rely on Rat King. Only the rat group can contend against the wolf group. Ma Shangfeng's face was ashen. Ma Xun's death made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. But he was Ma tribe leader, and under this desperation, he looked towards Jiang Baoya's direction. However, the next moment, the only hope left in Ma Shangfeng's eyes was also obliterated. Rat King had actually fled. Heavens, this Wolf King is a monster. Eagle King, Horse King, Cheng Long, Cheng Hu and Wu Yi were all killed by him. Will I be able to survive if I don't run away now? Blood flowed out of all 7 facial orifices of Jiang Baoya as he ran away. He could not do anything about this. He had sworn the poison vow when he joined Ma tribe army. Now that he was deserting in the battle, he naturally suffered the backlash of the poison vow. But Jiang Baoya wanted to retreat, even if he had to risk the backlash. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance had already completely obliterated all will to battle in his heart. Rat King, return right now. Ma Shangfeng shouted. But Jiang Baoya ignored him and ran madly. The blood from his 7 facial orifices was dyeing the path, showing his determination to run. His fleeing attracted the people around him, and soon, a large number of Ma tribe Gu masters began to retreat, with large number of tribes gathering their forces as they retreated from the battlefield. One really shouldn't rely on outsiders. Ma Shangfeng spurted out a large mouthful of blood before he blacked out and fainted. Ma tribe army was utterly crushed. The situation was set. Despite having the snowman elite troops, they could not turn around the situation. Gu master experts also started to retreat one after another. I almost had to break my seal and use my true martial physique to fight. Luckily, in a battle ring, He Lu Lan, who had been attacked from all around, was gasping, his body full of injuries and his primeval essence heavily depleted, but the ominous glint in his eyes was becoming colder and sharper. Under his order, He tribe army began a ruthless hunt. The more they killed, the more battle merits they would obtain. Even a fool understood this. Fame and fortune incited He tribe army to be like brutal famished wolves. At first, the elite troops were covering Ma tribe's retreat, but soon He tribe's elite troops rushed to them and pinned them down. Ma tribe army had thoroughly collapsed and countless people were escaping to all directions. Fang Yuan did not move, instead calling the wolf group to protect him. Heavy internal bleeding. Soul has been weakened to 500-man soul. Fang Yuan inspected his body, swallowing the blood in his mouth as waves after waves of dizziness attacked him. His 2 bronze arms quietly disappeared. The repercussions of 4-arm Earth King killer move was much more serious than what he had expected. The several experiments before only scratched the surface. Now that I used it to its extreme, even going beyond the theorized time limit, a problem has occurred. Sure enough, genuine knowledge comes from practice. Killer move was an exquisite coordination between Gu worms. But a killer move was not perfected by just planning it. Only by putting it into practice and revising it continuously could the killer move be perfected. And this process to perfect it could last a very long time, lasting generations, and even over 10 generations of continuous deductions and adjustments. Four-Arm Earth King was a result of Fang Yuan using his 500 years of experience along with a moment of inspiration. It was made in a hurry and was still in experimental phase. Fang Yuan was soon able to understand what caused such heavy repercussions. It is the rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. This killer move was originally based on ground fight. The longer one is touching the ground, the lighter the repercussions. But I was flying almost all the time in this battle. Thus, this problem was exposed. It seems Four-Arm Earth King killer move has a lot of shortcomings. From this battle, I can see flying is much more convenient than charging Crash Gu and possesses much higher threat to enemies. Since I have master level attainment in flying, I should make full use of this superiority. He was not willing to give up flying, so the Four-Arm Earth King killer move had to be greatly altered. Fang Yuan sat on the aged Night Wolf Emperor, quietly pondering while looking at the wanton slaughtering by He tribe army. Damn it, still vigilant, not giving me even a little chance. Assassin Wu Ming was hiding in a distance while observing Fang Yuan. He had been thinking of taking advantage of Wolf King's negligence after the battles to sneak attack him. If he succeeded and killed Wolf King, Ma tribe would still have a chance to regroup and make a comeback. But Fang Yuan did not give him any opportunity, almost as if he saw through his plan. Wu Ming waited for a while more, but because of He tribe experts moving about more frequently nearby, he could not endure anymore and quietly retreated. Ma tribe was fleeing in defeat, and while they were fleeing, Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng woke up. He was still not resigned, and after they fled to the defense line, he tried to hold on by relying on the defense line. But tied by Yunsheng's mountain, as before Gu wrecked his plan. He tribe army broke through the defense line. Pan Ping used his soul blade Gu and luckily managed to get Ma Shangfeng's head in the chaotic battle. With Ma tribe leader's death, Ma tribesmen no longer had the will to battle. Tao tribe, Yang tribe, and Qi Lian tribe surrendered one after another. The surrendering process unavoidably attracted most of He tribe's attention. Move faster, faster, faster. Zhao Lianyun was urging from inside the carriage. Fei Kai was taking the coachman position and used all his strength to lash at the horse. The carriage's two wheels moved at a rapid speed. Fei Kai was Ma Yingjie's head servant, and being in charge of Ma tribe's young tribe leaders' everyday life, he naturally had to accompany Ma Yingjie to the battle. Zhao Lianyun was homeless, and so could only follow behind him. Ma tribe was defeated. These two and other mortals also fled for their lives. However, just relying on the horsepower, the carriage's speed simply could not surpass a Gu master. While they escaped, they were thrown far behind by Gu masters. But because Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun were mortals, the army chasing after Ma tribe army let them go. The battle merits in killing mortals were next to nothing. Of course, if they encountered Gu masters in a bad mood or those who liked to kill, or wolves who did not care if they were mortals, just one or two casual moves from either of these could send them to their grave. However, Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun's luck were really good. Not only did they not encounter such situation, they were actually able to smoothly escape out of the battlefield under countless Gu masters' eyes. The two put in all their efforts in escaping. The old horse pulling the carriage foamed in exhaustion and finally fell on the grassland. The carriage overturned soon after and broke apart. Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun broke out of the broken carriage in a miserable state. Although they were injured, it was not serious because of the soft grassland. Now where should we go? Fei Kai was indecisive. They were in a vast land without any soldiers or Gu masters chasing them. Zhao Lianyun panted heavily without replying. She was also feeling flustered and helpless. Wolf King Changshanyin. There is actually such a terrifying monster in this world. Damn it. If I had known you were this fierce, why would I persuade father to travel so far to side with my tribe? As she thought of Fang Yuan's terrifying figure rampaging in the midst of innumerable troops, Zhao Lianyun's body and mind trembled. Remembering her father who had died in the battlefield, their current homeless situation and the ruthlessness of fate, Zhao Lianyun began to weep in grief. Xiao Yun, don't cry, don't worry, I am still here. Fei Kai immediately comforted her. Zhao Lianyun buried her head in her knees and cried even louder. Fei Kai panicked as he comforted and apologizes repeatedly, cutting out a very clumsy figure. Zhao Lianyun cried for a while, then suddenly raised her head. What's the use of your apology? I am really miserable. How could I come to such a world? Now our situation is desperate with nothing to eat or even drink. At night, the bloody odor on the battlefield will attract groups after groups of beasts to forage. Sooner or later, we will starve to death, die of thirst, or even freeze to death. Then what should we do? Fei Kai looked at Zhao Lianyun with an expression that was seeking help. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes and furiously shouted, "You are really trash. You are older than me. Can't you think of something? You want me to think of everything. Do you think I am Dongfang Yuliang?" Fei Kai lowered his head after being scolded, only daring to look at his feet. Suddenly, he raised his head with bright eyes. I have thought of a good way." What way? Zhao Lianyun raised her brows in amazement. This fool had actually thought of a way. "I feel that as long as we have a horse, we can escape far away from the battlefield. With no odor of blood, we will be able to avoid the beasts." Zhao Lianyun fiercely kicked Fei Kai. "Do you think I don't know? You fool, you big idiot. What good method is this? I also want a horse. Where will you get me one?" Fei Kai jumped in pain from Zhao Lianyun's kick. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, there is a horse." Zhao Lianyun turned around to look and was stupefied, blurting out, "The fuck? There really is a horse." But she quickly reacted. "There are no lack of horses in northern plains, but what we lack is the method to capture and tame it." "Fei Kai, do you have any method?" Fei Kai exclaimed, his hand still pointing ahead as he shouted, "Look, there is a person on the horse." Zhao Lianyun concentrated. There really was a person. As the horse neared the two, Zhao Lianyun's eyes suddenly opened wide because of the identity of the injured person on the horse's back. Ma Yingjie. "Congratulations, brother, congratulations. Hei tribe has won this battle. Even if Ma tribe gets support from Gu Immortals, they cannot reverse the situation." Hei Bai, who had been observing the battle all along, saw Hei tribe was already beginning to clear up the battlefield through investigative Gu, and impatiently congratulated Hei Cheng, who was beside him. Hei Cheng lightly smiled. "Congratulations to you too. Hei Lulan, this kid did not betray our expectations." Right. The demonic path Gu Immortal who supported Ma tribe has been discovered. It is Xue Song Zi of Snowy Mountain's 6th peak. Hei Bai's expression immediately turned heavy. So it was him. If not for him meddling and fighting with me over wooden chicken Gu, the immortal Gu would not have escaped the bindings, and I would have already been in possession of wooden chicken Gu. Hei Cheng comforted him with a smile. "Brother, no need to worry. It will be the same thing if we can obtain wooden chicken Gu with the help of 88 True Yang building. This is called, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Once you obtain wooden chicken Gu, you will become an expert among Gu Immortals immediately. I don't deserve such praise." Hei Bai immediately bowed at Hei Cheng and sincerely said, "If not for elder brother's generous help, how could I have such financial ability like Xue Song Zi? Elder brother is really wise and farsighted, investing so much immortal essence stones. It was an amazing decision." As expected, stocking up the wolf groups before sending them out for support all at once truly caught Xue Song Zi unprepared. This time, even if Xue Song Zi wants to continue sending help, there is no one to receive it. Ha! Hei Cheng laughed brightly before sighing. "Without investment, how could there be profits?" He paused a moment and continued. "Also, we were fortunate that other famous super tribes did not really make their move in this imperial court contest. There was also the information from Fairy Tan Baiyo which allowed us to know of the secret relationship between Ma tribe and Snowy Mountain. Another point, this Wolf King Changshan Yin is truly a spectacular junior. His performance was outstanding, the one with the most radiance in this contest such that his brilliance surpasses this generation's Gu masters in Northern Plains." Hei Bai also nodded, having the same feeling. "I have already investigated Changshan Yin in detail. He is a person of Chang tribe and was very famous. Even us Gu Immortals knew of him. Later, he mysteriously disappeared for over 10 years. He clearly had a fortuitous encounter. Now, he cultivates both enslavement and strength path. I saw the killer move he used just before. Its repercussions are not small, but it is indeed somewhat interesting. Fang Yuan could conceal his injuries from the surrounding people, but he could not conceal it from Gu Immortals." Hei Cheng was silent for a while before speaking. "This is a Gu Immortal seed. I plan to take him into Hei tribe. After he enters Imperial Court Blessed Land, we will properly observe him. If he is willing to join us and offer his loyalty, he might be able to become our Hei tribe's external supreme elder in the future." Hei Bai smiled. "The difficulty of ascending to Gu Immortal realm is unspeakable. Elder brother truly thinks highly of him. In my opinion, Tai Bai Yunsheng is also quite good. We can also ask him to join Hei tribe. But he is a little old." Hei Cheng nodded. In these Gu Immortals' eyes, only Changshan Yin and Tai Bai Yunsheng piqued their interest and gained their attention among the entire Hei tribe alliance army. Chapter 544. Entrapping a Gu Immortal? When Ma Yingjie finally woke up, his first sight was Fei Kai's joyous smiling face. Fei Kai shouted, Young tribe leader, you are finally awake. The simple and honest voice warmed Ma Yingjia's heart. He struggled to sit upright, but the intense pain caused him to grimace and froth started to bubble from his mouth. He was barely able to ask, "Where is this place?" Fei Kai scratched his head and said in shame, "I also don't know where this is, but we should have escaped the battlefield." Battlefield? Ma Yingjie suddenly started and immediately asked, "The battle, what happened?" "We lost, Lord Young tribe leader. Many people escaped, and even more people surrendered," Fei Kai answered. Ma Yingjie's face turned pale white and his body shook, almost fainting down, but luckily Fei Kai was supporting his back. Zhao Lianyun stood at the side, looking at this formerly radiant Ma tribe young tribe leader who had now fallen into such a miserable state. It left a bad taste in her mouth. Sigh, this Ma Yingjie is young and promising. It is a pity he ran into Wolf King Changshanyin. It was not that you didn't try hard enough, but that the enemy was too much of a monster. Ma Yingjie closed his eyes, 2 streams of tears quietly falling down. After a while, he opened his reddened eyes and looked at Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun, asking in a hoarse voice, "Did you guys save me?" Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun nodded. "Young tribe leader, what do we do now?" Fei Kai asked. Ma Yingjie said with a gloomy expression, "We will return. This battle is our Ma tribe's defeat, but we still have some tribesmen remaining behind in Warm Pond Valley." Back then, before Heroes Assembly, Ma tribe schemed and brought about internal disorder in Fei tribe, before swallowing Fei tribe and occupying Warm Pond Valley. Ma tribe's higher-ups, to be prepared for the unexpected, left behind the old, weak, sick and crippled behind at Warm Pond Valley. If Ma tribe won, they would take these people back. But if Ma tribe lost, these people would be the seeds to continue the tribe's bloodline. Return to Warm Pond Valley? But we don't have water and also don't have any rations. To travel such a long distance, Zhao Lianyun's brows furrowed into a knot. Little girl, as long as I am here, there will be sufficient water and food. You guys don't need to worry, Ma Yingjie replied. The 3 started their journey, coming across many Ma tribesmen who had fled. Ma Yingjie took all of them in. "Lord Young tribe leader, I had not thought that I, Ma Yuliang, would still live to see you." When Ma Yuliang saw Ma Yingjie, he immediately said this in a sobbing voice. He was Ma tribe's rank 3 elder and was lying on a stretcher now. He had lost an arm and his right leg was fractured. His injuries were severe. When Ma Yingjie saw Ma Yuliang, tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes. "Elder Ma Yuliang, it really is good to see you." Although he had taken in many tribesmen along the way, most of them were mortals, while Ma Yuliang might be heavily injured and also crippled, but he was still a Gu master. Ma tribe had been utterly defeated in this battle. Before the battle, they had been a large tribe whose foundations were deep enough to charge to super tribe level. But after the battle, Ma tribe was completely reduced to a small tribe, falling down from the pinnacle of their power. To the current Ma tribe, every Gu master was a very precious strength and hope of the tribe. Lord Young tribe leader, old tribe leader died in the battlefield. Ma Yuliang cried bitterly as he told this grievous news to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie's body shook intensely, and despite having already made mental preparations, his heart was still filled with endless sadness and sorrow after hearing this news. He gritted his teeth, his whole body seemingly having turned into an iron statue. After a while of silence, he slowly wiped away his tears and spoke. "From today onwards, I am Ma tribe leader. Elder Ma Yuliang, you need to pull yourself together. Our Ma tribe might have lost, but we are not exterminated." Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun set the rule that Huang Jin family's bloodline could not be exterminated. Ma tribe has already paid a disastrous price for the battle. Now even He tribe cannot eradicate us. We will return to Warm Pond Valley and climb up from this loss. I believe our Ma tribe's radiance won't disperse like this. Ma Yuliang dazedly looked at the young tribe leader in front of him, and in his blurred vision, he seemed to be looking at Ma Shangfeng and Ma Zun's silhouettes. He stopped sobbing as hope rose up in his heart again. He then answered with a very deep voice, "Lord tribe leader, I also believe so. Winner takes all." While Ma Yingjie was miserably fleeing, it was a scene of celebratory feasts in the many tents of He tribe's alliance army with plentiful food and people crowding around the warm bonfire. "We have won. We were victorious." Ma tribe's ambition was too big. They actually wanted to become a super tribe. This ambition was the cause of their destruction. Congratulations to Lord He Lulan for becoming the Lord of Imperial Court. Esteemed Lord Wolf King, please allow me to propose a toast to you. The main tent was also a scene of festivity. Besides the fine wine and food, there were also beautiful and passionate Northern Plains women dancing gracefully to their heart's content. The ones present in the main tent were the higher-ups of He tribe's alliance army and were all experts. The cultivations of these people were at least rank 4. One could say they were the most radiant heroes of this generation of Northern Plains. He Lulan was sitting on the main seat, and to the first seat on his left was Fang Yuan. Before, because of Tai Bai Yunsheng's arrival, as well as successive joining of several rank 5 tribe elders, Fang Yuan's position had been pushed to the back. But after the third battle with Ma tribe, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 5 peak stage cultivation and with his strength alone, battled the enemy's 3 enslavement masters and beheaded Cheng Long, Wu Yi, and other famous experts. One could say Fang Yuan was at least 70% of the reason He tribe could win against Ma tribe decisively. Everyone in He tribe was shocked at Wolf King's terrifying battle strength, and that very night, they readjusted the seat rankings in the main tent. No one opposed this. Experts proposed toasts to Fang Yuan one after another. Fang Yuan did not refuse anyone, but only took a sip every time. This was completely not a demeanor of a grand Northern Plains warrior, but right now, this instead formed an arrogant and aloof aura on Fang Yuan. The main tent was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The Gu master who proposed the toast just before was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. He used his Soul Blade Gu and luckily managed to take Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng's head in the battle. Thus, his position was only inferior to Fang Yuan in the battle merit board now, being ranked at second. Seeing Fang Yuan taking a sip in response to his toast, Pan Ping gratefully stepped to the side. Northern Plains natives admire warriors. A terrifying performance like Fang Yuan's was extremely rare, even when considering all the imperial court contests. Flying Master and Enslavement Path Master, 2 master-level halos shown on his body. His Enslavement Path and Strength Path dual cultivation would give an extreme headache to all his enemies. Seeing Pan Ping becoming satisfied and overwhelmed, and retreating in deference, the surrounding gazes showed respect, worship, or fear. Fang Yuan calmly placed down the wine cup and sighed inwardly. Unknowingly, I have already reached this stage. Riding on the great wave known as the Imperial Court Contest, Fang Yuan's individual battle strength rapidly inflated. Now, he was already at the summit of the mortal world. He had reached the peak of the mortals. Advancing further would be the realm of immortals. In the battle before, he slaughtered famed experts, rampaging all around with no one being able to obstruct him. Very few rank 5 peak stage Gu masters could display such performance. He Lulan's light was completely seized by Fang Yuan. Despite there being great flaws in cultivating both enslavement and strength path, despite 4-arm Earth King Killer move being newly created and not yet perfected, they were already enough as a cornerstone to allow Fang Yuan to stand proud in the mortal world. In 3 Kings' blessed land, Fang Yuan used the blessed land's power to kill rank 4 and rank 5 Gu master experts. And now, he was able to do it with his own strength. Even if Tai clan's previous clan leader Tai Mu Bai resurrected, Fang Yuan had the confidence of killing him. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength had truly increased at a sharply flying speed. This accomplishment that others would find it almost impossible to achieve their whole life was established on 500 years of his former life's experience, who immortal blessed land, painstaking efforts and strategies as a base. But it is still not enough, far from enough. What can being the peak of the mortal world be considered as? As long as one is not a Gu immortal, they will simply be chess pieces. Not mentioning the goal of eternal life. Just looking at my current goal, I have yet to save Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's gaze turned solemn as the flames of ambition burned in his heart. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was at the side. To save Danghun Mountain, he required Tai Bai Yunsheng's Immortal Gu landscape as before. This was his most important target for this trip to Northern Plains. Even 88 Truyang Building was secondary. In his plan, if Danghun Mountain could not be saved, then 88 Truyang Building's inheritance could only barely fill his losses. However, it was a very troublesome thing to take away others' Gu worms. A Gu worm's survival could be decided on simply a thought from its master. For example, Fang Yuan only needed a thought, and even his immortal Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada, would easily self-destruct. Precisely because of this, when Gu masters battled to death, they would often get next to nothing in terms of Gu worms from the corpse. And Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation was even more troublesome. Immortal Gu landscape as before had yet to be born. It was an immortal Gu created by Tai Bai Yunsheng after he became a Gu immortal, and by using river as before and mountain as before as the main materials. Hence, there were 2 courses of actions Fang Yuan could take. First was to capture Tai Bai Yunsheng and use soul path Gu worms to soul search and plunder the recipe of landscape as before from his mind, then refine it by himself. This plan was too risky. First of all, Fang Yuan might not be able to capture Tai Bai Yunsheng alive. Capturing alive and killing were 2 completely different concepts. Especially when Tai Bai Yunsheng was very powerful and was a time path Gu master, the failure of the plan would have huge consequences. Secondly, Even if Fang Yuan was able to capture Tai by Yunsheng alive, does it mean he could get the river as before and mountain as before Gu? In case Tai by Yunsheng made these two Gu self-destruct, all of Fang Yuan's efforts would go to waste. Finally, it was still unknown if the current Tai by Yunsheng had the Gu recipe for landscape as before in his mind. The possibility of a mortal being able to come up with an immortal Gu recipe was extremely small, especially when Tai by Yunsheng was not a refinement path master. According to the vague rumors in Fang Yuan's previous life, when Tai by Yunsheng became a Gu immortal, heaven and earth reacted, Dao marks attracted each other, and his inspiration exploded, making the two rank 5 Gu spontaneously merge together to form rank 6 immortal Gu landscape as before. If it really was so, then the Gu recipe for landscape as before simply did not exist, and its refinement process could not be duplicated. The first course of action could not be adopted, then what about the second? In truth, it was not any better than the first. After Tai by Yunsheng entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he would advance to Gu Immortal Realm. The second plan was to wait for him to become a Gu Immortal and possess the Immortal Gu, then deal with him. The meaning of this was that Fang Yuan, as a mortal, would be entrapping a Gu Immortal. Chapter 545. Mahong Yun. How big was the possibility of a mortal successfully plotting against a Gu Immortal? Fang Yuan might be a rank 5 peak stage Gu master, but it would be almost impossible for him as well to cross the boundaries of immortal and mortal. Fang Yuan was a Gu Immortal in his past life. There might be no mortal that had as deep of an understanding of this as him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's plan was not just himself as a mortal going against a Gu Immortal. He would borrow the strength of 88 True Yang building, the bright guidance from his previous life's rich experience, and also the precious information from Langya Land Spirit. All these allowed his plan to have a higher chance of success. With this, he had a 20% chance of seizing Immortal Gu landscape as before. 20% probability was already the highest among the 3 ways to save Dang Hun Mountain. Only an Immortal Gu could contend against Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Based on his wide vision and experience from his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan knew of only 3 Immortal Gu that could save Dang Hun Mountain. First was the rank 6 Earth Path Turn Rock Gu. This Gu was with Western Desert's rank 6 Gu Immortal Sun Siyu. Second was similarly an Earth Path rank 6 Immortal Gu rebuilding Mount Dongshan, which was in Eastern Sea's High Sure Blessed Land. Third was Time Path rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape as before. This Gu had not yet been created and was not a naturally formed Gu. Its master Tai by Yunsheng was only a rank 5 Gu master currently. To seize Turn Rock Gu, Fang Yuan would have to deal with Gu Immortal Sun Siyu, who had been a Gu Immortal for over a dozen years. And the situation would be even more bad if he wanted to scheme against rebuilding Mount Dongshan. Fang Yuan would be placing himself under the radar of Gu Immortals, and would he be able to exchange for the Immortal Gu as immortal? This was nothing more than a kid carrying gold and strolling around the black market. Thus, the third plan of Immortal Gu landscape as before had the lowest risk and the highest probability of success. Even if Tai by Yunsheng would advance into a Gu Immortal, he would only be a greenhorn and would not be familiar with the qualitative change of strength. Compared to the veteran Sun Siyu and that group of Gu Immortals in the High Sure Blessed Land, this opponent was much more easy to deal with. Northern Plains, December. The blizzard was gradually becoming bigger and appeared more frequently. Even if there was no blizzard, the pure white snow had covered the whole northern plains, and even the blistering hot sunlight became powerless. The time of the 10-year blizzard was already approaching closer. Tianchuan, Warm Pond Valley. Tribe leader, this is the Spirit Spring Sea. Ma Yuliang worriedly pointed at the dried Spirit Spring and introduced it to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie's brows furrowed deeply. This Spirit Spring Sea was one of the only 3 remaining Spirit Springs of Warm Pond Valley. Now that it was dried up, only Spirit Springs A and B were left to support Ma Tribe. This was disastrous news to Ma Tribe. The Spirit Springs in Northern Plains were different from the Spirit Springs in other regions. Northern springs had little spring water and narrow spring opening, so they burst out fiercely and had poor foundation, so they lasted the shortest time. Eastern springs were plentiful in numbers, southern springs gurgled, northern springs were intense, and western springs were pure. A mid-sized clan could last for over 10 years in southern border, using one Spirit Spring. As long as they did not use up the Spirit Spring excessively, they could continue to use the thin and continuous flow of the Spirit Spring. But it was different in Northern Plains. Spirit Springs formed quickly in Northern Plains and quickly finished as well. Add in the intense warfares in Northern Plains, a mid-sized tribe would require at least 3 or 4 Spirit Springs to sustain themselves. Ma Yingjie became Ma Tribe's new tribe leader after he returned to the tribe. Ma Tribe had lost at their attempt to charge into Super Tribe level and was now reduced to a small tribe, causing the large Warm Pond Valley to appear spacious and empty. Ma Tribe had rations and water sources. moreover had made ample preparations. But a spirit spring was a commodity that was an essential and important resource to a Gu master's cultivation. Once the blizzard arrives, places like Warm Pond Valley would become the final place of refuge. Not only beast groups, other Gu masters would also come to stay. As the owner of the place, my tribe not only had to resist against the blizzard but had to negotiate with these people as well. The primeval stones from the spirit spring were the backbone in supporting a Gu master's battles. Now, out of the 3 backbones of my tribe, one was broken. The weak Ma tribe that was left with 30% of their foundations suddenly had 10% less because of the drying spirit spring sea. However, Ma Yingjie had no countermeasures to deal with such a problem. If he had a river as before Gu, he could immediately restore spirit spring sea to its original condition, resolving this problem, but he did not have it. Lord Tribe Leader, are spirit springs really so important? Fei Kai asked on the way back. After he returned to the tribe, as a benefactor who saved Ma Yingjie, he was immediately liberated from his slave status and was now a free person. At the same time, he was still Ma Yingjie's personal attendant. Ma Yingjie worriedly nodded. A spirit spring's drying up has an extremely huge influence towards Gu masters. And Gu masters are the pillars of a tribe. Our Ma tribe not only needs Gu masters as an important strength to resist all kinds of calamities during the blizzard disaster, but also to fight for new resources to develop the tribe after the disaster. Fei Kai exclaimed, then asked while walking. Then, can't we find new spirit springs? Our Warm Pond Valley is so large. Who is to say that there are only these 3 spirit springs? Fei Kai's words were filled with his optimistic spirit. Ma Yingjie gave a bitter laugh. Northern Plains spirit springs can indeed form in a short time. There might be a 4th spirit spring in Warm Pond Valley, but the probability is close to 0. The thing is, every 10 years as the blizzard approaches, spirit springs in all regions of Northern Plains will continue to become dry and dead. After the blizzard disperses, new spirit springs will gush out in large numbers. At that time, all the regions of Northern Plains will have plentiful water vegetation, and you might even find 1 spirit spring every 100 li. That is the best time for every tribe and every beast group to grow. It was like that. Fei Kai only then realized he had lived for this long and was still ignorant, and was not familiar to such situations. Suddenly, he screamed as he fell down to the side. They were walking a path beside the cliff. Fortunately, it was a gentle slope and not a precipice. Fei Kai had lost his footing and rolled down from the slope, screaming as he fell. This guy, Ma Yingjie, was amused at the series of hilarious screams from Fei Kai. His tightly knitted brows slightly relaxed. You idiot, you can't even walk now? Climb up quickly. Ma Yingjie suddenly stopped. His eyes opened wide as he looked incredulously at a brand new spirit spring gushing out from the slope. This spirit spring's mouth had been covered by a rock, but this stone was pushed by the rolling Fei Kai, letting the spirit spring that was covered reveal itself. This was clearly a recently formed spirit spring, otherwise my tribe would not have missed it during their search before the battle. The volume of the spirit spring was enormous, and in a short few moments of time, over 100 primeval stones gushed with the spring water and fell on the surrounding ground. This is actually a new spirit spring and one that directly surpasses the volume of spirit spring. Ma Yingjie was so happy that even his eyes started reddening. Is this the so-called joy after extreme sorrow? This is definitely the blessing of our ancestors in longevity heaven. Tribe leader, I have returned. At this time, Fei Kai came back while limping a little, and as he saw the new spring, his eyes similarly opened wide. Strange, how could there suddenly be a spring here? Ma Yingjie laughed heartily. Fei Kai, you are the lucky star that heaven sent to me. From today onwards, you should change your name. Fei Kai sounds similar to trash. How could I Ma Yingjie have trash beside me? From now, you shall be called Hong Yun, Fei Hong Yun. It indicates luck shining on our Ma tribe, joy after extreme sorrow. However, Ma Yingjie was not happy for long, as 7 days later, He tribe army arrived and surrounded Warm Pond Valley. The very night the He tribe army garrisoned nearby, the 3 spirit springs of Warm Pond Valley simultaneous turned black, completely polluted. A letter to surrender soon reached Ma Yingjie's land. Ma Yingjie had not expected He Lulan to not let him go even after clearly achieving the final victory. The spirit springs that were contaminated by the use of Gu worms could no longer produce primeval stones and were all useless. Although Ma tribe still had stocks of primeval stones, they had already lost the possibility of continuing to stay in Warm Pond Valley. I had not thought He Lulan would be so hell-bent on attacking. He has requested our Ma tribe to surrender in the letter, which does not violate the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable back then. Damn it, he is truly hateful. Ma Yingjie clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger, hatred, helplessness, and powerlessness. He Lulan, who is nicknamed Black Tyrant, has always been brutal and violent. It seems the battle before created a fear in him towards Ma tribe. But because of Ancestor Giant Sun's rules, he wants to put Ma tribe under his sight and continue to oppress us. Ma Yuliang was sitting stiffly on his chair and analyzed this with a heavy voice. After pausing for a while, he continued. Actually, this is also good. We can surrender to He Lu Lan, which would mean we can enter Imperial Court blessed land as well. Ma Ying-jie shook his head. This is where He Lu Lan's sinister intent lies in. It is true Ma tribe will be able to stay in Imperial Court, but what about others? Let me ask you, how many tribesmen do we have left with surname Ma? Ma Yuliang paled as he answered. Only over 130. Precisely so. Ma Ying-jie nodded with a heavy expression. To grow our tribe, we would need to take in outsiders and also wantonly connect with marriage and have large numbers of offspring. But as long as He Lu Lan sent a command to forbid our Ma tribe from taking in outsiders, and even only allowing us to have inter-tribe marriage, then how long would it take for our Ma tribe to grow? Ma Yuliang's face turned even paler. He realized the seriousness of this problem. Politics was dirty, and not allowing them to marry outsiders could be easily done. He Lu Lan would only need to use the reason of protecting the purity of Huang Jin family's bloodline, and he would be able to justly suppress Ma tribe's development. Then what should we do? Ma Yuliang lost his composure. Ma Ying-jie was silent for a while before resolutely saying, we will bestow surname Ma to the outsiders and take them as our own tribesmen. Lord Tribe Leader, if we do this, our Ma tribe's Huang Jin bloodline will really be. Ma Yuliang spoke hesitantly. We will have preventive measures. Huang Jin bloodline is our Ma tribe's pride. We can never let it be contaminated. If the situation takes a turn for the better, we can denounce these people and strip away their Ma surname. Ma Yuliang only then felt at ease and nodded, approving this plan. Chapter 546. The way forward for the insignificant people moving carriages and neighing horses. The huge group of nearly 1 million advanced towards the central Imperial Court region of Northern Plains. The blizzard outside was blowing intensely, causing the big stomach horse to lower its head helplessly. The white snow on the ground was knee-deep, as everyone moved with extremely difficult steps. One by one, the blue farm slug Gu moved forward. Their stomachs were stuffed with all sorts of resources, turning their original size of 3 elephants into a mound-like hill. Carriages after carriages followed behind the blue farm slug Gu. In order to shield these mortals from the approaching blizzard, they were covered in frost. To prevent the slug Gu from freezing to death, 3 Gu masters would be in charge of 1 slug Gu, removing the frost on them, while using firepath Gu worms to give them warmth, maintaining their temperature. The army pressed forward towards the Imperial Court. As the blizzard became larger, the army's speed became slower. Large number of mortal slaves fell during the journey and never got up again. He Lu Lan could order Gu masters to save them, but he did not do so. Even though the Imperial Court blessed land was huge and could accommodate 5 million people, in He Lu Lan's opinion, the resources within the blessed land were his. Why would he distribute them to these lowly slaves? Every extra person meant he had to lose another bit of benefit. Using the blizzard to sacrifice large numbers of useless mortals. This was a hidden rule among all past lords of the Imperial Court. Mortal lives were cheap. They were like grass. Once the blizzard was over, they would rapidly grow again, increasing in numbers and using up Northern Plains' scarce resources like leeches, awaiting the next 10-year blizzard. As the blizzard became stronger, the people moved against the force of the wind. Fang Yuan was inside the large lizard house Gu. He could hear the wind outside the windows. Within the large lizard house Gu, it was warm as spring. Using it to move in such an environment had about 5 to 6 times the primeval essence expenditure as before. But to Fang Yuan, just his rank 5 peak stage 90% aperture could easily sustain this expenditure with no problem. Moreover, his second aperture had also advanced to rank 5 upper stage recently. Fang Yuan came before the window, looking outside the tightly sealed glass window, towards the left. Ma tribe's members were there. After Ma Ying-jie took the role of tribe leader, Ma Hongyun appeared. Even Zhao Lianyun was beside him. Fang Yuan had already confirmed this secretly, and even instructed Gu tribe to pay special attention to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. In his memory, Ma Hongyun obtained an inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in 88 True Yang building. In Fang Yuan's following plans, he was a very useful pawn piece. As for Zhao Lianyun, she was still just a child. She posed no threat. At the same time, she was very close to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan wanted to observe them further. In my previous life, Ma Hongyun appeared. Now, despite my influence, Ma Hongyun still appeared. Then in the future, will he and Zhao Lianyun still reach that level of achievement, just like in the previous life? After rebirth, Fang Yuan had been deeply interested towards the topic of changing history, a desire to know growing deep inside his heart. The flow of history had inertia, as well as changes. With his personal experience, the butterfly effect theorized on Earth was slightly off. 500 years in his past life, Fang Yuan was given a surname and allowed to cultivate as a Gu master. That was because he obtained a relic Gu and gave it to Ma Yingjie. Right now, it was because of He Lulan's pressure that caused Ma Yingjie to have no choice but make this decision. This decision gave birth to a new Fang Yuan. The process was different, but the result was the same. The event that unfolded before him made Fang Yuan ponder, as he uncontrollably thought of one word: fate. Fate. This was a word much more mysterious and ethereal than space or time. Legend says that there was a luck path among Gu master paths, but until today, no one could confirm it. However, there were many important characters that were connected to fate. It clearly indicated the existence of Destiny Gu, the second-generation immortal venerable of the Heavenly Court, the creator of Wisdom Path, controlled this Gu, thus being able to plot against 3 future demon venerables. In 3 Kings' blessed land, Fang Yuan was informed by the land spirit. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was a great hero, breaking the restriction of destiny, allowing all life in this world to regain control of their own fate. In fact, Fang Yuan had vaguely heard such a rumor. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable controlled a luck path Gu worm. Thus he had extremely good fortune and ease in his cultivation journey, avoiding disasters and gaining great blessings. In this world, is there really a thread of fate that connects all living beings together? Fang Yuan went into deep thought. In the 500 years of his previous life, although he became a Gu immortal, he only managed to unravel a tiny portion of this world's mystery and secrets. Be it his previous life or this life, the more he progressed, the stronger he got, the more he felt his own ignorance and insignificance. The more insignificant and ignorant he felt, the more interest he had in moving forward. He wanted to progress further. Compared to this world, I am merely an ant. Fang Yuan's blood was filled with pride and humility, obstinance and understanding. Collecting all his scattered thoughts, Fang Yuan concentrated his attention on the matter ahead. Imperial Court Blessed Land rejects Gu Immortals. I am already rank 5 peak stage. This is likely the first and the last time I am entering the Imperial Court to physically come into contact with 88 True Yang building. But this time, He Lulan purposely went over to Warm Pond Valley to force Ma tribe to surrender. This was a strange move. Fang Yuan's gaze became solemn. Ma tribe had already lost terribly, and they had the Huang Jin bloodline. Why would He Lulan do this? This was understandable in his previous life. Back then, Ma tribe was not completely helpless. They had strong defense and was a turtle shell that was hard to take down. He Lulan had no choice but to force them to surrender. Now that Ma tribe was declining, He Lulan still moved his army and laboriously forced Ma tribe to surrender. He spent so much effort to suppress Ma tribe. Did he have deep enmity with Ma tribe personally? Fang Yuan shook his head. There were no evidence that could support this thought. Never mind. Maybe He Lulan was just spurred on and wanted to raise his merits. This is only a small detail. My own strength is always the most important thing. Thinking so, his mind entered his aperture. The injuries from using the killer move Four-Arm Earth King had already recovered. As for the killer move, he had several adjustments. He changed Earth Overlord Gu to Wind Overlord Gu. As for the other supplementary Gu worms, they were adjusted accordingly. This way, he would not need to step on the ground and would fight best in the wind. The stronger the wind, the more battle strength he can display, and the smaller the drawbacks he would face after using the killer move. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied. This was only a temporary compromise. The weakness of this killer move had not been reduced. If he fought in an environment without wind, the consequences of using the killer move would not be any better as before. For Gu Masters, there were way too many methods to restrict the wind. Once his weakness was exposed publicly, his killer move would no longer have any threat to his enemies. They would have no fear towards it. Actually, no matter how good my modifications were, I would not be satisfied. My true aim is to eliminate the weakness of my strength enslavement dual cultivation. The killer move Four-Arm Earth King is merely a starting point. But this result could not escape from the limits of transformation path. What Fang Yuan wanted was to completely and utterly modify his body. He did not want to achieve such temporary transformation. Nevertheless, reaching this point had already expended Fang Yuan's 500 years of knowledge accumulation. After all, Fang Yuan was a blood path Gu immortal back then. His attainment in strength and enslavement paths were merely subsidiaries. He merely touched the tip of the iceberg. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to quickly become a blood path Gu immortal. But it was different now after rebirth. His vital Gu was not a blood path Gu. A crucial condition for becoming a Gu immortal was the vital Gu. Originally, after Fang Yuan got the second aperture Gu, he would have a second chance. But that crucial blood path vital Gu was still buried in the inheritance, it had not appeared yet. Fang Yuan could not wait in vain. The situation was forcing him. He could only choose to strengthen himself now, to deal with the challenges ahead and all the enemies lurking around him. Staying alive, that was the most important thing. Fang Yuan had also realized that his foundation in strength and enslavement paths were lacking. His involvement in a wide range of paths in his previous life allowed him to easily control Gu worms of many paths, while being skilled in the combination of different Gu worms. Among them, his attainment in enslavement path was the highest. But to resolve the issue of strength enslavement dual cultivation, an age-old question, he would need to move ahead of history and undergo creative and daring experiments. His foundation was lacking in this aspect. Even though Fang Yuan had clues to Luo Pa Valley now, maybe after he obtains Luo Pa Valley, he would be able to convert to the glorious soul path. But Fang Yuan never liked placing his hopes on certain possibilities in the future. Even if he changes to soul path in the future, his hard work in enslavement and strength would be a precious resource and would greatly benefit his future cultivation. Knowing his own inaptitude, Fang Yuan had been reading intensely these few days. He used his huge pool of battle merits to exchange for Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 Hearts Combination Soul, all sorts of killer moves, as well as dozens of small strength path inheritances. He also got the recorded journal of 4 enslavement masters, among them, Rat Epidemic, Thunder Explosion, Leopard Rush, and Horse Barrage. These 4 killer moves were invaluable. Fang Yuan's foundation had always been thick. These days he had been reading laboriously. His understanding and knowledge in strength and enslavement path surged greatly by several times compared to before. Different from his previous life where he studied these paths as a side path, he had personally experienced these paths this time, and together with his theories, he gained countless inspirations. But these inspirations could not resolve his problem now. Actually, looking at information about the transformation of the body, the first records were in. When Renzu fell into a certain death situation, in order to save her own father, Desolate Ancient Moon came to Chengbai Mountain and killed the Rockman. Fang Yuan had a burst of inspiration as he flipped beside him. This was the first classic of the Gu Master world. Countless mysteries were hidden within it. Even existences like Gu Immortal kept a copy of it with them at all times, occasionally flipping and learning from it. Chapter 547. Search for Success. Fang Yuan flipped The Legends of Renzu, and this was recorded within. When Renzu was in a certain death situation, after he fell into Luo Pa Valley and had no way to get out. Desolate Ancient Moon, in order to save her father, climbed up Chengbai Mountain and tried to get to the top, in order to get that one and only Success Gu. As long as she made a wish to Success Gu, Desolate Ancient Moon would be able to save Renzu. But when Desolate Ancient Moon got to the foot of the mountain, she was obstructed by the Rockman. It turns out that when Renzu's second daughter arrived at Chengbai Mountain, she ruined Love Gu's wonderful dream. Out of anger, Love Gu awakened the Rockman in order to obstruct Desolate Ancient Moon. After Desolate Ancient Moon killed the Rockman and got to the mountain waste, Love Gu had yet to leave. It appeared before Desolate Ancient Moon and said, "O human, you interrupted my sweet dream, yet you still desire to take away Success Gu. Now I will topple the entire Chengbai Mountain. You can have fun finding that one and only Success Gu out of billions of rocks." Ha ha. Saying so, Love Gu crashed towards Chengbai Mountain. Chengbai Mountain was not an ordinary mountain. It was a mound entirely made up of stacked rocks. After Love Gu crashed into it, the entire mountain crumbled. Love Gu left smugly, leaving behind Desolate Ancient Moon, who looked at this huge pile of rocks in a daze. How was she going to find that one and only Success Gu among this chaotic pile of rocks? Desolate Ancient Moon was troubled. Without a choice, she had to return to Cognition Gu to seek advice. After Cognition Gu heard Desolate Ancient Moon's description, it sighed. Love Gu had always been demanding and unreasonable. Even if it was me, or my child Wisdom Gu, we would not want to confront it. Right now, Chengbai Mountain had collapsed. You can only look at these rocks one by one to find the real Success Gu from among them. There are no other ways. Cognition Gu said again, but you have to be careful. There are 2 Gu on Chengbai Mountain. One is Success Gu, at the peak of the mountain. The other is Failure Gu, at the bottom of the mountain. Failure is the mother of success, but it also has many other children. Those rocks are Success Gu's siblings. When you pick those rocks, many unthinkably bad situations will occur. I will tell you a secret here. As long as you continue to affirm the belief of me in your heart, these disastrous situations will gradually disappear. Desolate Ancient Moon heard this, and her heart sank. She asked again, "Then how do I differentiate the rocks in my hand? What do Success Gu and Failure Gu look like?" Cognition Gu sighed. "They look almost the same, but it is easy to differentiate them. Just hold them in your hands. You will learn about their identities. In your search for Success Gu, that Failure Gu will be your biggest threat. You cannot hold on to the Failure Gu. Otherwise, you will be completely lost and your life would be in danger. Desolate Ancient Moon heard this and nodded, expressing her gratitude. Cognition instructed her again before leaving. Do not say that I taught you that. If Love Gu comes to find me, I'd be in trouble. In the face of fanatic and toyful love, wisdom and cognition can only run away. Don't worry, I won't expose you. Desolate Ancient Moon agreed, returning to Chengbai Mountain. Seeing the huge pile of rocks, her heart was gloomy. Success was not easily obtainable. To obtain success, she would need to bend down and search while taking great risks. Desolate Ancient Moon breathed in deeply, picking up the first rock. This rock was ordinary, but when Desolate Ancient Moon held it in her hand, it shook slightly. A light wound appeared on Desolate Ancient Moon's hand. This was not Success Gu, but one of Success' siblings, one of the children of Failure Gu. Desolate Ancient Moon's heart was shocked. She touched the wound on her hand as she recalled what Cognition Gu said. When you pick those rocks, many unthinkably bad situations will occur. You have to affirm the belief of me in your heart. So this is the terrible situation. Desolate Ancient Moon understood. She chanted in her heart. Me, 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 me. As she chanted, the wound on her hand miraculously healed. Only a light scar was left. She tossed the first rock away and picked up the second rock. When she held this rock in her hand, Desolate Ancient Moon's heart jumped, as an intense feeling of fear assaulted her. Desolate Ancient Moon was shivering in fear. She almost ran away to escape, away from this place. But she held on, and chanted me. After a long time, she slowly recovered as the fear in her heart was gone by half, finally picking up the third rock. This rock made her dejected. She could not help but think, I want to find that one and only Success Gu among these billions of rocks. How difficult is that? How long would it take me? She could barely move anymore. She felt that the future was shrouded in darkness. It was too difficult to find Success Gu. She almost wanted to give up, but she thought about her father who was trapped in life and death door. If I give up, who will save father? Desolate Ancient Moon shuddered. Oh no, I forgot to chant meat. Desolate Ancient Moon chanted again, getting rid of the despair in her heart, bending down to pick up another rock. Once she held the fourth rock in her hand, Desolate Ancient Moon was shocked to find out that her nose had changed. It turned into a pig's nose. She chanted me, once again, allowing her nose to recover. Spending a lot of time, she exerted all her effort to get rid of the pig nose. But her nose was still slightly deformed compared to before. Like this, Desolate Ancient Moon continued to pick up rocks, hoping to find that Success Gu. But days passed, and all she found was Failure Gu's children. Among these rocks, some made her injured, some made her dejected, despair, or fear, while some made her grow a pig head, rat's tail, etc. Despite Desolate Ancient Moon chanting me continuously, some of the scars still remained on her. As they accumulated, these scars turned her into a monster. She grew 6 heads, 3 arms, 5 tails, and looked like a centaur. She had 16 legs, and some of her legs had soft fur, some had snake-like scales, some had sharp claws, some had tough hooves. In the search for success, people often transform and become completely different. But Desolate Ancient Moon also became much stronger because of this. After going through so much, she had become several hundred times as strong as before. These rocks could not longer trouble her. Success, oh success, where in the world are you? Her 7 mouths opened together. Some were screaming, some were shouting, some were whispering while others were growling. The more she failed, the more she desired success in her heart. After her great effort, the number of unpicked rocks became fewer and fewer. Eventually, when there were only 2 rocks left, Desolate Ancient Moon was stuck between 2 difficult choices. Undeniably, among these 2 rocks, one was Success Gu, while the other was Failure Gu. If she obtained Success Gu, that would be the best. But if she picked Failure Gu, then Desolate Ancient Moon would become completely lost. She would be in danger of dying. Even if Desolate Ancient Moon became a monster, becoming so much stronger. 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell, what should she choose? Desolate Ancient Moon could not help but become hesitant. If I do not dare to take the next step for fear of failure, then I will never succeed. I am already so strong. Success is a step away from me. Even if I take Failure Gu, as long as I chant me, I should be able to endure it right. Eventually, she mustered her courage and stretched out her palm, picking one of the rocks. Unfortunately, she picked Failure Gu. An unforeseen feeling of lost, self-doubt assaulted her. Me, me, me. Desolate Ancient Moon continued to chant me, but her voice became softer, as her 7 mouths stopped moving eventually, her expression turning into a daze. She had fallen into endless perplexity. She had completely lost herself. The biggest tragedy for a human is to lose your sense of self. Sigh. After reading this, Fang Yuan sighed as he closed the book. At once, His thoughts were drifting as he showed a very complicated expression. It was still snowing outside the window. Snowflakes were floating in the air. As the 10-year disaster approaches, the blizzard did not show signs of weakening. Instead, it was growing. Northern Plains, end of December. When He Lulan led the army and arrived at the last minute, at Imperial Court Blessed Land's entrance, the Alliance had about half its members left. A large number of mortals died on the way there. In fact, many Gu masters died from the attacks of beast groups. The item to open the Imperial Court Blessed Land was on He Lulan. When he stood up, a mild golden light shone in the air. Immediately after, the golden light intensified, forming a light ring. The light ring expanded, turning into a grand city gate. On the gate, there were exquisite silvery flower patterns. Many fist-sized copper buttons were plastered on the gate. Boom! There was like an invisible hand behind the door, pulling the heavy door open. Immediately, the thick smell of sandalwood spread. The snow in the air stopped moving. Under the influence of a mysterious power, the snow in the air gathered like bees. In an instant, a solid and magnificent ice ladder was created. At the top of the ladder, it was connected to the floating Imperial Court gate. It extended all the way to the ground. Imperial Court, Blessed Land. He Lulan could not conceal his excitement. He took 3 steps as he ascended the ice ladder, becoming the first person to enter the Imperial Court. 88 True Yang Building. Fang Yuan was the second person. His gaze became solemn as he took calm strides in. After that, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Hao Ji Lu, and other high-level experts went in. About an hour later, the entire He tribe army had entered Imperial Court, Blessed Land. The ice ladder broke apart. As the Red City Gate closed itself, the light ring shrunk into one dot and vanished. They have all entered. The Gu Immortals observed in secret retracted their helpless and nostalgic gazes. Chapter 548. Inheritance hidden in Eerie Fire Python's den. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the scene before him had completely transformed. The sky was light gold in color. The land was like spring. With green agricultural terraces, there were gentle streams flowing, and low-lying mounds. One could see far and wide in this boundless plains. This was a serene and peaceful world, forming a great contrast to the blizzard outside. This was Northern Plains' greatest utopia, Imperial Court Blessed Land. It opens every 10 years, as a reward to the Lord of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan looked around and found that he was alone. Although everyone entered from the same gate, after they stepped through the gate, they were separated and randomly transported to any area of the Blessed Land. This was as per usual. Fang Yuan was not shocked. According to the earlier agreement, next he had to travel towards the center of the Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's former place of residence was there, Northern Plains' sacred palace. I am finally in here. Fang Yuan regulated his breathing. The Imperial Court contest was only a prelude. What was truly important was the following events. He tried activating Eagle Rise Gu. His crystal purple primeval essence moved according to his will, entering the Eagle Rise Gu. Swoosh! With a light sound, followed by intense pain, 2 broad and huge pitch-black eagle wings grew on his back. Within Imperial Court Blessed Land, the use of mortal Gu was not restricted. As for Immortal Gu, they could not be restrained in any blessed land. The strong eagle wings flapped lightly and brought Fang Yuan into the air. Flying in the air, feeling the light wind brushing past his face, he could smell the unique scent of nature that permeated the entire blessed land. Compared to the outside world, this place was extremely peaceful. It was like heaven. Fang Yuan was in no hurry. He flew slowly as he enjoyed the scenery around him. Imperial Court Blessed Land's landscape was quite similar to Northern Plains. At one glance, it was a huge plain. There were mounds and slopes with beautiful and elegant lines. It was like a stream of jade green flowing smoothly without obstacles. But different from Northern Plains, every 8 li, there would be a tower on the ground. These towers made Fang Yuan think of totem pillars. Each one was about 25 meters tall. They were tall and straight, with a gold and silver surface, with lots of precious gems adorning it, beautiful and exquisite. In the tower, there were countless barriers, like a beehive. Inside were many Gu worms. When the worm groups in the Blessed Land give birth to Gu, these Gu worms would detach themselves from the group and live in these towers. The towers were built by Giant Sun. No matter what type of Gu worm it was, they would be able to find their food inside the towers. Every tower had tens of thousands of Gu worms. These Gu consists of many species. There were large numbers of common Gu and few rare Gu. Undeniably, each of these towers were a huge fortune. Even Fang Yuan can feel his attraction to them. He could even see a group of about 1,000 starlight firefly Gu in one of the towers. Unfortunately, I cannot take these Gu as I wish. When the Imperial Court contest first started, some daring Gu masters tried to steal or even attack the towers. to take the wild Gu inside. In the end, they were like candles. Their entire body melted until their white bone skeleton was left, smashed into a pile. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. This was the heavenly power of the blessed land, the power of heaven and earth. No mortals could resist it. Even Gu Immortals would be left in a pathetic state when competing against it. After enough lessons taught, by now, no Gu master had the intention to attack the towers. If we chase the origin, the Gu Immortal who created Imperial Court Blessed Land was a space path Gu Immortal whose name can no longer be found. Because of this blessed land is huge, far larger than other blessed lands. Before Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became an immortal, he inherited this place luckily and became the blessed land's new owner. After Giant Sun became an immortal venerable and obtained unparalleled power, he displayed great methods and set up the tradition of the Imperial Court contest, allowing this ancient blessed land to continue existing until now. Fang Yuan flew as he recalled. The methods of an immortal venerable were beyond his understanding. Who knows how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to do it? But the result was, under his manipulation, Imperial Court Blessed Land no longer suffered from heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. Hiss hiss hiss. After flying for an hour, past numerous towers, Fang Yuan was provoked by a giant python on a small valley. This bright red giant python was at least 100 meters long. Its body was as thick as a tower. There was a sharp horn on its head. A pair of blood eyes stared at Fang Yuan fixatedly, hissing with its tongue continuously. Its tongue was a creepy purple color, and there were eerie blue flames on it. It's a rarely seen eerie fire dragon python. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. At this moment, the giant python opened its mouth and shot out a carriage-sized blue-purple flame. The flame approached quickly. As the temperature in the air rose sharply, from a few hundred steps away, Fang Yuan's hair and eyebrows were showing signs of drying up. It showed the terrifying temperature of the blue-purple flame. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose as he flapped his eagle wings, going to a higher altitude and avoiding the flame easily. Killer move, 4-arm Wind King. He activated more than 10 Gu worms at once. His crystal purple was expending rapidly. Meanwhile, 2 bronze arms grew out of his body. Thereafter, he flew down like a comet, straight towards the python. Bam! He crashed fiercely into the eerie fire dragon python, engaging in fierce combat with it. At once, smoke rose as shockwaves were sent out. Flames shot out as the valley shook. Eerie fire dragon python was a mutated beast king. Mutated beasts has rank 4 battle strength, while their king had strength equivalent to a rank 5 Gu master. But Fang Yuan was rank 5 peak stage long ago, and after using his killer move, his battle strength was even higher. If the eerie fire dragon python laid low and hid itself, Fang Yuan might not have noticed it while being on the move. But since it provoked him on purpose, Fang Yuan felt the urge to hunt and improve his killer move by using it as a training dummy. After half an hour, the battle was over. Fang Yuan's body was charred black. He stood in the completely destroyed and ruined valley. The eerie fire dragon python's huge body was half covered in broken mountain rocks. Fang Yuan coughed a few times, throwing up some blood. The improved killer move had much less severe aftermath than before. A part of the reason was that the eerie fire dragon python did not have wisdom like humans. It could not find out Fang Yuan's weakness amidst battle. If the wind was restricted, Fang Yuan would be in a much worse state. This battle was not easy. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a great environment. There were many Gu worms. Thus there was a larger number of fire path wild Gu worms on the eerie fire dragon python. Among them, there were several valuable ones. Fang Yuan's killer move was strong, but it did not have much defense against fire path. If he did not need to dodge the flames, the 30-minute battle would be faster by at least a third. Fang Yuan started collecting his loot. This mutated beast king's body was full of value. For example, the python blood was a top ingredient in feeding blood path Gu worms. The python skin, tendons, etc., would cause a huge commotion if sold in the mortal market. Especially the eerie fire snake gall. It was extremely valuable. It could even be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan organized his gains. In order to save time, he only kept the valuable items in his Gu. Eerie fire dragon python, they live in caves as a family. If there are any young dragon pythons, I can capture them and place them inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land to breed. It would be a good investment for the future. Fang Yuan thought about this and searched around. Very soon, he made a discovery. There's a Gu master inheritance here. Fang Yuan did not find a baby dragon python, but found a bright red rock, like that of a fire lotus. With his expertise, he quickly understood that this was a Gu master's work. When he got close to the huge rock, this fire lotus-like rock opened up in layers, like a blossoming lotus. The fire lotus rock opened completely, showing the Gu worms inside as well as a steel. The steel was one with the huge rock, there were Northern Plains words on it. Fang Yuan read it thoroughly and understood its existence. The Fire Path Gu master who left behind his inheritance was called Xing Jiu. He was a righteous rank 4 Fire Path Gu master. He entered this valley by accident and was attacked by the Eerie fire dragon python. Before dying from his injuries, he left behind his Gu worms helplessly and made the inheritance. In the future, if a fated individual comes here, then this set of Gu worms would be his. Xing Jiu left behind 7 Gu worms. But after these years, 4 died, and only 3 remained. Among the 3 Gu worms, only one attracted Fang Yuan. It was the rank 4 Fire Pupil Gu. When a Gu master uses Fire Pupil Gu, fire would burn at anywhere they looked at, burning their opponents. Such a convenient attacking method often caught people off guard. But it had its weaknesses. If it was used for a long time, the Gu master's eyes would be damaged. They would need to use good healing Gu as well as complementing Gu worms to weaken this side effect. This Fire Pupil Gu was Xing Jiu's core Gu worm. Aside from the Gu worms he left behind, there were Gu recipes that he recorded on the steel. Fang Yuan looked at it 3 times, storing the information inside East Window Gu. Although he did not cultivate Fire Path, these recipes were useful for him when researching about Gu refinement or even in his cultivation as a form of inspiration. Especially the refinement recipe of the Fire Pupil Gu, it had high value. According to this Gu master, rank 4 Fire Pupil Gu was advanced using rank 3 Fire Eye Gu, together with Sight Blow Gu and some associated Gu refinement materials. Fang Yuan knew about rank 3 Fire Eye Gu. It was a one-time expenditure Gu used for investigative purposes. It could transform the eyes into fire eyes, having the ability to see through fog, but it did not work every time. Once it failed, one would turn blind. Fang Yuan knew about Sight Blow Gu too. Hao Ji Lu from the He tribe army had one. He had once used it together with rank 4 location swap Gu. Fang Yuan kept the Fire Pupil Gu. He did not intend to go onto the fire path. Fire Pupil Gu did not suit his current style. While the attacking method was convenient, it was very restrictive. It was too reliant on visual contact. There were too many strange Gu in this world. There were countless methods to prevent eye contact. There was no strongest Gu worm, only strongest Gu master. Gu worms were the hosts of the great Tao. They were fundamentally tools. When Gu master used them together, they could form great effects. Some combinations were even far superior and harder to counter. They were known as killer moves. This means this should be the first Gu master inheritance I've obtained in Imperial Court, Blessed Land. Fang Yuan thought about it, feeling interested. In Imperial Court, Blessed Land, there were countless Gu master inheritances. It was because of the superb environment. In contrast, many inheritances in the main world were often destroyed by calamities and beasts before the fated person arrives. Furthermore, all the Gu masters that entered Imperial Court Blessed Land were experts that had undergone tough battles. They had to have at least some superior qualities, if they were not heroes or grand conquerors. Already, thus, there were abundant inheritances inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. Anyone who was fated would have gains. Fang Yuan kept the 3 Gu worms inside his aperture, before smashing the steel to bits. Next, he searched around, finding a cave indeed. He entered the cave and walked to the lowest part of it. At about 100 meters underground, he found 6 Eerie fire dragon python eggs. He was troubled now. If it was a baby Eerie fire dragon python, he could bring them away to Immortal Blessed Land and allow them to hunt freely. But it was not easy to hatch an Eerie fire dragon python's egg. He needed to use Eerie fire and python blood to bathe them daily. After the little dragon python hatches, they need to taught by the Eerie fire dragon python personally on how to use their strength to hunt. Fang Yuan did not have the time or effort to waste just to hatch these eggs. There was no choice. He quickly kept these eggs before getting out of the hot cave, flying towards the sky, and continuing on his journey without any lingering feelings. Chapter 549. Subduing azure wolves with the help of snow bats. Just like this, Fang Yuan flew for another 3 days, but could not see even a glimpse of the sacred palace on the plains. Fang Yuan thought to himself, "It seems that I was transported very far away after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. Otherwise, with my speed, I would have reached the sacred palace within 3 days." On the way, Fang Yuan met many Gu masters and mortals. They were He Tribe Alliance members. After entering the Blessed Land, those with ability would gather at the sacred palace. Those who did not would choose a place and settle down. Imperial Court Blessed Land was not safe. There were large numbers of wild Gu worms and vicious beasts. He Tribe army came here and destroyed their order, disturbing the beasts and worms which had already sorted out their territory. Thus, conflict and killing was natural. But all in all, the environment was infinitely better than the outside world, which was face a fierce blizzard. Fang Yuan had seen several slaughtering scenes along the way. Some were beast group corpses, some were humans with broken limbs. Imperial Court Blessed Land had much greater foundation than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no weather changes in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but Imperial Court Blessed Land had it. In fact, Imperial Court Blessed Land had morning and night. This might not be spectacular in mortal eyes, because in Northern Plains, there was also day and night. They were used to it. Only someone like Fang Yuan would understand the true value of this. It was very rare for Blessed Land to have weather changes. If there was day and night, it meant that this particular heaven and earth had sufficiently deep foundations. At least, the time path law here was quite complete. Normally, Blessed Land with astronomical phenomenon were first-rate Blessed Lands. Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land had not reached this level yet. Day and night was the characteristic of Grotto Heavens. Blessed Lands were small worlds. Above Blessed Lands, there were even more complete and refined small worlds. They were Grotto Heavens. Imperial Court Blessed Land already had the characteristics of a Grotto Heaven. It could be said to be a quasi-Grotto Heaven. Langya Blessed Land was originally a Grotto Heaven that fell. By now, it had lost its day and night trait. Night descended. Fang Yuan looked at the sky. It turned from a glorious gold color to a light and elegant silver. The daytime in Imperial Court Blessed Land was a dazzling golden day. At night, it was not completely dark, as silver light shined in the sky. Flying in the air, Fang Yuan witnessed the changing of the sky. Silver light rained down. Compared to the hot and dazzling golden rays during daytime, it had traces of sharpness to it. Fang Yuan's flying speed was slowing down. He looked down, and after searching for a while, he found a gentle slope. With his years of experience, he knew that the gentle slope was a great place to set up camp. But he was in no hurry to descend. He circled around the slope several times, like a bird flying freely. Eventually, when he confirmed that this area was safe, he landed and kept his wings. The strong eagle wings were pitch black, like steel. After Fang Yuan stopped using Eagle Rise Gu, the wings vanished into thin air, as one or two black feathers were left floating in the air, landing on the grass. Fang Yuan willed and activated Big Lizard House Gu. Immediately, a mystical light shot out from his aperture, landing in front of him. The light expanded and grew, as a Big Lizard House Gu eventually appeared. The lizard opened its mouth and shot out its tongue, showing the door in its mouth. The tongue was like a red carpet ladder. As Fang Yuan stepped on it, the door opened automatically. After he entered the Lizard House Gu, the door closed on its own, as the lizard closed its huge mouth without a gap. Although Fang Yuan was energetic, he was still of mortal body. When fatigue accumulates to a degree, he will need to rest to ensure that he stays at peak condition in terms of mind and body. Chi-chi-chi-chi. After Fang Yuan got into the lizard house, he heard some noises outside. His gaze concentrated as he muttered. As expected, it is the blissful snow bats. Fang Yuan had already understood the rules. When day turns to night, large groups of blissful snow bats would fly out. The blissful snow bats were pure white like snow. They were furry and did not look ugly like ordinary bats. In fact, they were rather cute. Such a beast group was huge in scale. Each group had about several hundreds of thousands of bats. Among them were beast kings, and myriad beast kings were very common. There were even snow bat beast emperors. Even with Fang Yuan's dual aperture and killer move like Four-Arm Wind King, he could not fight against them. He could only avoid them. The snow bats only hunted in the air, eating the particles in the air or flying worms. The Big Lizard House Gu was not part of their food chain. But because of Fang Yuan's vigilance, he moved the Big Lizard House Gu to the back of the slope. The big lizard curled up into a ball. From the sky, it resembled a huge rock. Fang Yuan was on the bed as he slept, but before long, the cries of the blissful snow bats became very erratic, as wolf howls could be heard as well. What's going on? Fang Yuan was woken up by this noise. He opened his eyes and got up from bed, going to the window, only to see that in the silvery backdrop, two beast groups were fighting. The snow-white lump had a grand scale. It was the blissful snow bats. As for the dark green lump, it was a pack of azure wolves. Although they were fewer in numbers, they fought fiercely and had great cooperation. Although they were many snow bats, under the wolves' attacks, they suffered huge losses. Fang Yuan's brows lifted, feeling slightly shocked. Azure Wolf had a trace of the desolate beast Heavenly Wolf's bloodline. Thus it could float in mid-air even as a cub. A mature Azure Wolf can use this talent to its limits, able to run freely in the air. Azure Wolves were elites. They were different from ordinary wolf groups. Among the Azure Wolf group, each Azure Wolf was at least 100 Beast King. Azure Wolf groups were often small, but they had great battle strength. But regardless of how strong a wolf group is, they cannot withstand the trial of time and the trials of mortality. Right now, in Northern Plains sky, barely any Azure Wolves could be seen. They were getting rarer, going to be extinct soon. However, As the largest blessed land in Northern Plains, Imperial Court Blessed Land had such a huge scaled azure wolf group, it was not a surprise. The wolves got more energetic as they fought, as the bat group gradually got into a disadvantage. After leaving behind several tens of thousands of corpses, they escaped. The azure wolves did not have many deaths. Most of the azure wolves landed on the ground and started consuming the bat corpses. Some of them remained in the air, looking around and staying vigilant. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. After entering the blessed land, my wolf group had scattered. Imperial Court Blessed Land is too wide. I cannot gather them here in such a short time. This azure wolf group is really timely. Not only can they fly to keep up with my pace, they can even protect me. In the future, when we encounter bat groups, we can just charge through. At the same time, several wolves found Fang Yuan's big lizard house Gu and surrounded it. Fang Yuan left the Gu house immediately and kept the big lizard house Gu, charging towards the myriad beast king in the sky. The wolf group went into a commotion as they attacked Fang Yuan from all directions. But the azure wolves which had just eaten were moving sluggishly. Their battle intent had also decreased severely. This was the best time for Fang Yuan to subdue the myriad wolf king. Fang Yuan snickered. He turned left and right, making circles in the air. With his flying master attainment, these azure wolves could only chase after him fruitlessly. The myriad wolf king that Fang Yuan was going after was different from the other two myriad wolf kings. In the earlier battle, it had charged ahead and sustained some injuries, as well as losing some wild Gu on it. Fang Yuan had paid close attention to it earlier and knew all the wild Gu worms currently on it. Going up to the myriad wolf king, Fang Yuan activated the killer move Four-Arm Wind King and thrashed the wolf king. This unlucky myriad wolf king was beaten into a daze by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to activate rank 5 wolf enslavement Gu, subduing it. Once it joined Fang Yuan, it howled and a third of the azure wolf group changed sides along with it. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. It was dangerous to subdue a myriad wolf king under the attack of the wolf group, but now that he had succeeded, the situation was different. With the wolf group, the situation was overturned. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the wolf group attacked from left and right, cooperating with him and surrounding the second azure myriad wolf king. The wild wolf group attacked furiously, as Fang Yuan used his wolf group to form a line of defense, protecting himself. He himself engaged with the myriad wolf king. After 15 minutes, Fang Yuan subdued the second myriad wolf king. Victory was assured. The final myriad wolf king saw this and immediately ran, bringing its subordinates to escape with it. Fang Yuan first stopped his bleeding and checked his own injuries. After checking the battlefield, he kept the big lizard house Gu and shifted the campsite. This area was filled with the intense smell of blood. Quickly, waves and waves of beast groups were attracted. If Fang Yuan continued staying there, he would be disturbed endlessly. About 10 li away, he rested for 4 hours before flapping his wings and continuing his journey. But different from before, Fang Yuan was now surrounded by 2 azure myriad wolf kings, 38,000 beast kings, and 2,600 beast kings. It was a huge force. In the blink of an eye, 6 days of traveling went by. In this process, Fang Yuan found 3 inheritances. They were small inheritances, however. In Fang Yuan's eyes, they were as good as nothing. What was worth mentioning was, the wolf group expanded. With the foundation of 2 azure myriad wolf kings, another was subdued. This way, Fang Yuan had 3 azure myriad wolf kings under his control. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a true land of treasures. There were huge beast groups within, and even the rare azure wolf was a common species here. Other than the azure wolves, Fang Yuan subdued batches of night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and vermilion flame wolves along the way. These wolves were originally his to begin with, except that they were scattered after entering the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had only found a small portion of them by now. Chapter 550, Poet Immortal's Demise on Xing Jiu Peak 2 days later. A high mountain peak protruded Fang Yuan's vision. The deep blue mountain was like a lone vulture with a bizarre shape. Fang Yuan was somewhat startled as his gaze became suffused with joy. This should be Xing Jiu Peak. It seems my direction is correct. According to Gu Immortal Lord Tian Ku's description in the past life, the place where the vulture's gaze falls in is the sacred palace. Immortal Court Blessed Land had a lofty and holy position in the hearts of Northern Plains people and was a spiritual symbol. It was also a cradle which had nurtured many Northern Plains Gu Immortals in the Imperial Court contests before. When Central Continent invaded Northern Plains, they had first attacked this significant strategic location. Due to the lack of preparations, Immortal Court Blessed Land was breached by the alliance of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, and the sacred palace was ruthlessly destroyed, turning into a ruin. 88 True Yang Building was also destroyed, vanishing in the surging river of history, and causing people to sigh while wringing their wrist. Lord Tianku was one of the Gu Immortals who participated in the surprise attack against Immortal Court Blessed Land. Fang Yuan made his plan by referencing the surprise attack methods of the Central Continent's Gu Immortals. There are people on Xing Jiu Peak. When Fang Yuan was about to cross the Xing Jiu Peak with his wolf group, he suddenly paused as he saw many Gu masters at the summit of the peak. Among were familiar people as well. His thoughts moved and decided to not hurry on his way, but instead descended to the Xing Jiu Peak with his wolf group. Pan Ping greets Lord Wolf King. Brother Shanin, we meet again. Looking at the Wolf King descending, the Gu masters all felt their hearts shiver. From among them, 2 Gu masters walked out. One was Pan Ping, who had become rich and famous with this time's imperial court content, while the other was one of the twin demons Tai by Yun Sheng invited, Zhu Zai. Pan Ping was now already at rank 4 peak stage, and with Soul Blade Gu, his battle strength could match against some rank 5 Gu masters. Zhu Zai was a strength path rank 5 Gu master, and was an expert in close combat. Thus he was much more fearful of Soul Blade Gu than other people. He had been separated from Gao Yang when he entered Imperial Court, and on the way to the Sacred Palace, he got into an argument with Pan Ping. We greet Wolf King. After Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, the rest of the Gu masters greeted one after another while kneeling on the ground. In Ma Tribe Army, Fang Yuan's prestige was raised to the highest status and was recognized as the #1 person of this generation. His prestige suppressing He Lu Lan and even Yi Lui Sang, who had a fire path Immortal Gu. If not for Changshan Yi not being of Huang Jin bloodline, and He Lu Lan being the alliance leader, there might have been people who would have shouted to change the alliance leader. Stand up, there is no need to be so restrained. Fang Yuan was sitting on an azure myriad Wolf King as he lightly nodded and then directly asked, for you guys to gather here, what inheritance did you discover? Everyone inwardly grumbled. The truth was indeed so. At first, someone had discovered an inheritance in Xing Jiu Peak, but did not have enough strength to get it. Helplessly, the Gu master called for other Gu masters to explore together, but the result was, they lost several people instead. The Gu masters were no resigned to failure and searched all around for help, inviting Pan Ping and Zhu Zai one after another. The two, for their respective benefits, competed with each other, creating the situation to turn into a stalemate before finally Fang Yuan crashed in. Now, since Fang Yuan directly asked it, Pan Ping and Zhu Zai did not dare to hide it and could only explain this matter. Lord Wolf King, it is fortunate you are here. This inheritance opens every 7 days, and during the opening, it lets out a soaring high starlight and reveals a starlight door. This duration is not only extremely short, there are also insect groups that rush out of the starlight door, preventing us from entering. Pan Ping introduced with a slight smile. There is only a short time before the inheritance opens now. Lord Changshan Yin, since you graced us with your presence, I represent all the Gu masters here to request you to uphold justice. Zhu Zai said with sincerity on his face. The corners of Pan Ping's lips twitched as he glanced at Zhu Zai with extreme disdain. Zhu Zai's reputation of being a famous expert in the demonic path is laughable. He actually is going so far in his flattery. Pan Ping was filled with disdain towards Zhu Zai. Wolf King might be strong, but I, Pan Ping, will have a day when I can reach his level. Pan Ping was young. His heart still had arrogance, but he did not show it, instead lowering his head to show his respect towards Wolf King. He was a demonic path Gu master and naturally was extremely clear of his current situation and understood the logic of being able to bow and submit. Fang Yuan straightforwardly agreed, immediately becoming the main person in charge here. As time gradually passed, everyone was indeed able to see starlight gradually filling the summit. When the time arrived, the starlight majestically soared up, piercing through the sky. A small door then slowly opened in the dazzling starlight. Bzz. Large numbers of insect groups rushed out like a tide. These insect groups were of all kinds of colors with many wild Gu mixed among them. Their stance was fierce, but they only hovered near the starlight door and did not pounce upon the people. Clearly, this was a test. Fang Yuan carefully observed before snickering. This insect group test was not difficult. Even without him, with the combined strength of the rest of the Gu masters, they would be able to overcome this. However, Pan Ping and Zhu Zai's internal dispute caused the overall strength to be divided with other Gu masters supporting different sides. No one conceded, which allowed Fang Yuan to take this opportunity. Fang Yuan glanced at Pan Ping and Zhu Zai. These two both had somewhat unsightly expressions right now. Fang Yuan did not care. Instead, he sent an order. These insect groups are often more difficult to deal with than beast groups. All of you, listen to my arrangement, and we will be able to reduce the losses and deal with this easily. Everyone promptly agreed. Under Fang Yuan's command, they attacked in segments, drawing away the insect group and exterminating them. After a dozen or so breaths of time, most of the insect groups had been drawn away and the originally tight defense line now had a huge gap. Pan Ping said in joy, "Lord Wolf King is truly amazing." All of our eyes were obscured. Exterminating the insect groups is not important. The main thing was to open a passageway. With this, we will have plenty of time. Xue Song Zi also sighed. Having Lord Wolf King to lead us is our fortune. But Fang Yuan's next words shocked them. "You guys stay here to hold back the insect groups. Don't make a mistake. I will make a trip inside." With that, he suddenly rushed to the starlight door with the wolf group. This, Lord Wolf King. Xue Song's expression paled. He had not expected Fang Yuan to act so selfishly in the open. Pan Ping's eyes also opened wide as his heart filled with anger at the injustice. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan first sent an azure wolf to investigate the inside, and seeing there were no dangers, he rode an azure wolf king and entered the door. Of course, he left behind a large number of azure wolves to form a defensive line around the entrance to protect his escape route. Didn't they say Wolf King was proud and aloof? How could he be so shameless? He is truly too overbearing. This inheritance was clearly discovered by us first, but now it was snatched by Changshan. Changshan has let down the name of the Grand Wolf King. He actually left us out here. The people present were all furious, but they did not dare to express their anger. Lord Pan Ping, should we also charge in? A rank 3 Gu master rolled his eyes, then turned towards Pan Ping and urged him. Pan Ping snorted and sent this Gu master flying with a kick, shouting fiercely, "If you want to go in, feel free." "What? You want me to test the water?" "Lord, you misunderstood. How could I dare?" The rank 3 Gu master immediately retorted. "Get lost." Pan Ping angrily rebuked while clenching his fists tightly. He rigidly looked at the starlight door with sharp light flashing past his eyes. The gap that had been cleared was now jammed with azure wolves. There were 2 myriad wolf kings, dozens of thousand wolf kings, over 300 wolf kings, and even over 200 guarding the air. Pan Ping could not charge through this scale of wolves. His thoughts turned around, and he then looked at Xue Song, speaking in a faint ridiculing tone. "This is the result of you wanting Wolf King to uphold justice?" Xue Song coldly glanced at Pan Ping, immediately seeing through Pan Ping's thoughts. He snorted inwardly with disdain. This Pan Ping is still young and has been infected by hastiness gained from the recent fame. He actually wants to entice me to ally with him to break the wolf group's defense line. Too naive. Is Wolf King so easy to deal with? Even if Wolf King only left behind one ordinary night wolf, I would not dare to make a move. This brat simply overestimates his own abilities. Pan Ping furiously snorted as he saw Xue Song not answering him, and could only swallow the words that he had been about to speak. Fang Yuan arrived before a courtyard after entering the starlight door. The style of the courtyard was peculiar. It was completely constructed out of blue metal, and its shape was strange and abstract, not belonging to any style of the 5 regions. Fang Yuan pushed upon the gate and entered. The courtyard was covered in a layer of thin light cotton and appeared mysterious, quiet, and magnificent. At first, Fang Yuan moved cautiously, but after searching around once, he did not find any mechanisms for tests or traps. The courtyard had 6 rooms, and Fang Yuan explored all of them. So over 100 years ago, this was the residence of Northern Plains' great poet Du Minjun. Fang Yuan received the entire inheritance left behind by the courtyard master and learned this person's identity. Du Minjun was a rank 5 Gu master. He traveled alone and had never married in his whole life. He was called Vagrant Lone Star by people. He was the famous poet Immortal in Northern Plains, and his verses mostly portrayed the starry sky, his longing towards his hometown, and his powerless struggle against fate. He was proud and noble, and separated himself from mortal affairs. He had been pursued by many Northern Plains women throughout his life, and there were even men who pursued him, but they were all heartlessly rejected by him. Future generations evaluated and praised him. He was immersed in his own world. Although he was in Northern Plains, his mind was in the starry sky. He was not a Northern Plains man. He was a poet. He was a poet immortal who was denounced to the mortal world from the starry sky. So Du Minjun eventually chose to suicide at this place. Fang Yuan sighed. Du Minjun was not able to endure the melancholy in his heart in the end. He built his final residence in Xing Jiu Peak and ended his life of his own accord. What he had left behind were countless poems to be read and admired by the later generations. Du Minjun had outstanding talents, and his inheritance was also extremely valuable. First of all was emotion poetry Gu. Emotion poetry Gu was especially used to store emotions, and along with painting idea Gu, was a wisdom path Gu. It was extremely rare and very expensive. Then, there were large numbers of star path Gu worms of all types. It basically had all the star path Gu of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan was amazed at this. It seems Du Minjun had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, how could he have so many and such complete star path Gu worms? He actually innovated an entire set of star Gu recipes. Fang Yuan flipped through the recipes and realized how shockingly talented Du Minjun was. He founded a set of new Gu, from rank 1 a bit of star Gu to rank 2 brilliance of 2 stars Gu, rank 3 3 stars in the sky Gu, rank 4 4 stars cube Gu, to rank 5 5 stars aligned Gu. This set of Gu worms was a specially targeted star path Gu and could raise star path Gu's effects by a huge degree. It was equivalent to a non-mainstream amplify effect Gu. But this set of Gu worms had much higher success rate than amplify effect Gu. Moreover, their refinement materials were extremely common. This meant, if this set of Gu recipes was spread, it would definitely lead to a huge rise in popularity of star path Gu and would have some amount of influence towards all Gu master paths.